Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the green track of the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference, the better of the two tracks. Let's be honest. This is the better track, obviously. I'm Spencer Israel. We got a lot of programming today. I just saw some of you over on track one with Brent Slava. They're rolling through things. We're rolling through things as well. We had so much demand, so much interest that not only do we have to split the conference into 2 days, but we had to split it into 2 tracks over 2 days. So 4 tracks in total, a lot to get to the next couple of days here. Healthcare is one of those spaces that I have found lends itself the best to really like following a company and like becoming a follower of the company and the stock and the story, right? Because you maybe you have a personal experience with a specific disease or whatever, and you find a company that is working on a treatment or a cure. You follow them through the regulatory timeline, the phase 1 trial, the phase 2, the phase 3 until approval. I just find this space lends itself really well to like becoming not just like invested like in your portfolio, but just personally invested, right, in the growth of these companies, personal and monetary investment. So we have a lot to get to today. Let's just quickly go through our agenda here. We are on the green track on the right, just so much to get to. Again, I can't go through all these companies one by one, but you will see them if you hang around today. I promise. We got presentations, we have panels, we have interviews. The plan is to go until 5 o'clock. That is the plan, or 4:45. And yeah, that's just day one. So a lot going on here. A couple of things I'll say before I bring on our first speaker. Number one, do me a quick solid and hit the like button. Okay, I need to catch up to Brent on the number of likes. I think we started late, so we're obviously behind, but we can catch up on the number of likes. Number two is there is a Slido, an interactive poll that I'll be sharing throughout the day. I'm going to bring a QR code up on the screen. You know what? I can actually do it right now. Let's bring the QR code up on the screen. And by participating, you can win a free year subscription of Benzinga Pro. So you scan that code right there, and there will be questions on throughout the day that I'll bring up. And you don't even have to get them right. Just participate, and you will be entered to win. We'll announce the winner at the end of today. We're going to do a random lottery drawing. So scan that code. You will be entered to win a free 1-year sub of Benzinga Pro, which is our premium news and research tool. Okay, that being said, it is 9:30, and I have to keep the train on time. So let's bring on our first speaker today, Snehal Patel. He's the CEO and board member. Wait, there he is, of board member of Greenwich LifeSciences, ticker GLSI. There he is. Sir, how are you doing on this Wednesday morning?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Spencer.
Great. Excited to hear from you. Excited to hear about the company. Let's go ahead and guys, let's bring up his slides. There they are. I'm going to hop off the screen, sir, and then the floor will be yours.
Okay, great. My name is Snehal Patel. I'm the CEO of Greenwich LifeSciences. Thank you very much for joining me this morning. This is our safe harbor. So I'll give you a summary of Greenwich LifeSciences. So we're planning a phase 3 trial for GP2. It's a 9-amino acid peptide of the HER2 protein. We mix it with GM-CSF and inject it intradermally. We treat patients, breast cancer patients following surgery who are HER2 positive, HLA2. And following surgery, they get Herceptin or Kadcyla, and then they receive our treatment. And our phase 3 trial is designed based on our phase 2 trial, where we've seen no recurrences over 5 years if the patient was fully immunized. And that's versus an 11% placebo recurrence rate. So it's 100% disease-free survival versus 89% disease-free survival in the placebo, or 0% recurrences in the treated versus 11% in the placebo. And that data is statistically significant. We've shown peak immunity at 6 months, minimal to no side effects. We have no serious adverse events, and the side effects are the kind of side effects that you want to see. It's a sign of an immune response. So this phase 2 trial was randomized, multi-center, led by MD Anderson, and we followed these patients for 5 years and had no recurrences in the treated arm. So we're very excited that this year, hopefully, we'll be starting our phase 3 trial. So we have our manufacturing almost completed. We have the GP2 in vials, and we're planning to release the product to the clinical sites. We're doing the release testing right now. We have the protocol already completed and the statistical analysis plan also completed. These are being reviewed. And we have clinical sites that are negotiating with us a budget and negotiating with us a contract so that we can start treating patients before the end of the year. So this is a very exciting time for us at Greenwich. We've completed 1 year since going public. So we hope the second year will be as exciting as the first year was. So we have additional phase 2 trials or phase 3 trials that we can pursue as well. So we can focus on not just HER2 positives, but also HER2 lows, which are 1 to 2 plus. That would dramatically increase the market. In the phase 3 trial, we're actually going to explore other HLA types. So we have a third arm. So without doing an additional trial, we're able to cover that opportunity to expand the market. There are other peptides and checkpoints that we can combine with. And there are also other HER2 cancers that we could pursue. In breast cancer, 75% of the patients express the HER2 protein. In other cancers, it's much lower. But we have really good diagnostic technology to find them. And finally, our ticker is GLSI. We've raised about $36.5 million since our IPO. And as of early September, we were one of the best performing IPOs since early 2019. So this is a summary of all of the data that we published last year. And I'll just go through this in a little bit more detail. And I'm going to skip through it faster as we go through the rest of the presentation. So if you can see my mouse, at the San Antonio Breast Cancer Conference on December 9th, we presented this curve at the top, which is 100% disease-free survival or no breast cancer recurrences over 5 years if the patients received their first 6 injections, which gave them their peak immunity. And that's treated arm versus placebo, which is 11%. And that is which is 89% disease-free survival, which is statistically significant. So it's the AACR conference, we presented our peak immunity data. And so here you can see in the blue curve, which is GP2 treated patients, we saw peak immunity at about 6 months. And this peak immunity was sustained over time using the boosters. And that's what led to this outcome of not seeing any metastatic breast cancer recur. We also announced at ASCO our safety data. And here you can see that the safety side effects, which are injection site reactions and flu-like symptoms, which are what you see with the coronavirus vaccine. And they're a good thing. They're a sign of an immune response. We saw those during the first 6 injections over the first 6 months, which is what these arrows represent. And then we had boosters every 6 months. So we had 4 boosters. So these 10 injections over 2.5 years led to the safety profile where after the 6 injections, the safety incidences went down, then they came back up. And so this was during the booster period, just like we're thinking of getting boosters for coronavirus vaccine. And then after all the injections were gone, the safety side effects went away. And then we basically completed the trial. So we've had no serious adverse events attributable to GP2 during all the patients that we treated, which is over 4 trials, and that's roughly 138 patients that have received GP2. So the breast cancer market is very large, and the products that we're working in synergy with, Herceptin and Kadcyla, they reduce the recurrence rate 50%. So the patients who are going to recur, half of them respond to these antibodies, but the other half don't. And fortunately, the conclusion of this slide is that we, in combination with Herceptin or Herceptin ADCs like Kadcyla, can bring that recurrence rate down and address the 50% of the patients who don't respond to these antibodies. And if so, we'll be able to provide a complete solution to these patients. In our first indication, we expect to treat about 17,000 new patients per year, which would save about 1,500 to 2,000 lives per year. So this is a timeline, and what you see here on the left here is surgery. So after surgery, you either get Herceptin, Perjeta, or Kadcyla treatment. Then you get, as represented by these arrows, our 6 treatments over the first 6 months where you get your peak immunity. We call that the primary immunization series. And then you get a booster every 6 months. So you get 5 boosters. That gives you a total of 11 doses over 3 years for the phase 3 trial. And from a clinician's perspective, what the clinician first does is diagnose. Then they have surgery for the patient, and they give them the anti-HER2 or trastuzumab or Herceptin-based treatment. And then what we're doing is giving them 11 doses over 3 years. And this is a period when the patient is hoping their breast cancer doesn't come back, because if it does, it's generally metastatic and it's deadly. So if we're able to prevent the recurrences during this period of time, we're also going to be making a big dent in metastatic breast cancer. And this is what has created the excitement and the response to our company in December last year. The other thing we think that patients and doctors will do is they'll look at the drugs that are on the market that are less efficacious and have more toxicity and consider not using them and using our product instead. And that's a process that will take place naturally over time after we have approval, and that's called de-escalation. And one of the reasons they're going to de-escalate is because our product in our phase 2 trial was synergistic with Herceptin alone. So we did not see any recurrences, but we did not have Kadcyla, Perjeta, Nerlynx, and 2 new products in HER2 or Tukysa in our trial. So just with Herceptin or Herceptin biosimilars in our product, we have a chance to dramatically reduce breast cancer recurrences. So this is our 5-year data. And if you follow this black arrow, it hits this pink line. This pink line is the recurrence rate for Herceptin alone. And this is old data, and this is where the industry started. So where this black arrow hits is where we start treating. So if we can flatten the curve right where the arrow hits the pink line, the question is, where are we starting? We're starting about 1 year after surgery. We could start earlier. So something we'll do in the future is we'll actually treat patients earlier so we can see if we can stop the first year of recurrences as well. But for this phase 3 trial, we're just going to try and reproduce our phase 2 trial and start where that black arrow is. So just a little bit about GP2. So GP2 is from the intramembrane portion of the HER2 protein. This is the HER2 protein in the cell, so it has an intracellular, extracellular portion, and right here is where GP2 is. And what we're doing is mixing GP2 plus GM-CSF, which is called leukine, in a syringe, and we're injecting it intradermally. We're giving 11 doses over 3 years. So the mechanism is simply when you inject it in the intradermal space, you have antigen-presenting cells that will present GP2, which is this blue rectangle, to T cells. So here in this pink circle is a T cell, and this is the T cell receptor arm. It will bind to GP2 and this HLA complex. And when it binds to it, what ends up happening is we have expansion of those T cells. They're distributed throughout the body. So when this red cell, the cancer cell, comes back, and it naturally presents GP2. GP2 is a peptide that is naturally presented by the cancer cell on the HLA complex. And so these T cells in pink are trained with the TCR binding arm here to kill those cancer cells because we train the immune system to do that. So this is the mechanism by which we can prevent metastatic breast cancer. So historically, we've done 4 trials. So the first phase 1 trial was GP2 plus GM-CSF. In the second trial, we added Herceptin at the same time to evaluate safety, and there were no safety issues. In the third trial, we added another peptide, and we saw no additional safety issues. And this 4th trial is the phase 2 trial. And this is the trial that we reported the data on this past year. So this is the San Antonio Breast Cancer Conference poster that we presented on December 9th. And it's this chart that the public responded to. The HER2 positive arms and the HER2 1 to 2 plus arms were well balanced in the trial. And I'm going to go very fast through these slides. They're on our website under the clinicaltrial.com tab. Sorry, under the clinical trial tab on our website. Okay, so this is the data we showed where we had 0% recurrences over 5 years. We started treating patients about 17 months after surgery, which meant if we follow them 5 years, we actually follow them for 6 years or more after surgery. And what you can see here are these black marks. These are the censoring marks. And what it shows is that in this trial, most of them hover around 5 years. The median is 5 years. And so that's the number of years that we followed these patients. This is the second poster we presented at AACR. It's our immune response data. And I've shown the summary chart before, so I won't go into this in detail, but here you can see our peak immunity at 6 months. And we used 2 assays. We used a binding assay, which measures the quantity of T cells that react to GP2. And we did a skin test, almost like an allergy test, to see if patients react to GP2. They come back 3 days later, and we measure the injection site reaction diameter. And the larger diameter that we see, the more immune response that the patient has against GP2. So this is the dimer data, and this is our DTH data. So in the DTH data, at 6 months, we had 10.8 millimeter diameter reaction in the treated arm versus the placebo, which had a median of 0. And this is our baseline. So we had a nice immune response in the GP2 treated patients, and that's both HER2 3+ and HER2 1-2+. If you take this 10.8 and you split it up into the HER2 3+, which is 11.5, and the HER2 1-2+, which is 8.5, we still showed a good immune response in the low HER2s. And this is important for us because it's a sign that we're going to be able to treat the low HER2s as well. At least we're going to get an immune response. And the question is if they have enough cancer cells that have the GP2 molecule presented that will allow us to make a difference in those patients. In those patients, we'll be treating them with Herceptin in the future and with possibly a checkpoint inhibitor. In our phase 2 trial, we did not have Herceptin. It wasn't approved and it's not standard of care, and we did not see a difference in the HER2 lows. This is our safety data that was presented at ASCO. This is the chart I showed you earlier where we combine efficacy, immune response, and safety, which is now a complete data set. We have more data that we expect to present at upcoming conferences, so please stay tuned. On the safety side, this chart summarizes the systemic and injection site reactions. And so we had no serious adverse events, as I mentioned before, attributable to GP2. And here you can look at the types of adverse events by HER2 3+ versus HER2 1-2+. And you can look at even just the local injection site reactions. And here you can see we saw these kinds of positive side effects or signs of an immune response in both the HER2 positive and the HER2 lows. We also presented and have been continuing to present the design of our phase 3 trial. So at ASCO, this is the data that we presented. So our plans that we presented. So we're going to screen for HLA-2. We'll have patients in the GP2 arm versus the placebo arm. And the other HLA patients will also screen for, and we'll put them in a third arm. So we're going to be able to look at data in both the HER2 positive patients that are HLA-2 as well as the other HLA types. We've also announced the interim analysis design of our trial, which is 500 patients. We're hoping to look for the midpoint, which will be the mid-level of events. We expect a total of 28 events in the trial, which will lead to about 14 events that will trigger the interim analysis, upon which we hope to file then a BLA for conditional approval. I'm going to go a little faster now. So the manufacturing is straightforward. We have patent life through 2032, and the product is registered as a biologic, so we'll have 12 years data exclusivity in the US. And the market has 4 factors that drive the size of the market. One is HER2 positivity, node positivity, hormone receptor positivity, and HLA type. And if you compare our product to Herceptin, you'll get a good feel for our market. In this red box, we'll initially see about half of the market of Herceptin. And then as we expand into these other indications I described before, we should be able to increase the size of the market and grow the market for Herceptin as well. This slide shows the other products that are on the market. They reduce the recurrence rate 20 to 30%, and they add additional toxicity whereby, as I mentioned before, we've been able to reduce the recurrence rate down to no recurrences, and our product is very safe. In the red box are the other cancers where HER2 expression occurs. So these are other cancers which we can target. This is our management team, which is very experienced. We're committed to taking this product all the way to the market. We have Jay Thompson, who's running the clinical trial, and Chris Fischetti, who's handling our business development in our conversations with big pharma companies, as well as in our conversations with smaller companies, as we look to both out-license GP2 as well as to in-license or acquire smaller products to develop our pipeline. We have about 30 million in cash. We have about 13 million shares total outstanding. We, the management team and directors, own a very big chunk of the company still. As I mentioned, we raised $36.5 million last year. We were added to the Russell 2000. And on December 9th, we had a very large share price increase, roughly 30x, which is one of the highest intraday returns that we're aware of for a non-penny stock. There are many transaction comparables for us that we could talk about. The trading comps are up here at the top. They're straightforward. So there are multi-billion-dollar transactions that have occurred over this past year with Gilead, Merck, Genentech, Seattle Genetics, or Seagen, acquiring or partnering with very large companies for multi-billion-dollar transactions. We hope to accomplish something similar to that. So lastly, our goal is to reproduce our phase 2 trial, to optimize that treatment by treating patients earlier, to using better immune response data, to assess when we should be delivering GP2 to patients, and then to expand the market by going into other markets where we can either treat the low HER2s or the other cancers. We potentially will add a checkpoint inhibitor to the combination of treatments in addition to Herceptin. So lastly, our goal is to reproduce our phase 2 trial and our phase 3 trial. We're very close to starting the trial. We have many other indications that we can pursue. Our ticker is GLSI, and we look forward to continuing to give you updates in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Snehal. One quick question. Sorry if I missed it, but was there a start date on that phase 3 trial?
Well, you can't put a start date out there because you have to find the patient, you have to open up the clinical sites, and you have to have the drug at the clinical site. So we're working on all three in parallel, and that's all we're doing every day. So no start date.
Can you give like an approximation, like a target, like a quarter, Q1, Q2,
well, so
Q3?
we have publicly stated our goal is to start the trial in the 4th quarter.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So if it's not to treat the first patient, it's at least to enroll the sites and have the sites active looking for patients.
Got it. All right, Snehal Patel, Greenwich LifeSciences. He's the CEO. Snehal, there's some pretty encouraging data there. Good luck on the next trial, and thanks for coming on the Small Cap Conference today.
Thank you very much for having us.
All right, let's keep it rolling here. It is 9:50. I see our next speaker backstage. If we can bring her on, there she is, Mina Sooch. She's the founder and CEO of Ocuphire Pharma, ticker OCUP. Ocuphire, excuse me. Mina, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having Ocuphire at the Benzinga Healthcare Conference today.
Let's see if we have Mina. Do you have your slides?
I do.
Are you sharing? Okay, so let's go ahead and share those on the screen. When you do that, I will bring them up on the screen, and we will be rolling. Oh, I see something working in the background.
One moment. I don't know what's going on.
While Mina is doing that, and I've said this before, and I will say it again, and I'll say it 1,000 times today. Guys, if you haven't already, take a split second out of your life, and you see that thumbs up button that's on the screen right there on your YouTube. You just hit the thumbs up. It's the little things. The little things. It's the little things that help us here. There we go. So go ahead and put that in present mode, Mina, and I'll bring it up on the screen, and then we'll be rolling here. There we go.
Yep.
All right. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And again, happy to be here at the Benzinga Conference. And as we are a public company, I just direct you to our disclosures as we will be making forward-looking statements. So who is Ocuphire? We are a late-stage ophthalmic story with 2 drug candidates, Nixal and eye drop for various front-of-the-eye diseases, and APX3330, an oral tablet for various retinal diseases, starting initially in the diabetic population. What's really unique about the story, besides these multiple indications and assets, is that we have significant clinical data on both of these assets. Nixal now has 9 trials completed, several hundred subjects, and APX3330 has 11 trials completed, several hundred subjects. Also want to point out that we have significant patent protection out to 2034 and beyond. And in both cases, they're small molecules. So they have many benefits, including convenience to the customer, but also a lot of manufacturing and cost of goods sold advantages. But the real thing we want you to remember about Ocuphire, both now and at the end of the presentation, is we are a catalyst-rich story, which is great for investors, small, medium, and large. We said when we went public, the reverse merger last November, that we would conduct 4 trials across these 2 assets. And we've done that. We've initiated all 4, and proud to share that we have presented top line and actually full positive data readouts on 2 of those trials, a phase 3 and a phase 2. We'll tell you more about those. And we've also been very good capital stewards in that we've raised about $50 million all in since I founded the company in 2018. And we still have $24 million on our balance sheet as of the end of the last quarter. And so we're excited again to continue to execute. And so let me show you more about these indications we're working on right here. So what are we trying to solve? Nixal actually reduces your pupil size, simply put. So we're going after rapidly reversing that dilated eye when you're in an exam, having an alternative for these, the reading glasses, have an eye drop as an alternative, and remove the halos and glares for some that are very apparent at night when driving. These represent millions and millions and millions of patients and multi-billion-dollar market opportunities and a blockbuster revenue potential for Nixal. On the right for APX3330, similarly, very large established 10 billion plus market today, but we're going to go after it disruptively with an oral approach. Unlike the current treatments, are injections into the eye every month or 2. And we're offering a daily oral regimen, especially in the earliest stages of disease in diabetic. And we have both an anti-VEGF and an anti-inflammatory pathway that we address, which is exactly how the current treatment options are utilizing. So validated pathways, but we're upstream with a novel target. So large markets, large unmet needs. This is just a sort of snapshot summary of our pipeline to just show you that we've had multiple indications that we've progressed. You can see the 2 positive data readouts, one in reversal of mydriasis, phase 3, and one in presbyopia, phase 2. We also continue to recruit our night vision phase 3 program and our diabetic retinopathy phase 2B program. So excited to have, again, a portfolio so that we can provide, again, I think, significant catalyst and also provide some risk mitigation with multiple shots on goal. And just to show with some numbers that depth of data, and really I'd point one additional piece of data out, which is we have data out to a month with Nixal and out to a year daily dosing with APX3330, just further reinforcing the safety profile confidence we have in both programs. So let's start with Nixal. It is our most advanced program. And I'm really just going to touch on RM and presbyopia with the time we have and given the recent data readouts. So Nixal, it is an active ingredient that's already been approved by the FDA. It was a 505(b)(2) pathway, therefore, for us now. And they were injection-oriented products that were for lowering blood pressure and reversing oral anesthesia. We are the first to take it to the eye and create a proprietary formulation that's protected out to 2034 and beyond. And what the mechanism does is very simple. Alpha-1, it's an alpha-1 blocker, and alpha-1 receptors are on your iris dilator muscle, shown here in a spoke fashion. And when you relax or inhibit them, it creates a smaller pupil. And so the properties of our product profile to date with our clinical work has demonstrated the following, that we can reduce the pupil moderately, which means about 1 to 1.5 millimeters in diameter. And that provides that improvement in contrast or night vision, that near vision improvement, and that distance vision as well. We've seen a very clean safety profile. It actually works for more than 24 hours, which is unique to eye drops. And in addition, we're preservative-free and stable, which is also the right direction to go as we think about safety long-term with an eye drop. So let's go into the first indication, reversal of mydriasis. There's 100 million exams. And really the problem we're solving for is that that dilated eye or the larger eye can last for 6 to 24 hours after your physician has dilated your both of your eyes. And it creates significant sensitivity to light and an inability to read, work, play, drive, safely and productively. And we want to more rapidly reverse that pupil and give you something just after the dilated exam is over or procedure is over. So we ran a phase 3 trial. I want to comment that's randomized, double-masked, placebo-controlled, parallel arm study, 12 sites in the US. It was a one-day study, and we had tested 3 different dilating or midratic agents, and then we provided Nixol. I would make one additional comment that we recruited the study from mid-November 2020 to the end of 2020 and reported out our results by mid-March. So very rapid development of these programs and readouts as well. And here's the data. In the green box on the left panel, you can see that we have achieved first statistical significance of a p-value less than 0.0001, actually at all time points shown in addition to the primary. And at 90 minutes, we showed a 49% of Nixol returning patients back to their baseline pupil diameter size compared to 7% on placebo. These are outstanding clinically meaningful results. And you can see that same magnitude across the time points. You can also see it visually if you want to think about it. Instead of as responders, which is our primary, some of our secondaries are to look at the absolute pupil diameter size. You can just see that rapid blue line getting back to 5 millimeters average baseline and then actually getting that extra 1 millimeter. We had data with all 3 agents showing statistical significance. We had data with light and dark eyes working, and we also worked with 2 drops and 1 drop, and we had a nice safety profile and tolerability. So really what we want to share is that we're on a path to submit an NDA for Nixol late next year at around this time or just shortly after this time next year. We only have 3 things left to do to get to that finish line, which is to do a second pivotal phase 3, very similar to the MIRA 2 results I've just highlighted for you. Do a small PED study because the drug's actually safe down to 3 years old in that oral reversal indication. So the FDA wants us to make sure we can make it accessible by doing this safety study. And we also need to have 1 year stability in manufacturing of our commercial or registration batches. And proud to say as well there that our manufacturing work has been going well in the background and it's now on stability. And so the clock has started. And the market opportunity, if there's about 100 million exams and our global data market research suggests about $10, $15 is a really nice price point, private pay for patients, you can see that it could be $1 billion market opportunity. There is no competition. We're the only ones that have advanced a clinical program. We're the only ones working on the iris dilator muscle, which is the right muscle to work on. And physicians dilate their patients and will be our advocate to patients for an option to more rapidly reverse. So we're excited at creating a several hundred million revenue opportunity very quickly in RM, hopefully starting in 2023 if we're approved. So with that, I'm going to move to our second indication, presbyopia. This is the largest ophthalmic segment, 120 million people, essentially everyone over the ages of 40 or 45 will basically lose their ability to see near. And so from a dollar point of view, if it's private pay, $50 to $100, you can imagine it's a 10 to 20 billion market opportunity. It is a new market. And so it will be like the statin world where, it'll build over time, but it's likely going to become one of the largest ophthalmic segments, if not one of the largest disease segments. And there's never been an eye drop. You've always been dependent on corrective lenses, whether they're glasses or contact lenses. So what we've done is taken Nixol, same properties I've demonstrated in the RM trial, but we've actually completed 8 other trials. In addition to this trial here, I'm going to show you in presbyopia, which is 9 trials, which consistently show the safety, the 1 millimeter to millimeter and a half reduction, as well as the 24-hour durability. So you can take Nixol at night in a chronic indication and be good all day. But we needed to add another agent because the moderate modulation doesn't quite get us to the pinhole, which is the thesis for how you can approach eye drops. We call them pinhole eye drops. So we're in a field of about 6 other players, and we knew 2-3 years ago we wanted to add another agent. We chose pilocarpine, but we chose a low dose, 0.4%. Pilocarpine's been around for a long time. It's approved in glaucoma for 4 times a day at 1, 2, or 4%. We chose a fractional dose because we only need a moderate contribution by the only other muscle that controls your pupil, the sphincter muscle, as well as we want to dial out known side effects that could be problematic in a indication such as presbyopia, such as headaches, redness, or a loss of distance vision. So here we ran a phase 2 trial, although it's run like a well-controlled phase 3 trial. It was randomized, double-masked, placebo-controlled, multi-center, 17 sites in the US. And we were basically looking for the combo Nixol plus low-dose Pilo to beat placebo, but also to beat the components. And here you can see in green box the primary endpoint, which is a 3-line gain in near vision. And we had 61% of subjects have that benefit compared to 28% on placebo. P-value, very strong P-value. So that was fantastic. But in addition, you can see we had nice results throughout all the time points, really speaking to the durability, which is at least 6 hours. We didn't measure past 6 hours with nice statistics and signals. We had a very rapid onset, closer to a 45% placebo-corrected signal. And we also showed Nixel alone had a nice solid signal, as well as it worked in both eye colors. So really, excited to advance this program into phase 3 as a result of these study data. And also on safety, happy to report 0 headaches and brow aches. That is not the case for several competitors, including Allergan and others that use pilocarpine in their solution. We had less than 5% redness, and we also saw no distance loss in photopic and just around 5% in mesopic, which is an important attribute for the FDA. You can't gain near at the expense of far is the message that we were all given. So I'm also happy to share that we presented this data at industry meeting that was in person in Las Vegas this past July. And we actually were able to do it in the same session that Allergan, who has actually submitted their NDA, shared their phase 3 data. And when you look at what's important to customers and patients, efficacy, of course, it has to work, safety, no headaches, no loss of distance, durability, onset, convenience, you can see that we essentially have a best-in-class profile here and a differentiated profile. We do need 2 drops, a drop in the evening and a drop in the morning. But given the durability, lack of durability of some of the other programs, we're right in line with 2 or 3 drops, as many others are in a day if you want full coverage. And here's the landscape that I just alluded to. And again, our next steps are we're advancing this into phase 3 mid next year. And again, we're differentiated not only on the data and the profile, but also on the science. We're the only ones working on both muscles. So big market, big opportunity. We're excited to be a fast follower and really let Allergan build some of the consumer awareness, assuming they get approved with their PDUFA date this December. It's going to be great for the field, and look forward to being a differentiated option for patients in a few years. So I'm not going to comment on night vision disturbance, except to say that that study is ongoing, and it's a phase 3 double mass randomized placebo-controlled study that will read out early next year. So I want to spend a few minutes on APX 33.0 because it's a really exciting second asset in our portfolio. And what's the problem we're solving here? There are some treatment options, the Eylea, Lucentis, these injections that are more geared towards diabetic macular edema or wet AMD. And there's a lot of research and development in geographic atrophy and dry AMD, et cetera, as well as in DR. But no one's approaching it with, 1, an oral option, and 2, that's as advanced as ours is. But really, no one's treating these patients today. There's about 7 million plus of them. And they're really not started on an anti-VEGF injectable treatment, even though Eylea is approved for that indication. And untreated, it can result in the significant vision loss. Retinal diseases are the leading cause of blindness. And so we're excited to bring something that makes sense in that earlier part of the disease sequela and offer an oral option. But in addition, the responder rates are not where they need to be, particularly in DME patients, because they have both an inflammation cascade as well as this leaky fluid or leaky vasculature creates fluid buildup in the back of your eye, which is what causes the ultimate vision loss and blindness. So with that, what's our program? APX 33.0 is an oral tablet that is a transcription factor inhibitor / regulator of HIF1 alpha and NF-kappa B. So it works upstream of the known VEGF and the known inflammatory pathways, which is really a lot of de-risking. So we're not trying to reinvent how we're approaching solving for the disease. We're just working upstream with our oral small molecule. And here I'm happy to report that we have, again, 11 studies that have been completed. Our safety profile in humans is very clean, over 300 subjects, less than 5% GI or skin rash were the only 2 signals, and they were mild. No acute organ toxicities, otherwise safe profile. Twice a day dosing, you get this nice steady state and with this human safety. And we also have very good preclinical data and PK data in order to have confidence that we have a good chance of showing benefit in the diabetic population. I should note that of the 11 earlier studies that were completed, 10 were in the liver, which is why we're not expecting any liver signals, by Eisai in Japan, and 1 was in cancer, which is also similar to the origins of Eylea and Lucentis. So with that as a backdrop, here's our phase 2b design. Again, randomized double-masked placebo-controlled 24-week study, essentially a similar design to the pivotal single study phase 3 that was done for ALIA to get approval in DR. So you can just imagine, hopefully, the value inflection that will be created as a result of this data readout second half of next year. And to summarize that, we would be the first oral. We have this novel mechanism, a convenient daily regimen, this nice oral safety profile. And really, the last point is really what many of the other players and our comparables in the industry, whether it's Kodiak or folks like Adverum or Graybug or others that have worked in the field, that they're trying to alleviate the frequent burden of injections. Well, we can also do that by looking at future trials in combination with an anti-VEGF and having APX3330 or one of the pipeline candidates, either in an oral or a local delivery format, be available for these indications. So we're just getting started with diabetic retinopathy, and we look forward to the other indications and also addressing one of the basic problems in retinal care today, which is that frequency of the injections. So with that, here's our team. A couple of folks, Amy and Charlie, will be joining me in the question and answer, but we are an experienced team with 20, 30 years of pharmaceutical drug development experience, finance, M&A backgrounds, and really a passion for being entrepreneurs and building value in these assets that we've brought forward at Ocuphire. We also have a great group of medical advisory boards that are world-class key opinion leaders, well recognized in their field for front and back of the eye on a global basis. And we have a board that is made up of very successful executives and individuals that have run biotech companies, private and public, in ophthalmology and many other disease areas, and really, as well as depth in ophthalmology in commercial, and really provide us great guidance on our journey. And with that, my final slide is on milestones, to just say that we have been very productive in 2021, hit our 2 positive data readouts, some new claims out to 2039, presented at industry meetings, the data from those 2 studies, manufactured drug, and we're going to launch some more studies before year end. So what should you look forward to next year? 3 more data readouts in early 2022, phase 3 NVD, a second phase 3 RM pediatric data, and then later in the year, file that NDA, and then later in the year, have the phase 2 data as well for DRDME. All of this is funded. I did actually have a few slides on some of our financial transactional statistics. Just we're under 100 million compared to our peer group. That's well below their values, whether they play in the front of the eye or especially the retina. And also we have great coverage analysts with nice price targets between 22 and 29. We've got some nice liquidity as we approach our 1-year anniversary of being public, and just look forward to many of you taking a closer look at Ocuphire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. I'll bring on Charlie and Amy here. We don't really have that much time for more questions, but there was one, and I think he kind of already answered it, but I would like you to repeat it. It was from our chat regarding partnerships with major pharmaceuticals. I think you already talked about that, but can you just re-emphasize that?
Yeah, actually, I'll have Charlie take that question.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Yeah, so we've had, since founding the company 3 years ago, Mina has made it a priority to consider the strategic future, and we've had meetings with both medium-sized pharmas who are specializing in ophthalmology and with the large players that are the global ones. So we're in active discussions with regard to Asia in particular, as a way perhaps to raise a little bit of non-dilutive capital in the form of an upfront on a regional deal there. And I think we have an open dialogue with all of the big players. They know what we're up to, and they know when the data will be available. So we continue to work that all the time.
Awesome. Mina, Charlie, Amy, we are out of time, but thank you all so much for joining the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today, guys. Again, ticker OCUP. It was just up on the screen there for like a half hour. So if you didn't get it by now, then I don't know what to tell you. Mina, thanks a lot for coming on. Everyone, thanks a lot for coming on today. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's bring it moving on here. Let's bring on Eric Richman. He's the CEO of GANX Therapeutics. There he is. Ticker GANX. And Eric, we've got your slides. I see them. We're bringing them up on the screen. There they are. I'm going to step backstage here and give you the floor.
Spencer, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here at your conference and appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to Gain Therapeutics. This company, Gain, is leading the discovery of finding novel binding sites to create new medicines for diseases with unmet medical needs. Our therapeutic focus is in the area of lysosomal storage disorders and central nervous system disorders, including various neurodegenerative diseases. We're developing small molecule treatments, and the way that we do this is all based on our platform technology. Our platform technology is patented. It's a physics-based approach. It's based on molecular dynamics, and it can very rapidly and very efficiently and very systematically identify previously unknown binding sites on proteins that have been associated and very well validated as the cause of various diseases. And I'll get into that in just a moment. But these binding spots on these proteins are called hotspots or allosteric binding sites. And the allosteric binding site means that it can be a regulatory site, which means it can either turn on the protein function or it can turn off the protein function. Now, this platform technology, which has been about a decade in the making and patented, has given rise to our internal product candidates, as well as a pipeline of products that we have partnered with various pharmaceutical companies. So we announced a partnership last year with a large Japanese pharmaceutical company called Sumitomo Dainippon in the area of demyelinating disease. And also in the area of oncology, we announced a multi-target deal with leading biotech company Zentalis Pharmaceuticals. And I'll get into that in just a moment. But first, a little bit of understanding about what is an undruggable target. Now, there are many proteins that are associated, very well validated, well understood, that certain proteins that when they are defective or in the wrong conformation or what's called misfolded, they cause various diseases. And these diseases range from cystic fibrosis to oncology to metabolic diseases to neurodegenerative diseases. And it's very well understood. Protein is defective, causes a certain disease. But the difficulty has been finding a spot on that protein to bind to, which makes that protein druggable. And only about 10% of those proteins that we know cause disease can actually be targeted. So what our technology does, and with the recent advances in computational biology and supercomputing, our technology opens up this field very wide, and we can now identify spots on these proteins that, when targeted, we can finally make progress and address some of these diseases that have no known treatments. And we do that by targeting these hotspots or allosteric binding sites, which allows for restoring protein function. Now, this is very specifically the problem that we're trying to solve. In the center of this cell, you see a misfolded protein. This is the root cause of many different diseases, as I just mentioned. It's misfolded because of a genetic mutation or a stress factor. And that misfolded protein, because it's in the wrong conformation, cannot function normally. And it gets stuck in the cell, can't move through the cell, it can't work on the substrate, and therefore the substrate builds up in the lysosome. That's what causes the symptoms and the disease. Our technology you see on the right side, where we create small molecules, we can identify the allosteric binding site or never previously described site on this protein, create a small molecule that binds to it, and we refer to those as stars, or structurally targeted allosteric regulators. And these stars or small molecules bind to that protein, stabilize the protein by putting it into the correct conformation. And once that happens, the protein can then move through the cell, it can work on substrate, and reduce toxic substrate accumulation. Now, our focus, again, is on the allosteric binding site, and that's separate from the active binding site. This is a picture of a cartoon of an enzyme. And you'll recognize this as the active binding site, where most drugs, almost all drugs, bind to that active binding site. But we're not competing with drugs. We're actually targeting the allosteric binding site, which leaves this space open and available for what's called wild type activity. And that offers a broader therapeutic window. So at Gain Therapeutics, we're generating value in two areas. Number one, our business development engine, which is our discovery platform. And what are we doing with this platform? This produces novel targets. This is what drives the biotech and pharmaceutical industry. Every company is looking for new targets, new ways to treat diseases, some diseases that have never had treatments before. That's why our technology platform is so important and so valuable. Secondly, we have a diversified pipeline of products that we have developed internally that all came from our pipeline. I'm sorry, from our platform. So if everybody understands that certain proteins are associated with certain diseases and all you have to do is bind that allosteric binding site, why doesn't everybody do this? The reason is because it's extremely difficult to find that allosteric binding site. And we have a platform technology that does it very rapidly, very efficiently. And we start with the 3D structure of the protein that we know is associated with the disease. And with our algorithm and powered by supercomputers in Barcelona and Lugano, Switzerland, we can do several 100,000 calculations per second to model how the surface of this protein can produce free energy, changes in free energy. So we're looking for delta G changes or changes in free energy, which is a physics-based approach to being able to find out which of these sites on the surface of the enzyme and within the folds of the enzyme and within the crypts have the potential to be regulatory sites. And once we do that, we screen up to 10 million compounds with the supercomputer and to find which ones have the closest fit. And then those come down to the bottom of the funnel, and then we move those through our medicinal chemistry process. Now, this is not trivial. This is something that can shave years off of the drug discovery process. This is done in 4 to 6 weeks. And typically it can take years to identify an allosteric binding site on an enzyme. And we have identified allosteric binding site on proteins and enzymes that have never been described previously. And this is really what is the power of this technology and why it's so transformational. So we've done this several times. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to identify allosteric binding sites, about 2 months to screen compounds, and then we move into moving these scaffolds or compounds into drugs. Now, our company, we began in the area of lysosomal storage disorders for a few reasons. Number one, unmet medical need. There's about 80 or so lysosomal storage disorders described in the literature. Only 5 or 6 have any treatments whatsoever. Those treatments, none of them cross the blood-brain barrier. They're all large molecules, enzyme replacement therapy. They don't cross the blood-brain barrier, and therefore they cannot treat the neuronal symptoms of these diseases. And these neuronal complications are very severe, and they're seen in almost all lysosomal storage disorders. So that's reason number one, unmet medical need. Number two is the market is very, very it's a very strong market. It's a very big market. It's about $6 billion, despite the limitations in drugs available today, and it's growing rapidly. Number three, our strategy is to identify lysosomal storage disorders that have a direct link to more prevalent indications. So, for example, the most prevalent mutation that is found in Ashkenazi Jews, for example, that's one population, is a disease called Gaucher's disease. And that mutation is a mutation of a certain gene that causes a defective or misfolded enzyme. And that misfolded enzyme ends up causing Gaucher's disease. That exact same mutation is also present in up to 10% of Parkinson's patients. So by us developing a treatment for Gaucher's disease, and I'll tell you about this program in just a moment, we have a direct path to having to be able to impact more prevalent diseases like Parkinson's disease. And in the future, the platform is agnostic. We can develop, we can find out allosteric binding sites in many different diseases and therapeutic areas. And that's demonstrated by our relationship with Zentalis Pharmaceuticals, a multi-target deal in oncology. So when we go through that process and we scale it down to find a couple of drug candidates to move forward, we have a few criteria that's very important. First of all, it has to target the majority of mutations, and that means it has to be in excess of 65%. It has to cross the blood-brain barrier. All of our strategies, our treatment strategies are oral. So it has to be able to cross the blood-brain barrier after being taken orally, and also have to stabilize the misfolded protein and reduce toxic substrate. And I'm happy to report that with all the in vivo and in vitro data that we have generated so far, all of our programs accomplish this. So now I'm going to highlight, this is our pipeline. I'm going to highlight our lead program, which is the Gaucher Parkinson's program. As I mentioned, these two diseases are linked because they share the same genetic mutation. Up to 10% of Parkinson's patients have the same genetic mutation as what causes all three types of Gaucher's disease, type 1, type 2, and type 3. Gaucher only has a treatment for type 1, but again, it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, so the neuronal complications are not addressed. Type 2 and type 3, which are neuronopathic Gaucher's disease, have no treatments whatsoever. Now, the mutated gene causes a defective enzyme called GCase, and that enzyme results in a buildup of substrate. That's what causes these devastating symptoms in Gaucher's disease. In Parkinson's disease, the same genetic mutation causes a defective enzyme, a misfolded enzyme, that enzyme that can't work properly. And because it can't work properly, it causes a buildup of the hallmark of Parkinson's disease, which is called alpha-synuclein. And I'll show you some of the data here. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this, but we have all of this data on our website. Basically, our compounds can be found in the plasma in a dose-dependent manner, and also in the striatum, which is a section of the brain where you observe Parkinson's disease. This data was presented at the World Conference in Parkinson's disease in May. This was funded by the Michael J. Fox Foundation and also the Silverstein Foundation. And what this data showed is something very important. It showed that we had positive effects in all three of the industry-accepted assays for characterizing whether or not a product candidate should move forward in Parkinson's disease. And I'm very briefly going to walk you through this data. This is in rats. And these are normal rats in the black. And they have very low levels of alpha-synuclein, which is the hallmark of Parkinson's disease. When they are given a chemical called rotenone, they have a Parkinson-like syndrome that is induced, and you can see exactly what you expect, an increase in the hallmark of Parkinson's disease, alpha-synuclein. When these rats are given our compound, there's a return towards normal in the level of alpha-synuclein. So we can actually reverse the neurodegenerative effects of Parkinson's disease in this model. Secondly, we looked at neuronal activity, and you see the same thing. You see an improvement in neuronal activity after these rats have been given Parkinson's disease with this chemical rotenone. And then the third question we asked is whether or not the animals have any improvement in locomotion, tremors, the ability to walk distances, and the answer is yes. We saw an improvement in locomotion in these rats. Now, this was very exciting data. This was awarded top 10 presentation in May at the World Conference on Parkinson's disease. And it was very encouraging. However, it's an animal model, and there's limitations in these animal models. So the next step was to look at our compounds in patients, cells that are derived from patients who suffer from Gaucher's disease and Parkinson's disease. And this model was developed by a key opinion leader, Dr. Ricardo Feldman at the University of Maryland. And this is thought to be the closest approximate of what happens in human clinical studies. So this is a very important data. It's the step between animal studies and human clinical studies. And we were very pleased to report in this model, and we announced this about 2 weeks ago, that just the top line data, that our compounds had very marked results and very marked improvements in the key biological readouts. So it showed that we were, first of all, our compounds were able to increase the enzyme activity. We were able to increase the amount of enzyme. We were able to reduce the toxic substrate associated with Gaucher's disease, and also deplete alpha-synuclein, the hallmark of Parkinson's disease. This is exactly what we expected to see, and we're very pleased to see it. But also, most importantly, we were able to show very clearly that our compounds helped the defective enzyme co-locate into the lysosome. This is very important because this is what distinguishes our compounds from other companies and other candidates that are out there that are trying to develop the same sort of data. So having the enzyme, observing that the enzyme is transported to the lysosome shows that the enzyme actually can avoid the protein degradation or quality control mechanism within the cell. It's very, very important. It's a key differentiator for our technology and our compounds. So in dopaminergic neurons, our compounds decreased alpha-synuclein levels. This data was presented, just the top line. It was we were invited to present this data at the Michael J. Fox conference on November 10th. So please stay tuned. Please listen and look for that data presentation because what you'll see are all the details supporting these claims about very positive data. So we're very excited about moving forward with this program. Of course, all of our compounds are patented. We were issued patents earlier this year for the GBA program, not only for Gaucher's disease and for Parkinson's disease, but also that enzyme has a role in Lewy body dementia and also Alzheimer's. And so those patents were filed for those indications. So upcoming milestones, we will be initiating IND-enabling studies this year and filing IND next year. We hope to be in the clinic next year with our Parkinson's program, at least in first time in human studies. This is a very exciting program that we're looking forward to getting into the clinic. Our other programs targeting lysosomal storage disorders are on a very similar timeline, IND filings next year. What's not in here are our partnerships and the progress that we're making with our partnerships, especially Zentalis, where we have identified targets in oncology. You'll see in our queue that we're generating revenue from those from that collaboration on a quarterly basis, and we are entitled to milestones related to regulatory events, clinical milestones, commercial milestones, and also royalties on commercial sales for up to 5 targets in oncology, which can be very valuable to us and our shareholders. We completed an IPO in March of this year. We raised $46 million. This was 5 times oversubscribed, but we only needed $40 million to get us through the next 2 years. So we thought it would better to close on $46 million and raise additional capital once our INDs are filed and we have established partnerships and an increase in valuation. So we are very excited about the progress that we've made since the IPO, which is doing 2 corporate deals, which are validation of the technology, and also generating this very important data in the iPSC models. My background is in venture capital and also in early stage biotech companies. Our founder has an unbelievable background in early stage biotech and pharmaceutical companies. All of our directors are independent directors, great group to work with and have very connected in the pharma and biotech world. Our management team equally very well qualified and very experienced. And you can see we've just brought in Terencio, who was the head of CMC at Jazz Pharmaceuticals. As we transition to a clinical stage company, we are bringing in head of CMC, regulatory, head of clinical affairs to design clinical studies, and other important positions to position us well for being able to reach those goals and begin the clinic. So in summary, Gain Therapeutics is a small molecule company with a discovery platform that is extremely robust, that is potentially transformational because it cuts down discovery time. We can identify novel targets that have been thought to be undruggable and now suddenly are druggable. And we're making great progress, not only with our internal pipeline, where we've been generating great in vivo and in vitro data, but also with our partners, with Sumitomo and also with Zentalis Pharmaceuticals. And also we have many milestones coming up this year, next year, big value inflection points. And finally, we have a very seasoned management team and board of directors to make it all happen. So thank you very much, and open it up for questions.
Thank you, Eric. This was a really interesting presentation, not just the pipeline, but the discovery platform and the supercomputer. I feel like I need to rewatch that because tried to understand that, but it was really interesting, and there's a lot to lot to digest there. But would love to learn more about that. We are out of time though for today. So there's the URL up on the screen. GAN Therapeutics. Eric Richman is the CEO. Eric, very interesting stuff. Thanks for joining us today at the Benzinga Healthcare Small Cap Conference.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
All right. This next company, I've got my eye on them. Yeah, that was a pun. You'll find out why in a second. LifeSciences. Let's bring on Rick Eiswirth. He's the president and CEO. There he is. Rick, good morning. How are we doing today?
Good morning, Spencer. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. I see your slides. We'll get them up on the screen here. And you guys are also focused on the eye, which, I've got my eye on you. Okay. All right. I'm going to see myself out, give you the floor, and no more puns from me.
Great. Thank you very much. As Spencer said, the company's Alimera Sciences, and I'm Rick Eiswirth, the president and CEO. Our focus is retina disease, so treating diseases of the back of the eye, as Spencer mentioned as well. Oops, sorry, having a little trouble with this slides here for a moment. There we go. Skip through the forward-looking statement language. We've got a very unique asset, Iluvien, which we believe is really a better mousetrap or a better way to treat disease. And we're trying to change the treatment paradigm and the way diseases in the back of the eye are treated, because Iluvien is the only non-acute or durable therapy that doesn't treat the disease episodically, but rather reduces the recurrence of the disease and stops it from coming back. So we're very pleased with that asset, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we go. We already have a very established commercial business. Pre-COVID, we did about 54 million, and we're break-even EBITDA in 2019. In 2020, despite the challenges of COVID, our revenue was off, only 6%, and we still did over 50 million in revenue, and we're positive EBITDA. And we've already built what we believe is a pretty leverageable commercial platform. Uniquely, as a small company, we've got a commercial presence and infrastructure in both the U.S. and in Europe that we think we can leverage going forward. In addition to the ongoing commercial business, we believe we got some of that more exciting option value, and that we are doing a head-to-head comparison in what we're calling the New Day study of our drug Iluvien versus the $7.5 billion standard of care that's out there in the treatment of diabetic macular edema. So as you can imagine, if we do pretty well in that trial, there's a lot of upside to our current, $50 million of showing revenue. And our vision is to make Alimera what we call the place to be in retina. Again, the focus is on the back of the eye. To give you some perspective, there are about 20,000 ophthalmologists in the United States, but only about 2,000 of those focus on treating retina disease. And most companies that are out there treating retina disease also have products that treat the front of the eye. And so because there are so many more front of the eye specialists, they get the majority of the time. There's no company out there that has more than one product to treat retina disease. And so we really want to build a company around the retina specialist and their patients. And we think there's a unique opportunity to do that. And frankly, we could do that very profitably because we've already got the infrastructure in place and are already making money, in that space. So anything we add would certainly be additive to the bottom line. Our primary focus to date has been a disease called diabetic macular edema. It is the leading cause of vision loss in diabetic patients. If you're familiar with diabetics and how diabetics get swollen hands or swollen feet, that typically is a result of leaky blood vessels in their appendages. That same thing happens in the back of the eye. The blood vessels in the retina start to leak. Fluid builds up. You get swelling in the retina. And for lack of a better way to say it, the movie screen in the back of your eye starts to lose its shape and the picture gets blurry. So very, very debilitating and suffered by quite a few diabetics. It's very important to think about how ophthalmologists, treat disease versus how physicians treat chronic diseases and other disease states. Ophthalmologists typically treat retina disease, although they are persistent and chronic, they're not going away. They treat them with what I call acute injections or short-term injections. They treat them, with an injection every 30, 60, or 90 days. Everybody's trying to find durable therapy in ophthalmology, but it's very, very limited to those acute therapies with the exception of Iluvien. Conversely, if you think about another chronic or persistent disease like high blood pressure or hypertension, the cardiologist treats that disease consistently every day with a systemic dose of drug to control the disease and stop it from coming back. You know, you don't treat blood pressure once a month, once every 45 or once every 60 days. You treat it every day. And you certainly don't get it under control to, you know, say 110/70 and tell the patient to go home and come back when they have high blood pressure again. Yet that is basically what is happening in ophthalmology. The disease is treated. You'll get a temporary improvement in vision, but the drug wears off, as I said, once every, you know, 1, 2, 3 months, and the patient has to go back in and be treated again. So there's a very, very high burden on the patient because of that recurrence of the disease and constantly going back to get treated again. This is an example here, and this is a great takeaway for the problem in ophthalmology and the problem in treating, you know, DME specifically. This is a patient that has been treated for quite some time on, again, what I call the acute therapies. The bluish purple line is looking at the anatomy. So how thick or how swollen the retina of this patient suffering from DME is. And to give you some perspective, if you look at the scale on the left, a normal retina is 200 to 300 microns thick. So you look at CRT microns there, that central retinal thickness, and 2 to 300 microns is normal. This patient starts off with a retina that is more than 800 microns thick. So very swollen, very edematous. They get one of the short-term treatments. Every one of those arrows is one of the acute therapies. And you see a pretty rapid resolution of the edema. The swelling goes down. However, the drug wears off and the edema comes back. And you get this constant seesaw pattern, allowing the disease to sort of wax and wane over a period of years as those injections, you know, take effect and then wear off. What's very important is we believe that every time the retina is allowed to swell and then comes back to normal and swell again, that damage is constantly occurring in the retinal fiber layers, which impacts the vision longer term. And the way you see that in this chart is that yellow line is looking at the functional measurements, or the visual acuity, how well the patient is seeing. And you can see this patient starts off at about 2200 at the beginning. They get periodic improvements in their vision, you know, as high as 20/80. And it kind of matches at the beginning the improvements in the anatomy. As the anatomy gets better, the vision gets better as well. But as you get further and further out to the right, you'll see that you continue to see improvements in the anatomy, but you no longer see the same improvements in vision. And we believe that's because that damage occurs over time. And so the idea is we need to keep that retina flat consistently, stop the disease from coming back, and provide, you know, that longer term protection. And that's where our product Iluvien comes in. Iluvien is that little yellow tube, polyamide tube that's sitting there next to the tip of the pencil to give you some, you know, framework or feel for its actual size. It's 3.5 millimeters long, 0.35 millimeters in diameter. And so if you actually, we've done this, if you superimpose that in a grain of rice, you could actually fit 32 of those in this inside of a grain of white rice. So it's very, very small. You have to wet your finger to pick it up. That polyamide tube is impermeable on all sides, except one end is left open, and it slowly releases a corticosteroid called fluocinolone acetonide every day for up to 3 years in what we call continuous microdosing. And the idea is to mimic that daily systemic dose, that consistent therapy that hypertension patient gets by taking a daily dose of an ACE inhibitor or a diuretic or some other type of you know, cardiology drug, again, to prevent the disease from coming back or give them a greater disease-free recurrence period of time. This is an example of how it works in a clinical setting. This is looking at the user study, which was a retrospective look at about 4 clinical sites that used the most Iluvien after it was first launched a few years ago. This is looking at about 130 patients and 160 eyes, so about 20% of the patients were actually treated in both eyes. And what we did is we looked at how these patients were performing from a visual acuity standpoint, from a frequency of treatment before they got Iluvien, and what that looked like after Iluvien. So that dashed line in the middle is looking at when they received their Iluvien. You know, we call that baseline. And then this is segregated based on how well the patients were seeing on those other acute therapies. So, you know, how well they were doing, because we don't believe that, you know, Iluvien should only be saved for the patients that are doing, you know, badly on the other therapies, that it really is appropriate to get as many patients on board with this, you know, daily maintenance therapy as you can. So looking at that green line, those patients were seeing very well. They were seeing 20/40 or better. That's basically driving vision. And they were being treated about once every 2.9 months with the acute therapies. They got Iluvien in the eye, and they maintained that very high quality vision of 20/40 or better But the recurrence of the disease was significantly reduced, and they went to being treated once every 22 months. So more than an 85% reduction in treatment frequency. Conversely, if you look at the bottom blue line, these are the patients that were arguably failing on the acute therapies or short-term therapies. Interestingly, they're still being treated once every 3 months, and that's because these are diabetic patients. They have so many other comorbidities. They cannot necessarily get back into the office to see the doctor as frequently as they should. And the doctor's offices are overrun with injections. So the doctors can't necessarily see the patients as often as they should either. So you're not able to customize that therapy as much as you can. And these patients are, all being seen, about once a quarter, despite the need for maybe more frequent therapy in some of the cases. These patients were seeing 2200 or worse. So very, very debilitating vision, obviously can't drive, need a caregiver to help them get to and from the office. And they got Iluvien in their eye. And they saw 4 lines of visual acuity improvement on the eye chart, or 20 letters. So if you're familiar with the eye chart, you've looked at it in an optometrist or an ophthalmologist's office, that's the equivalent of 4 lines, so a pretty material improvement in vision. And their treatment frequency or recurrence of the disease was more than cut in half, went to about every 7 months. So sort of the takeaway here is, get Iluvien in the eye, because you're going to reduce the recurrence of the disease no matter how severe the disease is. You're going to reduce that treatment burden for both the patient and the office, and you're going to give patients a chance to either improve or maintain their vision depending on how well they're doing on the acute therapies. So it really provides a benefit getting it on board earlier. That's where we're trying to shift the paradigm, as I said. A lot of people ask if Iluvien works for 3 years, why does a patient need to be treated every 7 months or every 22 months? It all depends upon the severity of the disease. Just like cardiology, again, some patients, need 5 milligrams of an ACE inhibitor to treat their blood pressure. Others need 10 milligrams of that same ACE inhibitor. And some people need, combination therapy, an ACE inhibitor and a diuretic. So there's varying degrees of severity, but the majority of the time, and 63% of the cases in the user study we just looked at, Iluvien worked as monotherapy and the patients did not need anything else added. And about a third of the cases, they were more complex and they need to be supplemented with other therapy, but a lot less frequently than they were being treated before. So again, Iluvien works very, very well to reduce that recurrence of the disease, stop the disease from coming back, or reduce the need for additional therapy in a lot of the patients. Strategically, we continue to have a big opportunity to grow. I mentioned we've got a very successful commercial business, that pre-COVID was generating over 50 million in revenue and positive EBITDA. We think there's a lot of opportunity for continued organic growth, getting new physicians to use the product and getting it used earlier in the treatment paradigm. We are continuing to expand geographically. About a year ago, Iluvien was available in 11 or 12 countries. It's available in 17 or 18 now, and we've continued to emphasize our geographic expansion, during the COVID pandemic. We think that's a very, very important, thing for our future growth, and that, our platform, uniquely being a small company, but having access to Europe and the US as markets, we would make a great partner for anybody else that wants to launch a product in this space. So we continue to try to expand the geographic footprint, because we think it adds value in multiple ways. We have a new indication. We were approved in 2019 in our European markets for a disease called uveitis. It's a smaller disease state, probably about 15 to 20% of the incidence of DME. However, it does not have a lot of other available therapies. It's usually treated with high doses of systemic steroids or autoimmune deficiency drugs. So there's a big opportunity there. And that product's only been launched in 2 markets so far because of the COVID slowdown. And then our New Day study, as I mentioned, we think this could be a big inflection point if we get the data we believe out of the New Day study. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Just giving you a quick snapshot of our footprint. Iluvien is available in the United States, where we sell it direct from a commercial perspective. We also sell direct in the United Kingdom, Germany, Portugal, and Ireland. We have partnerships across Southern Europe and Italy, Spain, and France. We have recently expanded some of those partnerships to cover the Benelux territories, and we are in the process of launching our product directly in the Nordic countries in the coming months. We also have a partnership in the Middle East that we're continually expanding. And back in April, we actually out-licensed our product to a company in China. So continue to expand that footprint. The China deal was a big transaction for us. We actually generated about $20 million in cash, $10 million in an upfront license for the product, and a $10 million equity investment from Ocumension, our partner in China. We're also eligible to receive another $89 million in milestones, over the life of that transaction. So very excited about that opportunity to raise some capital pretty efficiently, which we expect to continue to invest to continue to grow the company, coming out of COVID. But a big opportunity there for us to raise capital as we expanded our footprint earlier this year. The uveitis indication, as I mentioned, our label there is for the prevention of the recurrence of the disease. So very, very on point with the way we position our drug for diabetic macular edema. If you look at the data in a 36-month trial, the mean time to the first recurrence of uveitis in the control arm, so the patient's getting those systemic steroids and other autoimmune drugs, was about 10 weeks. So about 2.5 months into the trial. Whereas the patients on Iluvien, the mean time to the first recurrence or flare-up of their uveitis, the inflammation in the eye, was 94 weeks. So almost a 10-fold improvement in that disease-free recurrence period of time. So keeping that disease at bay, keeping the eye quiet for a much greater period of time than before. And if you look over the course of 3 years, this is a disease that comes and goes a lot. The mean number of recurrences in that control arm was over 5. So, patients experiencing more than 5 flare-ups on average over the course of 3 years. In the Iluvien arm, that was reduced to less than 2. So again, a 65% reduction or so in the recurrence or the number of recurrence of the disease. This is a big opportunity for us going forward again, because there's no headwind, as I mentioned, of other drugs in the space. It's only been launched in Germany and the UK, and we are preparing for launches across the rest of Europe at the end of this year and into 2022. Been delayed slightly because of COVID. And then the New Day study. And the New Day study is something we're extremely excited about here. I have believed for quite some time that Iluvien should be considered as, first-line baseline therapy for every patient suffering from DME, to get something on board to treat the disease consistently every day. I think the COVID environment has really highlighted the need for that, because patients have not been able to get back into the doctor's office as frequently as they'd like to. And frankly, when they've been treated with these acute therapies and those drugs wear off, because their visits have been deferred, they've been coming back with worse vision than they have seen before. So getting something like Iluvien on board to know that they're being treated, even when they miss visits, is critically important. The New Day study is a head-to-head study. It's the first ever comparison of a corticosteroid therapy versus anti-VEGF therapy, which is the standard of care, as I mentioned. It'll be an Iluvien arm versus an Eylea arm in our study. And we believe we will demonstrate a significantly reduced recurrence of that disease. And we think as a result of that reduced recurrence that you will see better visual acuity over time as well. We're also doing some groundbreaking cytokine and electroretinograph studies as well, to ultimately show why Iluvien works the way it does. It is planned to be an 18-month study with about 300 patients across 40 sites. And I'll tell you, although this is an exploratory study, we have very, very high hopes for this and a lot of confidence in the results, because we aren't going from phase 1 to phase 2. We've treated about 40,000 patients around the globe already, so we know how our drug works, and we know how our drug works as we planned out the study. So in closing, again, very unique asset. We think it's a better mousetrap, and with it, we're trying to change the paradigm in the way DME and uveitis are treated as the only non-acute therapy. Very established commercial business with a platform we think we can leverage going forward. A lot of upside in the option value of the New Day study. And again, our goal as we continue to build these relationships with retina specialists is to build Alimera into a unique company centered around the retina specialists and their patients. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Again, President and CEO, Alimera Sciences. Yeah, thank you. That was great stuff. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on today on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Spencer. Thank you.
All right, let's move it along to our next. It seems like we're going back and forth this morning. We're going eyes, oncology, eyes, oncology, eyes, oncology. We're going back to oncology here with our next presentation, Salarius Pharmaceuticals. David Arthur is the CEO. I see him here. Guys, let's bring David on. Let me do that. David, there he is. How are we doing? Good morning.
Good morning, Spencer. Thanks for having us, and glad that that you're getting lots of oncology companies in here today.
Yes. Well. Yeah. The day is young yet. The day is young. We have the whole rest of the day. We got you guys. We got tomorrow. But yeah, we're talking oncology. We're talking everything here at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. So that being said, I'm going to bring on your slides. There they are. I'm going to step backstage and I'm going to give you the floor, sir, to tell us all about it.
All right. Well, Spencer, thank you for the introduction, and I'd like to welcome everyone who's taking the time to learn a little bit more about Salarius. Let's jump in. And as Spencer said, we are an oncology company, and let me hit the highlights, and then we can get into a little bit of the detail. We are a clinical stage biotechnology company, publicly traded on NASDAQ under the symbol of SLRX. You can see that scrolling along the bottom of the screen here. And we are currently targeting drugs that deal with dysregulation. And the best way to describe that is, relating it to cooking and following a recipe in the kitchen. If you follow the recipe correctly and make no mistakes, then you end up with exactly what you were hoping for. Unfortunately, sometimes we misread the recipe. We add pepper instead of salt. We use half a cup instead of a teaspoon, or perhaps we use the wrong temperature in the oven, or it's in the oven for too long or too short a period of time. We misread the recipe. That is exactly what can happen in the human body. And when that happens, you get dysregulation, and the body can inadvertently create these proteins that cause cancer, and that's called epigenetics. So really just think about it as the body misreading healthy genes. Our lead drug is an oral tablet that targets an enzyme that the body we believe is critical for these oncoproteins that have been created because the body misreads healthy genes. This enzyme is critical in those proteins telling the body to start and grow and progress cancer. And what we found is there's a number of cancers that we believe we can positively influence, meaning we can show anti-cancer activity, and there's a group of sarcomas, and we've also recently moved into hematologic or blood cancer. So we have a speed to market, huge unmet need in some sarcomas. We have very positive interactions so far with the FDA. We've received rare pediatric disease designation, which sets us up for a voucher. It's worth $100 to $125 million when we have approval for Ewing sarcoma, one of the sarcomas we're studying. Orphan drug designation, fast track approval. So this all represents speed to market. Hematologic cancers represent one of our expand the market opportunities. Now, we are in the strongest financial position we've ever been in. In fact, earlier this week, we announced the receipt of, I believe, $2.7 million from the state of Texas. In June of this year, we reported cash on hand of $33 million, and we still have $2.1 million remaining in an award that we received from the state of Texas back in 2016. So wrapping up where we are, speed to market, we're in the clinic, active clinical studies, recruiting, I believe, 5 different types of patients in treating them with single agent and 2 different combination therapies. Speed to market with these very, very well identified sarcomas with high unmet need, and much larger markets like blood cancer. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So where are we specifically? Well, we have a study ongoing, phase 2, treating up to 60 patients with our recommended phase 2 dose. And you can see 3 different types of sarcomas. One in Ewing sarcoma, devastating disease in combination with topotecan cyclophosphamide. And it's important to note that in cell lines, Ewing cell line, we have shown synergy with cyclodextrin TC therapy, which means 1 + 1 is much more than 2 in attacking these cancers. In myxoid liposarcoma and FET rearranged sarcomas, the single agent therapy, we've had some very, very interesting and what we think is supporting data coming out of an earlier clinical trial that tells us, we may really be able to move a needle in these hard to treat sarcomas. I mentioned hematologic cancers, again, being treated with combination therapy, azacitidine, cyclodemstat, and Honor Health in Arizona has announced a study in select gynecological cancers where we're identifying mutations which may make patients more susceptible to LSD1 inhibition therapy, where we inhibit that enzyme. And in this particular study, we're treating in combination with what's called a checkpoint inhibitor, because what we believe is that cyclodemstat can unmask these hidden tumors and allow checkpoint inhibitors like Keytruda to now attack these cancers. So this is a very robust clinical program that we are really looking forward to being able to talk about later this year and next year when we have patients enrolled and having been treated for a while, and really be able to talk about the difference we can make in patients' lives. And as you would imagine, for a company focusing on LSD1 inhibition, we have a second generation program, early discovery, ongoing at the same time. So let's dig into the data a little bit. Now I'm going to focus on the right-hand side of this slide. The left-hand side, the left-hand component gives us a very, very scientific description of how epigenetic drugs work. The right-hand side is a little more straightforward version and story. As I mentioned, the body can misread genes, and that creates oncoproteins that will tell the body to begin growing, start to grow and progress cancer. And they do that by dysregulation, which turns tumor growth genes on and turns off tumor suppressor genes. If we can correct that, and we've shown it in cell lines and in animals, you correct that dysregulation and you create balance, and you cut off the body's ability to send these cancer-generating communication signals. It's a very well-validated space, both epigenetics and the pursuit of LSD1 inhibition. And when you look at the right-hand side of this slide, and you see some of these names up here, you begin to see that there are a lot of really well-recognized companies going after this type of approach, inhibiting the LSD1 enzyme. And when you look at the left-hand side of the slide, you can see examples of very successful companies that have pursued epigenetics, although in different types of areas. I draw your attention to Imago, down on the lower right-hand side of the slide, that recently went public as a company with a lead compound as an LSD1 inhibitor, and they are currently trading at about a $750 million market cap, which gives you an idea of the potential of being able to demonstrate anti-tumor activity with these types of drugs. We believe we're about 12, 15 months behind Imago. They're about 12, 15 months ahead of us in enrolling in their phase 2 study, and we've just begun. So I think there's a lot of validation out there for the approach that we're taking. How does the drug work? Well, any LSD1 inhibitor is going to inhibit the enzyme. And so you can see on the far left-hand slide, everybody inhibits the enzyme. But where we, Salarius and our LSD1 inhibitor, provides real differentiation is we have much broader scaffolding properties and inhibition than the other LSD1 enzymes. And this is important because it gives us a broader range of activity. And by interrupting the protein-protein interactions, we deliver that differential activity and we reduce LSD1 expression, which has been shown to be associated with higher mortality rates in a number of cancers, such as prostate, breast, and ovarian. Because we are a reversible inhibitor, and two of the other clinical medicines pursuing LSD1 inhibition are irreversible, we believe we have a favorable toxicity profile. So, in summary, Everybody does the enzymatic inhibition, but seclidemstat, we believe, has much stronger and broader scaffolding inhibition, which leads us to having better differential activity and reducing LSD1 expression. So what about the markets we're pursuing, and why should we be excited? Well, first of all, these are areas with huge unmet need, and one of our lead indications, Ewing sarcoma, is a devastating illness, bone and soft tissue cancer that affects kids. The average age of diagnosis is about 15 years, and really the only treatments available are adult chemotherapy, radiations, and surgeries. It works in about 50 to 60% of the patients, but you can imagine the long-term complications of treating kids with these types of therapies. And unfortunately, where it doesn't work, in about 40% of the patients, you have about an 80%, 70 to 90% 5-year mortality rate. It's just devastating in a group of people and patients that have their whole life ahead of them. Well, as I mentioned, we are pursuing a non-toxic or less toxic oral treatment. We've had great interactions with the FDA. We're set up for a priority review voucher. And if we can replicate what we're seeing in animal studies, we really think we're going to move the needle on patient care. So let's take a look at what we've seen already in preclinical studies. So on the left-hand panel, we work by inhibiting the LSD1 enzyme. You can see that highlighted here in purple with the little red arrows. And what happens is these oncoproteins that have been incorrectly created because the body misread the healthy genes, their binding and use of the LSD1 enzyme is interrupted. You look at the middle panel and you can see what this looks like from a genetic and a transcriptional profile perspective. On the left-hand side, all these red tumor growth genes are incorrectly turned on, while all these blue tumor suppressive genes are incorrectly turned off. And these are Ewing's sarcoma cell lines. When you look on the right-hand side of the center panel, you see the same cell lines treated with an analog of our lead product, seclidemstat. And you begin to see a complete reversal of that transcriptional profile. And when you look on the right-hand panel, you see that when you put this drug in animal models where you're growing tumors, you can see in the lower lines on both of these graphs that the tumors, without that information and that messaging to continue to grow, they slow down, the tumors plateau, they begin to melt away. This is what we're hoping to achieve in patients. It's what we're doing now, and to supercharge this single agent therapy, as I mentioned, we're treating patients with combination therapy where we have synergistic 1 + 1 = more than 2 anti-cancer activity. We've already treated some patients, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. These slides are available on our website. I encourage you to look at them in detail, but what I want to point out is right here in the middle. What you see in this is a scan of a patient, and what you see is this, in the middle right here, is a large tumor. When you look on the right-hand side with the red, that tumor is gone. This patient was treated with seclidemstat for 6 months, and they had continuous target lesion reduction. Target lesions are the lesions that doctors chose to measure. Now, unfortunately, the patient did have progressive disease in another area of their body, but this is exactly what we were looking for early on in our dose escalation study. So this is the positive data that really caused us to want to accelerate our clinical program. But as I mentioned, we're in more than Ewing sarcoma. And one of the reasons is shared biology. And when you look at this bottom left quartile of the panel, you can see the relationship between Ewing sarcoma and these other sarcomas. And because of what we saw in the Ewing study and what I'm going to show you in a moment, we expanded our sarcoma study to include these additional sarcomas, which we also believe could represent accelerated approval opportunities. Now, quick snapshot, right-hand side of the slide. All of these descending lines represent cell lines and anti-cancer activity or cell viability as demonstrated by our drug, 2577. Why are we excited? Well, in a clinical trial that we have now completed, we had 3 patients with these sarcomas enrolled in the study. And I'm drawing your attention to the bottom graphic. And you look at the far side and you see time to progression. Well, these patients had 4.3 months, 7.2 months, and 12 months and counting. They're still on drug. And that was how long it took them to progress using single agent therapy. And previously, their best response had just been stable disease. Well, if you look at the literature would tell you that for advanced soft tissue sarcomas, about 3 to 3.5 months is very typical for treatment at this stage of illness. And 100% of the patients that we treated with single agent therapy exceeded that number. When we saw this data, the first thing we did was add these patient types to our ongoing sarcoma study. If we can replicate this, we believe this is a registrable indication. That's all speed to market. When we look at market expansion, we're beginning to look at, how, as I mentioned earlier, how can we identify patients that have mutations that will make them more susceptible to LSD1 inhibition therapy. 2, we are looking at the ability to use our drug in combination with checkpoint inhibitors, which are about a $20 billion a year market. And they only work in about 40% of the patients because many times the body can't see the tumors. Well, we can unmask those tumors, we believe, and allow these checkpoint inhibitors to work more effectively. And then finally, as I mentioned, there's been some great information on LSD1 inhibitors in hematologic cancers. MD Anderson felt the same way and has launched a study using cyclodemstat in 2 types of cancer where about 1/3 of the patients advance to have acute myeloid leukemia. And it's important to note that according to the American Cancer Society, acute myeloid leukemia accounted for about 20,000 new cases of cancer in 2020 alone. So we have a number of activities that are all pursuing much, much larger indications. So let's wrap it up and get to some Q&A. What's the opportunity with Salarius? Well, speed to market. We're in a great sarcoma trial treating 3 different patient groups. One of those groups is in combination therapy where we have shown synergy data, which means 1 + 1 = more than 2. We have pre-approval for a voucher that I'm happy to talk about in Q&A, that if we are approved for Ewing's, we believe we will receive this voucher and we can monetize it. We're looking at a very nice global sales line in the sarcoma area. But an even bigger opportunity is the expansion into larger markets. And as you can see, MD Anderson has initiated that study. We have Honor Health, who has announced their study. They just haven't begun enrollment. And then, as I mentioned previously, we are looking to continue to identify how to select patients to not only enrich our clinical trials, but also provide us with commercial targeting for patients that will best respond to therapy. So with that, this is the summary of Salarius. We are publicly traded on NASDAQ. I think for individuals who are building a biotechnology portfolio, Salarius is something you should take a real look at. With that, I'll wrap up the presentation and open the floor to questions.
Thank you, David. I didn't think we were going to have time, but I do want to squeeze one question in from our chat, which is there a specific kind of cancer that you're most effective against here? Or
well, excellent question. I believe we will be effective, more effective in certain cancers rather than others. And that's one of the reasons we're doing our clinical trials the way we are. We have a broad variety of cancers that we've identified where we already think we're going to be successful. And we're beginning to explore the best way to treat patients, either as single agent or in combination. And so when you look at the clinical data that we have, you can see that we are making a difference in both Ewing sarcoma and these other FET rearranged sarcomas. And right now, I would say that is where we're focusing our efforts because of the tremendous unmet need and the potential for accelerated registration.
All right, David Arthur is the CEO of Salarius Pharmaceuticals. David, thank you so much for joining the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Spencer.
All right, let's move on. I've got Dr. Rahul Kushwaha here. There he is backstage. Now he's front stage. He is the COO of Predict Medix. Rahul, how are we doing today?
I'm great, Spencer. How are you doing today?
Doing great. I guess I should have called you Dr. Kushwaha. I apologize. Let's bring on his slides here. There we go. And tell us all about, you guys are not working on a drug. So far, we've had a bunch of drug companies say, you guys aren't developing a drug. You're doing something a little bit different. Tell us about that.
Oh, absolutely. I would say we are a lot different when it comes to that side of business. So Predict Medix is a publicly traded company trading on CSE in Canada and OTC markets in the US. And we are essentially an artificial intelligence company, and we are developing solutions, or I should say we are commercializing such solutions that makes a real difference to the world in terms of solving the real world problems. Our focus is all around workplace health and safety and healthcare. And our solution from outside looks a lot like what you would see when you come into an airport, which is like a metal detector. The stations that we have developed, these are called safe entry stations, but they're not detecting for metals or explosives. What they're looking for and identifying are signs and symptoms of infectious disease, such as COVID-19, signs and symptoms of cannabis and alcohol impairment, along with mental illness. So basically, these gateways, we call them safe entry stations. They're completely contactless, non-invasive. There is no need for any biological agent to be used to do the screening. And it's a very rapid screening process. People essentially walk through these stations, and in a fraction of a second, the output is given, and the output is in a form of a green or a red light, basically identifying if the individual is exhibiting signs and symptoms of infectious disease, if they are showing signs of impairment, or even signs of mental illness. So now when we talk about the workplace health and safety standpoint, this becomes a great tool to bring into any workplace because it is not impacting the workflow of people as they're coming in. If anything, it's playing a role in enhancing productivity. And that's where we can say that we are actually addressing a very significant market on a global level. I mean, everyone did used to talk about workplace health and safety, how we need to bring solutions to the forefront. But what has effectively happened is that ever since COVID-19 came into the picture, now it's more about, let's not just talk about bringing in solutions, let's do something to bring in solutions so we can stay open. So the devastating impact that COVID has had on all the businesses, perhaps we can move beyond this. So it's essentially a multi-billion-dollar market that we are addressing. I mean, it involves offices, long-term care centers, industrial workplaces, large event, or basically any place where you have a large movement of people. Our solutions have been commercially deployed with several different clients. And at the same time, we have had validation by tier 1 customers as well. For instance, Indian Oil Corporation, it's a Fortune 100 company. Last year, their revenues were over 85 billion. We have had successful deployments with them. And in fact, they threw an actual press event to highlight our technology. And now they're evaluating rollout of our technology all throughout their global sites. At the same time, our business model is high margin. It's a recurring revenue. So it's essentially a SaaS-based model. And the contracts that we are executing as of now tend to be around 24 months. So again, high margin, recurring, and long-term. Along with that, we're also offering a remote patient care platform, which is focused more on remote patient monitoring. And I'll talk about it a bit more as we move through the presentation. So our solutions can broadly be divided into 4 different categories. COVID-19, again, it has basically devastated countries, economies, and now it's about how can we open workplaces where to some extent we can try to limit the spread of an infection so the productivity is not impacted, we can stay open, and business can flourish. And that's where our technology to screen for signs and symptoms of infectious disease comes to the forefront. The other market or the other technology that we are offering is to identify signs of cannabis and alcohol impairment. Again, that has remained a global workplace health and safety concern all along, and is going to be the case for I guess for the next decade. So the solution that we are offering is all about screening individuals for signs of impairment without the use of any biological agent. The third one is more of a diagnostic tool, which is for mental illness. Again, multi-billion-dollar impact on a global level, and that is what we are addressing using our technology. And the fourth one is virtual care, where our niche is about remote patient monitoring and bringing in the AI that can offer predictive insights as patients are being monitored regularly, whether it's a clinical trial or long-term care or the overall treatment regimen, and even for chronic diseases as well. So our solution for infectious disease symptom screening, I mean, as I said, it is a revenue generating vertical for us. The technology has been commercialized. We have clients on a global level. I mean, we had successful deployments in different parts of the world. In the US, we deployed successfully at some Super Bowl events where we got some great coverage in Fox News and even live validation of our technology. A few weeks ago, we deployed our technology at the Palm Tree Music Festival in the Hamptons, where we screened thousands of people as they were coming into the festival. We have deployed our technology successfully with De Beers at some of their exhibitions, and at the same time, our clients in North America include real estate players, I mean, office buildings, Flow Hydration, which is actually a well-known brand name in North America. And at the same time, as we speak, we do have a lot of our units being sent over for a major sporting event in North America as well. So how does our solution work to screen for COVID-19 and infectious disease-associated symptoms? So when you look at a safe entry station, these are equipped with multispectral cameras and a host of sensors. And our technology or our patents come into play in terms of how that data is analyzed. So as people are walking through these sensors and multispectral cameras, they're capturing a lot of data, and that data is being converted into symptoms by our AI algorithms. These AI algorithms have been trained on clinical data through our clinical partnerships, and the output is basically given in form of a red or a green light. So it's quick, non-invasive, it's fully automated, no need for anyone to be standing next to the terminal. And if the red light goes off, basically it means the person is exhibiting signs of an infectious disease. If it's a green light, then really it's good to go. And the solution can be deployed both in an indoor and an outdoor location. Again, workplaces, retail, institutions, buildings. And we have had some tremendous success in all of these verticals. And as I said earlier, I mean, especially having a validation from a tier one client and having them come to us and have a discussion around a global rollout bodes well for our technology moving forward. And at the same time, the contracts that are typically being executed are actually a minimum of 2 years. And the way how we look at the solution is as before 9/11, for instance, metal detectors were not a commonplace, but after 9/11, the world changed, and now anywhere you go, it's a building, airport, you're screened by metal detectors, and it's a commonplace. The COVID-19 pandemic has sort of placed a similar strain on a global level. Now, that aspect of workplace health and safety, creating safe bubbles have come to the forefront, and that's where our technology comes into place. So we do envision a long-term utility and a long-term business model around our infectious disease screening solution. The next solution that we are offering is to screen for signs of cannabis and alcohol impairment. And overall, I mean, for alcohol impairment, there are breathalyzers out there, but again, you cannot be using breathalyzers regularly on every employee that is coming on a daily basis. So that's where our technology comes in from the alcohol standpoint. Now, if we talk about cannabis, there are companies out there that are trying to develop breathalyzers to monitor levels of THC. But with cannabis, the issue tends to be that levels of THC do not always correlate with impairment. And again, this is something which has been shown in several clinical studies that have been published over the past 12 months. Our technology is essentially the first to market where we're not monitoring or measuring levels of THC. Instead, what we are identifying are signs of impairment induced by cannabis. Again, just like our infectious disease screening solution, multispectral cameras and sensors in the safe entry stations, capturing the data, which is then analyzed by our AI algorithms, and then outputs are given in the form of a red or a green light. If the green light goes off, essentially that means the person is showing signs of cannabis or alcohol impairment, and at that point, they can be subjected to secondary testing. The third solution, which is in the R&D phase right now, is our mental illness diagnostic screening. So this is not just a screening tool, it's more of a diagnostic tool. Now, when we talk about mental illnesses, even now, the diagnosis does tend to be quite subjective. There isn't like a standard blood test that you can take to identify what is that mental illness a person may be down with. So what we are essentially doing is we are developing AI algorithms which are learning from these clinicians, and it's trying to eliminate that subjectivity. So basically what it's about is the person comes and sits in front of a station. The station asks the individuals to read a script, and for that time frame, the person is being monitored, and then the AI algorithms basically come out with a predictive outcome to identify if the person is showing early signs of depression, dementia, or ADHD. And we have partnered with healthcare providers like Max Healthcare and MGM Healthcare, where we're starting to gather clinical data to further train and refine our algorithms. In terms of our financial model, it's a SaaS-based model. And again, as I said, it's a high margin recurring revenue model. When we deploy the safe entry station or the actual fabricated unit upfront, that's around $3,500 to $12,000 per unit, which is the revenue coming to PMED and our PredictMedix. And then there is the recurring SaaS fee, which can range between $1,000 to $3,000 a month, depending on the volume of screenings. And at the same time, as I said, the contracts that we have executed are multi-year contracts. And now what we're seeing is that people are more open to even signing on to even longer contracts. We have established some major partnerships around the globe. For instance, in North America, we have partnered with JuiceWorks Exhibits, who are selling and fabricating our stations. I mean, they work with some of the largest companies in North America. We have also partnered with SBL Testing Technologies. I mean, they sell drug tests all over North America. So both the infectious disease solution and the impairment solution is something that they are in the process of pitching to their clients and essentially, getting us the POs from their clients. The third company that we are working with in North America is Connectus Global. So they are a technology integrator. They have clients all over North America, and we are working actively with them for our infectious disease screening solution. Outside North America, we have partnered with Paris Defense, which is perhaps India's most aggressive, progressive defense company. The key to the partnership is that they have a great tie-up in the public sector in India. So right now, as we speak, we have engaged with Paris Defense, and through them, we are actually working on engaging at the government level to essentially get our technology deployed and standardized at the government level. Along with that, we also have a tie-up with Tech Mahindra, which was ranked as the top 15 IT companies by Forbes. We have had some great coverage, I mean, in US, Canada, and India. I mean, major dailies, Tampa Bay Times, Fox News, Times of India, City News here in Canada. I mean, a lot of these dailies and outlets have covered our technology. I mean, which again has helped us to even get bigger traction from the business development standpoint. The fourth vertical that we are in is next generation virtual care. So this is a platform that we acquired last year, and this has allowed us to get into the multi-billion-dollar telehealth, telemedicine market. Again, overall, that market tends to be too crowded, especially since COVID-19 came into the picture. But our niche is about remote patient monitoring. For instance, long-term care and retirement residences. You deploy the solution there, and everyone who's living in those residences can now be monitored regularly and remotely. Similarly, clinical research organizations. So let's say you're running a clinical trial, rather than having every person visit the clinical site for monitoring, whether it's once a week or twice a week, now you can be monitoring the person daily. And not only that gives you a lot of access to the data as a CRO, but at the same time, it also gives you the peace of mind that you're monitoring the person daily. And the third one is, of course, targeting the HR departments at different employers, because mobile well-being can also become an enterprise solution which can tie up well with our screening modalities, and it can be used to basically look at employees, in other words, who is being scanned as positive, negative. Let's say if somebody has been sent home, how is the person being managed, so on and so forth. Along with that, we have partnered with Versus Systems, and as we speak, we are integrating some of the latest variables into our remote patient monitoring platform. And we're also adding on rewards programs to make sure that patients who are being monitored, they are incentivized to do so on a daily basis. Along with that, we are adding some AI-related predictive analytics, where the platform can not only just monitor the data actively, but at the same time for a given patient, basically send out alerts whereby even before the things go wrong, that is, the platform can almost predict that now, let's say, certain parameters are beyond that normal range for the individual, so it's about time a clinician connects with them. We have filed 6 patents with the US Patent and Trademark Office, 1 patent for our impairment solution, 1 for our infectious disease symptom screening, and 4 patents for our remote patient monitoring platform. As far as our leadership team goes, our CEO is Mr. Sheldon Kales. He has held leadership roles in several R&D companies in US, Canada, and the Middle East. I'm the CEO of the corporation. I actually come from the academic world. So before, I was a professor at the University of Ottawa Medical School in Canada, and I was a scientist with the federal government. So for me, it was about bridging the gap between healthcare and data science, and which is exactly what we are doing at Predict Medix. In terms of our outlook for the next 12 months, I mean, we are working on large-scale commercial rollouts for our infectious disease symptom screening solution, and that's happening in North America, Europe, India. At the same time, for any AI-related product, what you want to have is a steady access to a data pipeline. Now, as COVID-19 is mutating and as we are encountering so many different variants, the key for us is to make sure that we are capturing that data on an active level, so the AI algorithms can adapt as symptoms begin to change. And we do have a partnership with MGM Hospital, where we are getting that data regularly. And at the same time, we're also doing a clinical study along the lines of efficacy, which we do anticipate to publish in a peer-reviewed journal. Along with that, we're also going to be enhancing our AI model by adding some more functionalities. Now, coming to our impairment solution, we are completing a study with over 3,000 participants. We are refining the AI algorithms using the data, and we do anticipate to be rolling out pilot programs with partners all over North America shortly. When it comes to our remote patient monitoring platform, we are in the process of adding that AI functionality. The platform has been successfully validated with hospitals both in Canada and the US. And so we have also initiated commercialization discussions with some major partners in Asia as well as North America. And so overall, with Predict Medix, I would say that we are at that bridge of healthcare and technology, offering solutions which are quite disruptive to the overall market. Basically, if I could call it, that we are opening a new window when it comes to workplace health and safety and healthcare. One of our solutions is producing revenue, has been commercialized, and the other 2 are going to be commercialized very soon. And that's where we feel that it's perhaps a great time to have Predict Medix as part of your portfolio, because we are also working towards becoming a fully reporting US issuer, which should basically be happening, I should say, any day now. And at the same time, we have also engaged with E.F. Hutton, which is one of the largest mid-tiered investment banks based out of New York City, for an eventual uplisting on NASDAQ. And that is it from my side. And now I'll take any questions that you guys have.
Oh, man. Thank you so much, Dr. Kushwa. Okay, I think I can do this one. From Craig in the chat, are there plans to scan large amounts of people simultaneously for COVID symptoms?
Yes. So actually, we do have a configuration where basically we have multiple of these single units attached next to each other, so you can have like 10 people being scanned at the same time.
Got it. Got it. Thanks for the question, Craig. And thank you, Dr. Kushwa. Rahul Kushwa is the CEO of Predict Medix, URL ticker up on the screen. Dr. Kushwa, thanks so much for coming on today at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thanks, Spencer.
All right, let me take a second here. I see our next speaker backstage. Before we bring him on, just real fast, call to action for everybody watching this stream right now. My call to action is so simple. You just smash the thumbs up. You can do it with your index finger, your thumb. Well, that's thumbs down. Don't do that. Your pinky, your elbow, your forehead, if you want to do that too. Either one. It's all works. It's all good. Hit that thumbs up button. I want to catch the other track. The track with Brent on it. We got to catch those guys. All right. I hope a number went up. It did. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. Okay, let's bring on our next presentation. Bill Korn, there he is. He's the CFO of CareCloud.
Hi there.
How are we doing today?
Doing well. How's everybody else doing?
We are doing well. It's Wednesday. The weather is turning. It's going to be fall. It is fall. And
gorgeous sunny day here in New Jersey.
Where in New Jersey?
Basking Ridge, New Jersey, about an hour out of New York City.
And I'm from East Brunswick, so not too far away. All right, let's get Bill's slides up on the screen. There they are, and I will see myself out of here. Bill, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for joining. I will tell you a little bit today about CareCloud, and CareCloud is a healthcare technology company. We went public in 2014. So we were a little small when we went public. We were about a $10 million revenue company at the time. This year, our guidance is over 135 million of revenue. So a little bit of growth over the time that we've been public. Today, we serve roughly 40,000 healthcare providers who leverage our technology and services. Those providers, about half of the revenue comes from large physician groups. About a quarter comes from smaller medical practices, 1 to 5 doc practices. About 20% comes from hospitals and health systems. About 5% of revenue through industry partners. As I mentioned, we've grown pretty significantly. I think we've grown over 25% a year for each of the last 5 years. Something that's probably not as common for public NASDAQ listed companies, but we're very proud of that. When you think about what does CareCloud do, fundamentally we're helping doctor practices in the marketplace today. We help them with the economic problems of how do you submit the claims and get paid, with the regulatory, make sure I'm complying with HIPAA and MACRA and all the various government regulations. We help them essentially transform to the new digital economy. I mean, just we all know what the world's gone through over the last 2 years. We introduced telehealth at the end of 2019 as part of our platform. So it was just sort of coincidence that when COVID hit, we were able to tell our doctors, guess what? There is a telehealth solution. It's built into your EHR. It's built into the patient portal. It's HIPAA compliant. It's already integrated. You can do telemed visits immediately. So that meant that we went from maybe 1 out of every 1,000 encounters being telehealth in 2019 to 40% of the encounters going telehealth in the middle of last year, and even today, roughly 10% of it is telehealth. From our perspective, we're sort of indifferent. We want to have we want the doctors to have the tools that they can run the visit however they want to, and however the patients are comfortable. When you think about our technology platform, before the last couple of years, as our company evolved, we built a cloud-based platform. Our founder's wife was customer number one. She's an internist in a solo practice. So we initially focused on the small 1 to 5 doctor practices, giving them software that was easy to use, easy to learn, so that they could really focus on the patient. And that includes the practice management software that's used to schedule appointments, check insurance eligibility. It includes the electronic health record that you see doctors use to take notes during the visit. The patient experience management that lets the patient schedule an appointment, check on the notes. So we developed a full suite of software. Last year, in January, we bought a company, and back up. When we went public, our name was Medical Transcription Billing Corporation, and even though we had software, probably 80% of our revenue was coming from the services side. So the billing services, which we call revenue cycle management, essentially submit claims for the insurance, make sure that the doctor gets paid, and then we get paid as a percent of what the doctor collects. We bought a company last January whose name was CareCloud. We liked the name well enough that we actually adopted that name. They'd also developed a technology suite. They spent over $100 million in venture capital to develop the technology, and they built a very robust state-of-the-art suite designed for bigger practices, more complex workflows. The good news is our solution initially developed was cloud-based. Theirs is cloud-based. The two solutions were very interoperable, so we started connecting them. Literally last March, we took our telemedicine app, connected it into their platform. So now we've got both a pro version for the complex workflows and the bigger practices, and a light version for the small doctors. All fully cloud based. In addition, we offer services, and our view is that for most doctors, the ability for us to offer technology and services together is worth a lot more than just giving them the software and asking them to hire the people to do all the work. In terms of our growth, we have traditionally grown through acquisition. The day that we went public in 2014, we acquired 3 companies, helping to get to a scale that made sense being public. When we bought CareCloud last year, they had a very strong organic sales and marketing team, and we've embraced that and used that to ratchet up our organic growth. So we probably quadrupled the amount that we were spending on sales and marketing last year, and we're probably going to grow that by another 50% this year. So we're now generating high single digits in terms of organic growth. And while that sounds good, candidly, even if you got your organic growth to 10% a year, the math says it still takes 7 years to double in size. We doubled in size last year by doing acquisitions. So we feel that organic growth is good. It helps to make up for doctors who retire or sell their practice. But the way that you keep on doubling is by doing game-changing acquisitions. And we've also recently started doing partnerships. When we see somebody and they're too small to really make sense to do an acquisition, we can let them leverage our technology and leverage our services by forming a partnership, essentially white labeling our capabilities. And we've done that a number of times over the last year and a half. The most recent acquisition that we did, a company named MedSR, really gives us more presence in the hospital market than we've ever had before. And I mentioned that we initially started by focusing on small practices. We now get half our revenue from larger practices, but we realize there's still a big opportunity in the hospital space. Our revenue traditionally has all been recurring revenue. So we'll sign up a practice, and we'll bill them either on a SaaS basis for the software or as a percentage of what they collect for a bundled service. MedSR typically does project oriented work, and to us, The appeal of this acquisition was the fact that they've worked with over 100 hospitals and health systems over the last 2 years, and we see a lot of opportunity to cross-sell our software, to cross-sell our services into that marketplace. So we closed that acquisition in the beginning of June of this year. We paid $10 million for MedSR. I'd say most conservatively, we think we'll get at least $15 million of revenue a year out of the business. They feel pretty confident that they can do significantly better. So we structured this with an earnout, and if they hit their expectation to be running at a $30 million annual rate, well, guess what? They'll get paid up to another $13 million. And if they don't, well, okay, we've still paid less than 1 times revenue. So we feel like when we structure acquisitions, we need to do this in a way that makes sense for us and for our investors, as well as for the sellers. I mentioned that we bought a company named CareCloud last year, and in March of this year we rebranded the whole business. When I think about the company at the time that we went public, 75% of our revenue really came from clients who were using our services but not our technology platform. By now, over 80% of our revenue comes from technology-enabled, cloud-based solutions for the healthcare business, often bundled with services. But 80% of that revenue is really a software sale, and we thought the name CareCloud really embodies that a lot better than medical transcription billing or MTBC. And fundamentally, what differentiates us is the comprehensive solutions that we offer, a flexible approach that lets a practice determine what they want to use and what things they don't need. And really powerful cloud-based technology, state-of-the-art technology. For us, growing the business has been really core. We've grown at 44% compound annual growth rate over the last 4 years of revenue. And while we think it's impressive to grow revenue 44%, it's probably even more impressive when you think about growing profitability by 79% a year. Last year, we reported $105 million of revenue. Our guidance this year is $135 to $138 million, which is going to be 30% or more growth this year. Our EBITDA from last year to this year is going to more than double. And we think that as we continue to scale the business, we'll continue to be able to improve the profit margins again as we generate profit on incremental sales, and we focus strongly on keeping the overhead down. Today, over 80% of our revenue comes from technology-enabled business solutions. Of that 80%. 52% comes from clients that are using our core technology platform. There's another 23% where clients are using one or more aspects of the technology, but maybe they're not using either our EHR or our practice management software. And a lot of that are clients that have come from Meridian, a company that we bought last year. Meridian was a piece of GE Healthcare and has a couple of technology modules that we find very useful. There's a business intelligence solution that interacts with lots of other EHRs, and so we've got a lot of practices that use Athena Health, Allscripts, or other core technology and use our BI technology. We've also have some robotic process automation that can again automate the work of the practice, automate the billing. In addition, today, maybe 8% of our revenue is pure revenue cycle management. And again, that was 75% at the time we went public. So huge transformation over the last 6 years. 9% of our revenue comes from practices where we outsource the entire management of the medical practice, where everybody from the nurses, the receptionists, all the non-physicians are our employees. and we essentially run the whole practice for the doctors. Sometimes people ask about what kind of profitability should you expect, and I caution people that the right way to look at the numbers is quarterly. There's a lot of data points, but because we've grown through so many acquisitions, when you look at the full year numbers, often those go up or down based on the timing of the last acquisition. So if you look on a quarterly basis, you'll see that we've had 45 to 50% gross margins. And then typically we'll buy a company, margins will go down for a couple quarters as we wring out the costs, and then go back up. Last quarter we were at 42%. I would expect that you'll see the margins return to the 45% range by the end of the year, beginning of next year. On a net basis or an EBITDA basis, we were running 25% EBITDA margins before. In fourth quarter of 2019, before we bought CareCloud. We reported 22% last quarter. Again, I would expect you'll see us get back to 25 and maybe even return to numbers like 30% EBITDA margins next year. And that, of course, assumes that we don't do another game-changing acquisition. And of course, we're always looking for that next game changer that can ratchet up the revenue growth. And we're comfortable with the fact that it'll depress margins for a couple of quarters as we wring out costs. So if you think about our strategy, we really have three competitive advantages. We have a state-of-the-art technology platform that's cloud-based. We have a global team. We've got over 3,000 team members who are employees of offshore subsidiaries, primarily Pakistan and Sri Lanka, where the costs are 1/10 what they are here in the U.S. And that allows us to do things a lot more cost effectively. And we could also, by using our own employees overseas rather than using third parties, we provide services with a much higher level of quality. And finally, we're a proven market consolidator. We bought 17 companies since we went public in 2014. And some of them were small. Some of them over the last 2 years have been bigger. But regardless of the size, we focus on how do I remove the overhead? How do I integrate their business into ours? How do we take back work from third parties and give it to our own global team to improve the cost effectiveness as well as the quality of our services? One thing that's a little different than many companies you'll talk to is we actually have two classes of shares, both trading on NASDAQ. The reason for that, when we went public, we were small enough that we've been cautioned that it might take a while before investors warmed up to the story, and that was actually a true statement. And we decided we were not ready to sell more shares of common stock at a price that we thought was unrealistically low. And we weren't willing to use our common stock as currency in acquisitions. So about 6 years ago, we launched a non-convertible preferred, which also trades on NASDAQ, which basically pays a monthly cash dividend, but there's no convertibility. It's perpetual, so we never have to redeem it, but we actually have the right to redeem it anytime we choose at this point. And so today we've raised over $130 million through the use of the preferred stock, which sells on the marketplace at $29 or more per share, although I could redeem it at $25 per share tomorrow if we wanted to. And our view is that as our common stock has reached better levels, we're probably like most companies. We feel the stock should be trading at a higher value than it is today, but we could choose at any time to start selling common and using the proceeds to redeem the preferred. And my expectation is over the next couple of years, you're going to see us redeem the preferred. So today we've got about a $275 million enterprise value. At the point that we've redeemed the preferred, that will all be in value of the common, which would probably be a much lower valuation than many of our peers, which lets us think that over time there's some room for upside. But there's no way to predict that. But it's nice to have two classes of shares and to know that if we need cash for an acquisition, we can do so on non-dilutive terms. So why should you be interested in CareCloud? Well, it's the leading cloud-based healthcare platform combined with a low-cost offshore services team. We have record revenue growth that's driven by a combination of high single-digit organic growth as well as strategic initiatives. We have a history of doing large acquisitions, integrating the businesses to drive scale, and we've got guidance this year that will do 135 to 138 million of revenue, and that will do 22 to 25 million dollars of adjusted EBITDA. And with that, let's see if there's any questions.
We are unfortunately out of time for questions. Bill Korn is the CFO of CareCloud. Bill, a lot of information there. Thank you so much for joining the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, I see all of our next speakers here. I just want to take a quick second and plug the poll that I mentioned off the top of the show here. That all you have to do is scan the code on your screen, participate, and you could win a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. They're not even hard questions. I mean, there's no wrong answer to this one, right? I mean, it's just yes, no, or maybe, right? Let me just bring the next one up and scan that code. There it is. We want to know what you think, and we're going to randomly pick one person at the end of the stream today who will win a free 1-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. Right there, QR code up on the screen. You have 3 seconds, 3, 2, and 1. I'll bring it back. Don't worry if you missed it, or just rewind. Right, it's not that hard. Second thing I want to plug: if you don't know, Benzinga has a free tool that I want to show you, everyone. Anyone who's interested in healthcare stocks, you need to be following the FDA calendar. All right. And let me just show you how to find that. This is benzinga.com. This is the homepage. This is what I'm seeing right now live. I'm going to go to that blue tools button, and I'm going to go to FDA calendar. You can also just go to benzinga.com/FDA. Same thing. Boom. Right here, right there for free, available for everyone. FDA calendar, upcoming catalyst. You can sort it. You can filter it. All the headlines are below it. I highly, highly, highly recommend this tool. Look, there's an ad for the very thing that was conferenceception right there. Right there on benzinga.com for free. benzinga.com/FDA. It's on that blue tools button, right where it says FDA calendar. Available for everyone. This is the kind of thing you need to know about if you are interested in healthcare and biotech stocks. The last thing I want to say, and then I'll get to our panel here coming up in a second, and I'm going to share one last thing on my screen real quick. There was a question earlier in the day just about ETFs, right? Someone who wanted broad exposure. You guys know that's my style, right? That's my style. The broad exposure. Let me put my egg in every basket, right? So here is a list of just the largest healthcare exchange traded funds that are out there: XLV, VHT, IBB, IHI. I got this list from etfdatabase.com. This is a resource that I look at. XBI is on there. The ARC genomic one, ARKG from ARK Invest, is on there. So these are just your largest, most widely held ETFs, healthcare ETFs on the market. Against my better judgment, I am going to also show you the best performing ETFs this year, because I know returns is all that matters, right? So here we go. If you care about returns and returns only, then the ETF MG Treatments, Testing, and Advancements ETF, ticker GERM, is your number one performer this year, followed by the VanEck Biotech Fund. And this does not include leverage. I'm not including leveraged ETFs. This is just straight, plain Jane funds that hold many different healthcare stocks. So GERM and BBH are your top two for the year. And I want to answer that question that we had from the chat earlier in the day. Okay. Let's bring on, actually, I'm not going to introduce the panel. I'm going to bring on my man, Javier Haas. I'm going to let him, there he is. I'm going to let Javier introduce the panel. Javier, we're about to talk about
Yes.
our favorite thing, cannabinoids.
Yes, sir. We are talking about pharmaceutical cannabinoids and their impact in treatments for complex diseases.
Nice.
It's a very, very, very interesting panel that we have today within the context of the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference, right? Very specific topic, an emerging sector in the healthcare industry. And the panelists we have together today are great. We have Eric Xu, who is the Senior Vice President of Preclinical Research and Development at InMed. They trade on NASDAQ, INM. Karan Takar, he's the Vice President of Corporate Development and Investor Relations at Skye Bioscience. They trade on the OTC as SKYE. David Elsley, President and CEO of CRDL Therapeutics, and Nina Fishman, CEO of Can-fite Biopharma, CANF. Welcome, everyone. Very excited about this discussion, which I know is very nuanced and very, very interesting. I think that the first thing that would be cool is maybe in a couple minutes each, introduce yourselves and your companies. Let's start with David.
Sure. Thank you. It's great to be here today. I'm David Elsley. I'm the founder, president, CEO, and largest shareholder of CRDL Therapeutics. The team at CRDL Therapeutics has worked in the area of heart failure medicine for now over 30 years, and our interest in the area of medicinal cannabinoids is rooted in the discovery made at the National Institute of Health that was published in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology, which first recognized the ability of the cannabidiol molecule to reverse fibrosis and inflammation in cardiac tissue. That fascinated us because fibrosis remains the leading cause and one of the underlying drivers of heart failure, which is the leading cause of death and disability in the Western world today. So that is our interest in this very important area of medicine.
Fantastic. Thank you. Karam?
Hi, thanks, Javier. Thanks to the team at Benzinga. As mentioned, my name is Karan Takar. I handle corporate development and investor relations at Skye. At Skye, we're working to unlock the pharmaceutical potential of cannabinoids in areas of disease with unmet need. And we're doing so by taking some of the anecdotes that are known about initially the major cannabinoids and then looking to make those molecules more druggable. So we're working with new chemical entities. These are not molecules that you'll find naturally occurring in the plant. And we're able to see that we're able to improve on the therapeutic benefit for certain diseases. Our lead indication is for glaucoma. And there is a wide body of evidence that suggests that THC can help with glaucoma in terms of lowering IOP and potentially providing neuroprotection, which is ultimately the holy grail in glaucoma. So we're rapidly approaching our phase 1. It should be up and off the ground in the next 6 months here, and already planning kicking off our phase 2 in the second half of 2022.
Thank you very much. Nina, do you want to go?
Yes, sure. Hi. So I'm the CEO of Can-fite Biopharma. It's an Israeli-based company where we develop small molecule drugs which target a specific cell surface receptor belonging to the adenosine receptor family. This receptor can be found only in pathological body cells, but not in normal body cells. It happened to be that cannabinoids bind with very high affinity to the very same receptor. So all the experience that Can-fite has been acquired along the years, bringing our drugs into phase 3 clinical studies, is now we put all the efforts into the development of cannabinoids which bind to the very same target. We can show in vitro and in vivo in a very early stage if a given cannabinoid has the capability to perform well in the clinic. So this is what we are doing in Can-fite. Currently, we are pushing forward into the clinic a cannabinoid, a CBD, with very minute dosages. It is effective against liver fibrosis and also liver cancer.
Very, very cool. Toda raba, Nina. And thank you for joining us late in the day. Eric?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Eric Su. I'm the VP of R&D at InMed Pharmaceutical. I joined InMed in 2018. InMed is a clinical stage pharmaceutical company focusing on using rare cannabinoids to treat diseases. Our executive have about 20 to 30 years experience in pharmaceutical drug development. InMed is a publicly traded company, as you mentioned before, and on a NASDAQ under the symbol IMM. We also have a manufacturing platform called Integrison. The primary goal for this platform was to supply rare cannabinoid for our own R&D program. As you know, at the time that when we started extracting rare cannabinoid from the plant is very, you get very minimum amount and we're not able to support the program itself. Currently, we have a dermatology program that just started phase 2 in a clinical trial for a devastating skin disease called epidermolysis bullosa, or EB. We also have an ocular program in the preclinical stage for the treatment glaucoma. We have strong scientific evidence showing that CBN or cannabinol have a robust therapeutic potential for these two indications. In addition, we have additional undisclosed targets or program in the early stage for other indications as well. Recently, we announced that we're going to acquire a company called BayMedica. BayMedica is a cannabinoid manufacturing company that focusing on the health and wellness market. They have one product right now on the market, and there will be a couple more coming in the very next few quarters. In addition, BayMedica also has a proprietary cannabinoid analog library, which allow us to have access to it, and through that we'll be able to screen additional compounds for different indications. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much. So let's jump right into it, right? So what all of you have in common is you're working with cannabinoids and cannabinoid molecules. So Nina, can you explain a little bit about cannabinoids, cannabinoid molecules, and how are they different from say what we think about like when we say medical cannabis? How is this different, right? And can you share a little bit? And keep in mind, many of the people watching here are not necessarily invested in the cannabinoid space or very familiar with these innovative sorts of healthcare alternatives.
Yes, of course, I will do it in a very concise way. Usually people are looking at cannabis, marijuana, as an extract from the plant. And I don't know how many of them know that actually the cannabis plant is the major active components are cannabinoids, which are divided into two subclasses, the THC, which is the psychotic fraction, and the cannabidiol CBD, which is the other part. Each one of them has therapeutic effects. And all of us, I think the common denominator regarding all the people who are participating in these sessions and many others in other companies are trying to purify and to develop a pharmaceutical product based on purified compounds which come out of the cannabis plant. I hope I defined it in the right way, but each one of the 4 people who are participating here will agree with me that this is a real mission, very interesting one, and I hope that each one will accomplish it in his way.
For sure. That's a lovely message. Anyone want to add anything in relation to cannabinoids? Anything else that you want to say? David, Eric, Aaron?
Yeah, I think like a lot of companies on the panel, most of us don't work with plants. We don't grow plants. We don't harvest. We use modern pharmaceutical technique to produce a cannabinoid and follow a drug development path to get this to get these drugs on the market through a regulatory clinical path that like a traditional pharmaceutical drugs.
Mm-hmm. Why do you choose to not work with plants? What are the benefits, right, of working through pharmaceutical traditional routes?
I think the main reason is so you fully understand the drug that you're developing. It's of paramount importance to be able to explain to the FDA exactly the chemical entity you're studying. So through chemical synthesis or organic chemistry, we can make these molecules in a pure form. We can stabilize them. We can make them consistently, reproducibly, and we can scale their production. That's fundamentally important to develop a new medicine so you can explain to regulators, and in our case, cardiologists, exactly what active medical ingredient the patient is taking. So in our case, we make it through our chemical synthesis. We formulate it both in an oral formulation and in a new subcutaneous formulation that we're developing in order to target or smart target the drug directly at cardiac tissue where the drug can be most effective. But importantly, the only drug we're using in this case is cannabidiol, and that is the drug of interest. It has anti-inflammatory properties that are really quite impressive, similar to that of the steroids, but without the toxicological baggage that comes along with steroids, which limit their use in the cardiac setting. Many steroids can actually make certain cardiac diseases, exacerbate certain cardiac conditions. Our fascination and interest in this molecule is its anti-inflammatory properties and its anti-fibrotic properties without the toxicology profile that typically accompanies other anti-inflammatory strategies.
Fantastic. I would love to hear from Karim and Eric a little bit more on what it means, to have this scientific approach to the field of cannabinoids.
Yeah,
sure.
I would.
Should I go for it? Or?
Go for it.
Yeah. So I think the traditional way of developing small molecule drugs is typically taking a receptor or known receptor and then screening large library and see which compound can bind to it in very high affinity. In the last few years, there's a lot more scientific study surrounding cannabinoid, and it's now known that cannabinoid not only interact with a cellular receptor such as CB1 and CB2. There's a host range of receptor interact with, and it's this interaction that actually result in the therapeutic potential of those cannabinoids. So, for example, in we take a very different approach. When we look at this, we don't just look at, which cannabinoid bind to what receptor, and if that receptor is related or involved in a disease indication. We actually look at the compound as you got to screen the whole cell environment and see what kind of effect you're going to get for a specific indication. Give you an example for our glaucoma program. We started with taking a retinal ganglion cell and put it in a pressure chamber to mimic what's going on inside a patient's eyes. The reason we do that is these patients have IOP, and it's those elevation of IOP that eventually destroy the neuron and lead to blindness. So we take the retinal ganglion cell, put it in the pressure chamber, then screen large amount of cannabinoid and ask the question, which one can protect those neurons and result in neuroprotection. So through our screen, CBN actually has the best effect with the wide range of therapeutic window. So that's how we approach our screening. And then after that, we then move to an in vivo model, demonstrate proof of concept efficacy in the in vivo model, formulate the drugs, then scale up. And then at that point, you start following the more conventional drug development path, going through conduct a GLP study for safety, and then go through FDA a process for regulatory. So that I think that's very different than the traditional small molecule drug, where you just look at one receptor and the affinity of that compound binding that receptor.
Totally. What about you, Karim? What does it mean for you to approach cannabinoids from this scientific standpoint?
Yeah, I think it's important you mentioned that a lot of the investors that are here today have invested in pharmaceutical cannabinoids yet. we truly believe at Skye that this is going to be the way to really unlock the most value in this plant. And these are tried, tested, true methodologies. We're not worrying about regulations in the US to allow for legalization. This is a separate path that's delineated regardless of what happens on that end. We're following a different path. So I think that's a key takeaway for your investors. I think for all this on this panel, we had an important moment earlier in this year that kind of validated this approach, which was the acquisition of GW Pharma by Jazz Pharma for $7.2 billion. That's single-handedly the largest transaction in the cannabis space, regardless of whether it's a CPG or medical or pharmaceutical. So with our approach, the cannabis and its constituents and cannabinoids have been taken for millennia. And people have understood that there is some sort of therapeutic benefit in consuming this plant. What we're trying to do is really distill it, get away from the variability that comes from growing the plant between different strains, species, your processing, using a synthetic compound, and then not really necessarily trying to reinvent the wheel with what we're doing. There's a lot of evidence and data that suggests that there are specific disease indications and therapeutic benefits of cannabinoids, but there's also been a lot of challenges in delivering cannabinoids. They're poorly bioavailable when ingested. When you take them through inhalation, you have a faster onset, but you also have a faster offset. So using the tools within pharmaceutical sciences to really make this a more druggable platform. And as Eric alluded to, it's become very abundant that this is a very druggable target. The ECS is found throughout the entire body, pretty much in every cell. So really trying to streamline the approach and be specific to your targets. And that can be done through modification of the molecules, different routes of administration, and through formulation. And we're seeing that all those are important in developing these pharmaceutical agents.
Super interesting. And I mean, we'll get back to drug and molecule delivery in a second, but both of you, Karim and Eric, you touched on regulations. I'd love to hear a little bit from David and then from Nina. But David, let's start with you. What's the situation with the FDA? How does the regulatory framework work? What can and can't be done, and how?
Well, we're developing our drugs as ethical medicines. So we have a phase 2/3 program that has a FDA cleared IND that is now operational and enrolling patients throughout the United States currently in high-risk cardiac patients at high risk for mortality or morbidity because of their immune response to the COVID virus. So here we're not studying the impact of the drug on COVID per se. We're using this as basically a gateway study to explore the cardioprotective properties of cannabidiol to insulate patients against the profound inflammatory response of the immune system's attack on the virus. So that's a phase 2/3 program. It was cleared by the cardiorenal panel of the FDA, and we just recently cleared a second phase 2 program in a very important area of medicine, acute myocarditis, which remains the leading cause of sudden cardiac death in children and young adults. It's now a recognized complication of the COVID virus. Historically, it was the influenza virus, which was one of the major viral infections that caused myocarditis. But we now also see it as a rare complication of mRNA vaccination, and some of the chemotherapeutic agents and checkpoint inhibitors are also causing acute myocarditis. And experimentally, we've shown this molecule to be profoundly protective against the fibrotic insult on the heart or the autoimmune attack on the heart that occurs in autoimmune myocarditis. So we have to separate that. I mean, it is not new that drugs are discovered often from botanical sources. You can take aspen as a classical example, but it is imperative that we develop these cannabinoid-based medicines as ethical medicines. So we have taken it through the traditional ethical medicine development pathway, which involves phase 1. We conducted one of the largest trials in healthy adults and 52 adults where we dosed patients quite high at 30 mg per kilo and shown the molecule, even at that dose, to be very safe in the patient population with no changes in electrophysiological status. So it is imperative that to bring credibility to this new important area of medicine, that we expose it to the rigors of controlled randomized clinical trial development and strong scientific basis. And that's exactly what we're doing at CRDL Therapeutics. And I'm thrilled that all these other organizations involved here today and others are doing the same, because this medicine has a great deal to offer patients if developed through proper clinical development pathway.
And we'll move on to Nina in just a second, but I want to double down on something that you said that just resonated with me. You said, this is a condition that affects children, right? And we often do not associate cannabinoids and use in children, right? Even though we've seen, very successful results in children suffering from rare forms of epilepsy. But how, since we're talking about regulations, how do regulations play into using cannabinoids to treat certain health conditions in children, right?
But again, if we separate it and we just think of it as a drug, cannabidiol is a molecule, it's a chemical. If we're developing it as a chemical entity or as a drug. So if it confers therapeutic benefit in a adolescent who is at high risk for sudden cardiac death because they develop cardiac inflammation, that will be well received by the cardiology community, the pediatric cardiology community, and will be embraced by the Food and Drug Administration if it's developed properly. So the whole notion of age gating and this type of thing is part of a regulated industry that we're not part of. We're developing this as a medicine. We have to continue to position this and think about it as a medicine. That is how we're going to make these important discoveries available to help patients.
Super clear. What about you, Nina? What are you seeing in terms of compliance and regulatory challenges, right? You're operating in Israel, but also have global ambitions. So how does all of this play in, balance out?
Actually, the company is based in Israel, and what we have here is the company management and the research laboratories. And in the United States, we have a whole team which is on top of the preclinical and clinical development of the company. I fully support, David, your view, since this is the way we are currently at Can-fite developing our original drugs, which again, I will say, target a specific cell surface receptors. Like you, David, all our drugs are synthetic ones. When we realized that CBD and not the THC, CBD at nanomolar concentrations bind to the Can-fite target, we realized that we have made an opportunity or a chance here to develop a product in a much faster way, still vis-a-vis the FDA, but to embark on the fact that CBD can be given and is given today to human beings without going through the whole pathway that the FDA would like to see you going through. At the same time, I'm asking you, David, if at this point CBD will be able to prevent the myocarditis or all the adverse events in children, wouldn't you treat them with the CBD and not wait for the synthetic molecule to do the job? Because we do not have time now to wait so long for the approval of the FDA, while so many children can be damaged from the vaccine.
Tough question.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Do you want to give it a shot at that?
Well, it's again, it's imperative to develop a new medicine properly. It has to be prescribed by a specialist. So in the case of a young child with acute myocarditis, it could be a pediatric cardiologist or a cardiologist. They need to understand the drug. They need to prescribe it. They need to understand the dose. They need to understand its side effect profile. They need to understand its drug interactions. So I would, I would stand firm with our position that if you want to deliver this ethical medicine, it's going to help thousands of patients around the world. It has to be developed through the rigors of controlled clinical trial development. And that is not just mandated by the FDA, that's mandated by the EMA and regulators around the world. But that is how a medicine truly becomes available broadly, because it's understood by specialists that prescribe it. And that is how it can confer its greatest benefit to the largest number of patients. When we get into experimenting with one-off patients, one patient here, one patient there, there's no control in that process. I understand the urgency because we deal in disease states that take the lives of young, healthy adults, children, and middle-aged folks, because heart failure is an epidemic. It's driven by diabetes, obesity, and high blood pressure. All those factors continue to rise in the developed world. So there is an urgency, but if it is best to develop it through the appropriate process so it can get its greatest acceptance by the specialty community that treat these patients and make medicines available to them.
Definitely, very interesting. And for those watching who are not familiar with the history of cannabinoids, it's interesting to look into the people who discovered it, and many of it comes from Israel, right? There's this very famous scientist by the name of Raphael Mechoulam, who was the first to really look into these compounds and molecules and understand their effects separately. So for anyone watching, I do recommend that you do your research on Dr. Mechoulam. I think you're in for a treat. Let's move on to delivery mechanisms. I know we talked about them a little bit. Karen mentioned them. Eric mentioned them. So Karen, can you elaborate a little bit on the challenges around the delivery of this molecule? How can these challenges be solved? What are the different, benefits to different delivery mechanisms for cannabinoid molecules?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I think every indication, every route of administration, and individual compound is going to have its own challenges. But I'll focus a little bit on what we're doing at Skye with our glaucoma program. So, as I mentioned before, there's a strong body of evidence. There's clinical studies showing that human consumption of cannabis and the activation of the CB1 receptor can lower IOP in humans. These trials were done in the 70s. The issue is that they were either ingesting it or they're inhaling it. And when you do that, you get systemic exposure. So you're getting the THC also into the brain, and you're getting the associated high with that. What researchers at the time in the 80s tried to do is they tried to extract the THC compound and put it into the eye. THC is inherently oily or lipophilic, and the surface of the eye is watery, and you try to drop an oily substance onto a watery surface, it doesn't get very far. So it was kind of scrapped at that point. What we've done with our collaborators out of the University of Mississippi is we've taken a very standard approach, which is called a prodrug approach, where we've modified the THC molecule. We've basically added another molecular structure to that molecule that changes its chemical properties. The molecule on its own is not pharmacologically active. Instead, those modifications changed its physiochemical properties that now allow it to be more soluble and penetrate into the eye. Once it's in the eye, it's metabolized back into THC. So now we're able to give a microdose of the THC into the eye where we can see the therapeutic benefit and avoid the adverse effects like the associated high and some of the other side effects like drops in blood pressure. But additionally, not only modifying the molecule was important, there's a lot of work that went into the formulation and using different excipients and different nanoemulsion technologies that we've been able to show that we can improve delivery and also increase the increase the response and the duration of effect. So, it's a multi-pronged approach within this field and what we're doing.
What about you, Nina?
I need to apologize because my presentation will be starting in 3 minutes from now. So thank you very much, everybody. And
we're on the same track. We have 10 more minutes, and your presentation will be up next.
My company presentation is starting just now, so I do apologize. It's my company presentation now, in a parallel session.
Oh. Yes?
Hey, I'm gonna jump in here. You're on the same track.
Yes, we're scheduled for 10 in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, so right after this.
Right after this.
So it needs to be a little bit less because I need to leave for my presentation. That's sorry.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that it'll be right here after this panel. So just to any confusion. All right,
we'll just stay on here. No worries.
Why don't I add some color to the delivery?
Yes.
I came from a gene therapy background. So as you know, gene therapy, it's one of the biggest hurdle is delivery. So when they talk about gene therapy, they always talk about delivery. So taking our glaucoma program, for example, once we identify the API, in this case CBN, we need to make sure that we can get to the target tissue, and the preferred route is local. So in this case, through eye drop. So we screen several different technology that can deliver the drug effectively to the target tissue, and in our case is retina. We want to get the drug to, but not only the formulation itself is important, but you got to think ahead and think about if that drug product can be scaled up, because that's what's going to the patients, and also can you transport that drug product and store that drug product. So there are a lot of consideration when it comes to delivery or formulations. It's not just getting it to the site you want, but also ahead of time, what does the manufacturing path looks like? What is the stability of the drug product looks like? So there are a lot of consideration one need to think about before while you're working on the formulations.
Anyone else? David, to you, anything to add in relation to delivering mechanisms and what you are both experimenting with, experiencing, learning?
So we're just, our objective is to optimize blood levels from a therapeutic perspective. So in the acute setting, we're using an oral therapy in acute intervention to get high dose of drug on board quickly. But in the chronic therapeutic setting going forward in heart failure, for example, which is a chronic condition, we've developed a subcutaneous formulation. As mentioned by others, some of these molecules are challenging. They're very lipophilic. They are really only soluble in an oil type solvent system. So that creates challenges when you think about subcutaneous or IV routes, because oil-based compounds are not injectable typically. So we've created a formulation that is viscosity similar to water to enable it to be administered sub-Q, where we can put drug directly into systemic circulation so it doesn't pass through the GI, and it's not metabolized by the liver or not subject to first pass. And we can put more drug on board more efficiently with a view to using less drug to achieve the same therapeutic outcome, which should improve further the safety profile.
Fantastic. I'm fascinated by the topic of this panel and just complex diseases and using cannabinoids. I do see that you find common ground on treating inflammation, and I know we've gone into this, but for our viewers, right, and especially for investors, right, I'd like to recap a little bit which conditions each one of you are focusing on. I know Can-fite is focusing on liver cancer and inflammation. So want to share what each one of you is really looking at and what you see as a market opportunity and the addressable market, in terms of investors. Let's start with CRDL Therapeutics. That is CRDL on the NASDAQ, in case you're interested in the stock. So, David, once again, tell us very briefly what conditions you're targeting and why there is a market opportunity and the size of the market opportunity.
Our primary focus is cardiac inflammation. So we're developing the cannabidiol molecules in 2 different drug forms as anti-inflammatory agents, target acute myocarditis, inflammation secondary to viral infection. Could be in the context of the COVID virus, for example, which is our largest trial setting currently. And then we have a program in heart failure, which is a condition that is addressable to 26 million people in the developed world potentially. So it is a very large medical problem. So these are great challenges. Inflammation has never been properly addressed in the cardiac setting. We believe this molecule has great potential in that area, and that remains our sole focus.
Fantastic. Let's move on to InMed. InMed is traded on the NASDAQ. It's INM. Eric, what conditions are you targeting, and what's the market opportunity? Why should investors, buy into InMed?
Yeah, sure. So we have, from our pharmaceutical program, we have our lead program, which is in IMM 755 for treatment of EB, as I mentioned before. CBN, in this case, is API, is formulated sterile cream containing non-irritating excipients. And that's because EB patients often have very delicate skins with chronic open wounds. So we want to make sure that the cream or drug product itself is non-irritating and sterile to minimize any potential infection. This program is now in phase 2. So we filed a clinical trial application to begin phase 2 in several countries in Europe. We expect to start enrollment in the next few weeks. Because this is a rare disease, we'll enroll about 20 patients within a 12-month area to look at specifically the safety as well as the preliminary efficacy in patients with treatment to symptom as well as wound healing. So this is a 28-day study. We also have a ocular program, as I mentioned before, for treatment glaucoma. This is the IMM0AA program. It's a sterile eye drop formulation, and it's a microemulsion surfactant based. And this is the early stage, still in preclinical. We are currently scaling up the drug products to support a GLP study, and we have conducted a dose range to understand the dose regimen, which are information needed to support a GLP study. Now, we also, as I said, have a cannabinoid manufacturing platform called Integrison for pharmaceutical grade cannabinoid. And by combining with the recent acquire of the Bay Medica company, we will have access to health and wellness market as well with some of these rare cannabinoids. So they're a great opportunity for investors in InMed.
Fantastic. Last but not least, Skye Bioscience. That's SKYE on the OTC markets. A stock that has more than doubled its price this year. So what are you doing? What conditions are you looking at? And again, what's the addressable market? What's the investment opportunity?
For sure. So our primary indication, our lead indication, and the primary objective, the goal of the company is to pivot from a preclinical company and into a clinical company. And that first indication is glaucoma. It's a huge market, nearly $7 billion, over 100 million patients diagnosed worldwide. Mm-hmm. There's really been a lack of innovation within the space. The current therapies in the market are generics at this point, or branded generics. They make up 80% of that market. Why we are compelled to kind of go after this market is that there's existing data that we're building off of, and that data suggests that there is therapeutic benefit of using THC in glaucoma. The challenge has been around delivery. We have a solution to that, and our preclinical models show that not only does our molecule outperform those top two classes of therapies in terms of potency, but also over duration of effect. So, that's 80% of a $7 billion market. That's got us quite excited. And then to layer on top of that, it's much earlier, but as Eric mentioned too, this whole potential of neuroprotection, and it's well understood in various models that cannabinoids can provide that benefit. That ultimately is the end goal for patients in glaucoma. Additionally, we do have another molecule. It's much earlier. It's in the R&D stages. It's a CBD prodrug as well. And we've seen all sorts of different kind of therapeutic benefits in pain, opioid sparing, inflammation, fibrosis. So we're really trying to narrow our scope and kind of develop a plan to see which indication we're going to follow first.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Today, we heard about pharmaceutical cannabinoids and their impact on treatments for complex diseases. Our panelists today were Eric Zhu from InMed, that's INM on the NASDAQ. We had Karam Takar from Skye Bioscience, that's SKYE on the OTC markets. David Elsley, President and CEO of CRDL Therapeutics, CRDL on the NASDAQ, and Mina Fishman, who will be joining us again right now on, and Can-fite Biopharma trades on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker CANF. My name is Javier Casa. I'm Managing Director for Benzinga Cannabis. Go check us out, benzinga.com/cannabis, to stay on top of everything related to cannabis, cannabinoids, and more. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us today. If anyone wants to reach you, please email us to events@benzinga.com, and we'll make sure to direct you to these companies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot, Javier, for taking time out. Javier, you the man. You know it. Where are you? Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Colombia. I'm in Colombia. I wish I could show you the view. I'm sitting here. This is like a crazy place. I can see the ocean. But you know what's more interesting? I loved your ETF stats. I would have sworn IBB was the largest healthcare ETF.
That would have been not a bad guess. It's
dated. I think my knowledge is dated. It's like from 10 years ago.
Why you would have guessed that is because IBB is like the most active, like traders use the IBB, right? And it's a biotechnology focused ETF, and it's very actively traded. It might be the most traded, which is why you would think that. But yeah, it's the one that all the traders know. Oh, the IBB, it's code for biotech. So that's why. Javier Haas, everyone, Managing Director of Benzinga Cannabis. Guy's the man. Javier, will I be seeing you in 2 weeks? I think I will be.
Oh, yeah. Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference, New York City, October 14th and 15th. In person, return. Cannot miss it.
I haven't seen you in like 2 years. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be more than fun. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be educational, entertaining, and of course, very profitable.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited. I can't wait. October 14th. Guys, bzcannabis.com. I'll plug in more in a second. Thanks a lot, Javier. I did want to take a quick second before we get Panina back and just do real quickly our first crypto update of the day. So let's roll with that. Yeah, hey, this isn't healthcare related, but it is crypto, and I know you all care about that. So here's your heat map, benzinga.com/crypto. You can see Bitcoin, Ethereum in the red by a smidgen. I just want to note, everyone, that crypto has not been working well as a hedge. There are on days where the stock market is down, Bitcoin and Ethereum are also down. And on days when stocks are higher, Bitcoin and Ethereum are higher. I don't know why. I always thought that that's what it was supposed to be, but it doesn't perform like a hedge on the days when you need it, right? Yesterday, for example. So here is your heat map brought to you by benzinga.com/crypto. You can get $50 in Bitcoin for free. All you have to do is download the Voyager app, fund your account with $100, make your first trade, use the offer code ZING, ZING. That'll get you $50 in free Bitcoin on Voyager. All right. I see our next speaker here. Well, Panina, you guys just saw her, and I'm going to bring her back on. here right now. And there she is, CEO of Can-fite, Mina. How's it going?
Hi, good.
Good.
I'm trying now to share my screen. Hi.
That's okay. We have your slides right here. There they are. And I'm going to step off here, and I'm going to let you roll with it. I will say, just tell us when you want us to turn the slides, and we'll turn the slides for
I
us.
control it, or it will go by your command?
Well, we're the ones that are going to do it, so we'll wait for your verbal cue. You just tell us what number slide you want to go on, and we'll be on that slide. So, guys, let's go ahead and start turning.
Okay, great. So shall we start?
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the Can-fite presentation. I'm very happy to be here today and to update you regarding our progress. Here is a forward-looking statement. Next slide, please. And I would like to share with you the company profile. We are an advanced clinical stage drug development company where we develop small molecule orally bioavailable drugs for the treatment of inflammatory and cancer indication. We have a robust clinical proof of concept which we came up with in the last couple of months, and I will be very happy to share it with you. Our technology is covered by 15 patent families. We have successful out-license deals that we have already signed recently, and we are putting lots of effort into signing more deals. As you know, we are dually listed on the New York Stock Exchange and the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. We are trading with ADRs, and we are covered by 4 analysts from Aegis, from Alliance Global Partners, Dawson James, and H.C. Wainwright. Next slide, please. So it is very important for me to share with you our unique platform technology. Basically, we are targeting a specific cell surface receptor, the green structure, which is upregulated in pathological cells, but normal body cells do not bear the targets. All our drugs bind here to the target, and when they will get into people who suffer from one of the diseases that we are targeting, the drug will go here and will induce apoptosis, cell death of the pathological cells, whereas the normal body cells will be refractory since they do not express the target. Till today, we have treated more than 1,500 patients with an excellent safety profile. Next slide, please. So what do we have on our pipeline? The first drug candidate, piclidenoson, is currently developed for psoriasis. We just completed patient enrollment for a phase 3 clinical study, which will entail more than 407 patients. With the very same drug, which has a robust anti-inflammatory effect, we are treating also COVID-19 patients under an open IND with the FDA, and enrollment now is ongoing. The second drug candidate, namodenoson, which is a very stable drug, is positioned for the treatment of liver indications since the drug is not degraded by the liver, and we are treating patients with advanced liver cancer and also with NASH. In each of these indications, we successfully concluded a phase 2 study, and with the advanced liver cancer, we are now initiating a pivotal phase 3 study, which is approved both by the FDA and by the EMA. And with the NASH, after we concluded positively the phase 2A, we are continuing, and we are already approved by IRBs for a phase 2B clinical study. We have 2 programs in preclinical studies, the CF602 positioned for erectile dysfunction and also target the A3 adenosine receptor, and cannabinoids. It seems that CBD bind with high affinity to the very same target. that I presented you before, and we have the tool to identify and to predict which CBD will perform very well in the clinic. Let's move on now. Next slide, please. And I would like to share with you the robust clinical proof of concept that we have today. With the psoriasis phase 3 study, we have conducted an interim analysis on October 2020. The interim analysis was positive, showing both safety and efficacy with 200 patients. And we were highly recommended by the committee, which was on top of the data, to continue patient enrollment. As I mentioned earlier, we already completed patient enrollment, and we will come up with the data early 2022. Regarding the NASH phase 2A study, we could show anti-steatotic, anti-fibrotic, and anti-inflammatory effects in the phase 2 study. This is the basis to continue to the next stage, the phase 2B study. And with the advanced liver cancer, we could show that the patient subpopulation, which are Child-Pugh B7 patients, constituting 70% of the patients with advanced liver cancer, we could show prolongation of overall survival. And based on this data, the FDA approved the pivotal phase 3 study that we are going to initiate during Q4 this year. Next slide, please. I would like to take you through our business development strategy. We are developing the drugs, we will register the drugs, but we will not be able, and we do not mean to market the drugs. So we are extensively working on signing deals with partners which will be the ones to market our drug globally. So till today, we signed already a deal in China, in South Korea, in Canada, in Spain, Austria, and Switzerland, in Europe, and also in Eastern Europe for each of these indications. Out of this deal, we got already $20 million as upfront money, which is a non-dilutive money, and more $130 million will come based on regulatory and sales milestone payments, and this is beside the double-digit royalties that we are going to get from each of the deals. We are extensively continuing to look for partners, and we hope that more deals will come down the road, and we will be able to share it. Next slide, please. I would like to brief you now, next slide, regarding the first drug candidate, piclidenoson, where we have a specific mechanism of action, molecular mechanism of action. As I mentioned, we came up with positive interim analysis data back on October 2020, and we hope very much that the data will be reproducible, and we are going to come up with top-line results on early Q1 2022. Next slide, please. With the very same drug, we also treat COVID-19, and this is based on the robust anti-inflammatory effect and on the fact that before the pandemic, we came up with a publication showing that this drug has a robust cytokine release syndrome inhibitory effect. You may know that the reason of the death of the COVID-19 patients is because of the cytokine release syndrome and the inflammation in the lungs. So we are currently enrolling patients in Israel and in Europe for this COVID-19 phase 2 study, open under an IND with the FDA, and we hope to come up with the data on Q2 2022. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you now our second drug candidate, namodenoson, currently positioned for the treatment of liver diseases, advanced liver cancer, and also NASH. Next slide, please. So as of the advanced liver cancer, we are going to initiate a pivotal phase 3 study which is under the agreement of both FDA and also EMA. With both agencies, we have a status of an orphan drug indication, and with the FDA also a fast track status. In Israel, we have an ongoing compassionate use, and during Q4, we are going to initiate the pivotal phase 3 study. Being successfully concluded, we will be able to register this drug both with the FDA and also with the EMA. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you the second indication with namodenoson, which is NASH. As I mentioned, we successfully concluded a phase 2A study. We could show reduced liver fat content, inhibition of fibrosis, anti-inflammatory effect, and decrease in body weight. We also selected the dose, and as I mentioned, we are currently approved by IRBs for a phase 2B clinical study. Enrollment is accepted to commence every day. And in this study, we are going to include liver biopsies, which will allow us to initiate the phase 3 vis-a-vis the FDA. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you our drug, which is positioned for erectile dysfunction, CF602. This is also a small molecule drug based on anecdotal reports from patients which participated in our clinical studies. They came up and stated that they are doing very well with their erectile dysfunction. So this prompted us to take this drug, CF602, and to test it in preclinical models. And what we could show is that we have a significant full recovery from erectile dysfunction in diabetic rat models, both when we are treating topically and where we are treating orally. We are now putting lots of efforts to push this molecule into the clinic. Next slide, please. Last but not least, and as I mentioned, we realized that cannabinoids, actually more precisely CBD, are targeting the very same receptors. And with very minute, small dosages of CBD, I mean nanomolar and picomole concentrations, we are successful to go and to cure liver diseases like liver fibrosis and liver cancer. We are going to present data from our studies during the American Association of Liver Diseases very shortly. This is a very interesting project based on our platform technology. Next slide, and just to conclude, what I presented you today is a novel therapeutic approach. Can-fite developed a couple of drugs based on a unique technology of a receptor which is present only on pathological cells. All the drugs that we are developing are oral drugs with proven safety and efficacy. We have a very broad intellectual property portfolio. We have already signed corporate partnerships, and we are now financially well positioned. Thank you very much, and I thank you for participating in our presentation.
Thank you very much. We got a couple questions from the chat, Mina. Before we hop off, I will ask this one from Ralph. Do you believe that your pipeline reflects your share price? And if not, why do you have any theories as to why your shares are would be undervalued in that sense?
Of course, a CEO will never be happy with the share price, and we think that based on the pipeline, this share price need to go up. We believe that as we see more and more clinical proof of concept, it will be reflected in the share price. We are now looking forward to the psoriasis data and to the COVID-19 data, and we are sure that upon successful conclusion, it will be reflected in the share price.
Mina Fishman is the CEO of Can-fite Biopharma. There's the URL and their ticker up on the screen. Pranina, thank you so much. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's see one more from Ralph, because gotta show love to the chat. He's just talking about the website. That's not even a question. Never mind. Pranina, thank you so much for the time, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. And yeah, to that question, to Ralph's question, you find me a CEO who does not think their shares are undervalued. I will find you a unicorn. Okay, I will. If you can do that, I will do it. I promise. All right, let's bring David Elsley back on the stream. There he is once again, President and CEO of CRDL Therapeutics. David, long time no see.
Yes, nice to be back.
Good to have you back. We have your slides here, guys. Let's bring them up on the screen. There they are. David, I'm going to let you go more in depth on CRDL, and I will see myself out of here.
That's great. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce you to the work we're doing at CRDL Therapeutics, where we are a heart failure focused company. We're developing anti-inflammatory strategies for heart failure medicine. This is an area the CRDL Therapeutics team has worked in now for over 30 years. I'm the founder, CEO, and largest shareholder of CRDL. Before we get started, I'd just like to draw everyone's attention to our forward-looking statement, which forms part of this presentation today. So CRDL combines extraordinary talent with respect to the development of important heart failure medicines. This is an area the team at CRDL Therapeutics, the leadership team, our advisors, and our research collaborators has worked in now for several decades. We have a strong scientific rationale behind the properties that we are developing here at CRDL. We have advanced clinical programs. We have a phase 2/3 program now enrolling patients in the United States, and we have a recently approved IND for a second important program in cardiac inflammation addressable to an orphan drug eligible indication, acute myocarditis. And then we have a pipeline which is developing new innovations, new ways to target chronic heart failure, which is arguably one of the largest medical problems facing the developed world today, affecting some 26 million people in the developed world and remaining a leading cause of death and disability throughout the world. And we've developed a very strong intellectual property portfolio over the past several years, which will protect all the developments that we are working on. Really, the genesis of CRDL Therapeutics was a discovery made at the National Institute of Health that was published in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology that basically demonstrated the ability of the cannabidiol molecule to reverse fibrosis and inflammation in a model of diabetic cardiomyopathy. Now, this is important because diabetes plays a role or is an underlying risk factor in the majority of patients that suffer heart failure or develop heart failure. We now have 3 important programs. We have a phase 2/3 program, which is really a gateway study to study the cardioprotective properties of our lead formulation or our lead drug candidate, CRDL-RX, in patients who are at very high risk for mortality to the extent that they become COVID positive because they have a prior history of cardiovascular disease. I'll describe that program, but here we're not looking at the impact on COVID. We're looking at the impact on inflammation caused by the immune response to COVID in cardiac patients. We've also had just recently an IND cleared by the FDA for a very important program in acute myocarditis, which remains the leading cause of sudden cardiac death in young people or people under the age of 30. And then we have a new program that we're embarking upon with a new formulation of our lead drug candidate addressable to heart failure, which remains the leading cause of hospital admissions in the United States and drives about $30 billion in healthcare expenditures. Our lead drug candidate is an oral formulation. This is manufactured to the highest standards of the pharmaceutical industry, which are GMP. Importantly, we make our formulations pharmaceutically to ensure product purity, consistency, and stability. And the properties of this molecule that are important in the cardiac setting is the demonstration across now many labs around the world, widely published on, the ability of this molecule to reduce inflammation and improve endothelial dysfunction in models of cardiac inflammation, to reduce important inflammatory cytokines that are elevated in the heart failure state, to reduce markers, key markers of cardiac injury, such as troponin T, improve cardiac function, and data that we had accepted for presentation at the American College of Cardiology concerning the ability to ameliorate the fibrotic process in the heart muscle in a model of non-ischemic cardiomyopathy. On the basis of all of these findings, we've assembled an international panel of key opinion leaders in heart failure medicine. These are specialists in myocarditis, heart disease in general, heart failure, cardiac transplantation, cardiotoxicology. They represent major centers from the United States, Canada, and Europe. And it is this independent panel that has overseen the development and design of all of our clinical studies at Cardiol, the most significant of which is the Lancer trial. This is a phase 2/3 program that is now enrolling patients in the United States who are at particularly elevated risk for mortality and morbidity in the COVID setting because of their history or risk factors for cardiovascular disease. And the first demonstration or realization of this elevated risk factor was published in JAMA Cardiology in March of 2020. And here we have a Kaplan-Meier survival curve, whereas you can see out about 25 days, patients with a prior history of cardiac injury or risk factors for cardiovascular disease, to the extent that they become COVID positive and are hospitalized, their mortality rates are approximately 50% or greater versus the general population, which has mortality rate or survival rates over 98, 99%. We believe this cardiovascular history makes these patients particularly vulnerable. And so we designed a study that was designed by the Independent Steering Committee that was presented to the Cardiorenal Panel of the Food and Drug Administration. And we secured an IND clearance to initiate a very important cardioprotection study in this high-risk population. So this trial is designed to enroll 422 patients. It's 1-to-1 randomization, so it's placebo-controlled. We're enrolling patients who have a prior history of cardiovascular disease or risk factors for cardiovascular disease, such as hypertension or diabetes. And the primary efficacy endpoints here are studying the impact of this drug on risk of mortality, progression to ICU, a requirement for ventilatory support, or risk of one of the major cardiovascular complications, such as heart attack or stroke. We're dose ranging patients up to 15 mg per kilo, and they'll receive 28 days of treatment with a 30-day follow-up thereafter. This study is designed to complete randomization later this year or early next year, and then we would expect it to report shortly thereafter. Worldwide Clinical Trials has been appointed CRO we're working with in collaboration with our medical affairs team. Worldwide Clinical Trials has extensive experience in executing trials in the cardiac focused area, but also they have significant experience in operating clinical trials in the COVID environment as well. Running in parallel with this program is a recently cleared IND initiative in acute myocarditis, which is a particularly devastating form of heart muscle inflammation because it remains, it's really a disease of young folks. So this remains the leading cause of sudden cardiac death in people under the age of 35. It is typically or substantially caused or most often caused by a viral infection. Historically, we can think of the influenza virus, but now myocarditis is being described as a complication of the COVID virus. It's a rare consequence of mRNA vaccine strategies in the COVID setting. And it's also secondary to certain of the oncology treatments, such as checkpoint inhibitors. This can lead to fulminant heart failure in young, healthy adults, can necessitate lengthy ICU stays, and in advanced cases can necessitate cardiac transplantation. Importantly, this indication is eligible for orphan drug designation. This is the same pathway by which the first cannabidiol-based oral medicine was fast-tracked and approved in the pediatric epilepsy setting. And in the context of acute myocarditis, the prevalence is about twice that of the rare epilepsies. And in fact, with the new causative factors for myocarditis, the prevalence may well be much higher than that currently. The orphan drug program really incentivizes the pharmaceutical industry to develop new therapies for rare conditions by providing periods of prolonged market exclusivity post-approval, as well as a more accelerated development pathway. And the reason we selected myocarditis as an orphan drug candidate target is basically demonstrated on this slide, or illustrated on this slide. This is an experimental model of autoimmune myocarditis. On the left, you see normal healthy heart tissue. In the center panel, you see fibrosis secondary to myocarditis. And then on the right, you see in the presence of the myocarditis pathology, or the myocarditis process, with concomitant treatment of cannabidiol, the tissue of the heart is substantially preserved. We believe this is quite striking and indicative, or a signal that this could represent an entirely new way to protect these patients with myocarditis, for which there is currently no recognized standard of care. To enable initiation of this program in acute myocarditis, CRDL completed one of the largest healthy adult trials, understanding that most of the cannabidiol clinical experience historically was in children because it was first developed for the rare pediatric epilepsies. CRDL executed a 52-patient adult study in patients age ranging 23 to 60. They were dosed up to 30 mg per kilo, which is relatively high. And even at that high dose level, we did not see any abnormalities in laboratory findings, no change in liver enzymes, and most importantly, no change in the electrophysiology in these patients or their QT intervals, which is critically important because the patients we're studying are at elevated risk for electrophysiological disturbances in their heart. And on the basis of the findings of the phase 1 trial, which were filed with the FDA, CRDL has recently announced clearance of our second IND to initiate a program in this important area of acute myocarditis, which is a devastating form of heart inflammation. There is no current standard of care. And here we are using 3 co-primary endpoints with high precision measurement of MRI to measure ejection fraction, extracellular volume, and global longitudinal strain, or improvements in these endpoints, which are recognized as the key diagnostic measures for diagnosis and improvement in this indication. So this study is designed to randomize or enroll 100 patients, again, 1-to-1 randomization, at 15 to 20 centers in Canada, the United States, and Europe. And we expect to have this study up and running in the 4th quarter. So that's our focus on the acute inflammatory innovations. So we have an oral, a high-dose prescription strength, oral formulation addressable in the acute phase of disease. But we also have a very important program in the chronic condition of heart failure, which we look forward to taking into clinical development shortly. This heart failure by any measure is a major medical problem. It affects 6 million people in Canada, the United States, up to 26 million people in the developed world. A very high mortality rate at 30% within a year and 50% within 5 years. And these patients are at high risk for frequent hospitalizations. And in the United States alone, that drives about $30 billion in healthcare expenditures. Approximately half of all heart failure is diastolic heart failure, or heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, where you get a thickening in the ventricle muscle secondary to fibrosis and inflammation, which basically inhibits the ability of the heart to relax normally. So the heart doesn't fill properly. So it doesn't have sufficient blood or oxygenated blood to meet metabolic demand. Patients suffer a devastating reduction in quality of life, poor exercise tolerance. They're frequently hospitalized and have a markedly elevated risk for mortality. We worked with the world-renowned DeBakey Heart Transplant Center for the past several years. This is home of really some of the greatest research being conducted in heart failure medicine today. And with this collaboration, we've developed what we believe to be an entirely new way to deliver this molecule, which is a subcutaneous formulation. So here we'd be delivering the drug much like insulin, where we can go directly into the systemic circulation so we can more efficiently concentrate the drug at sites of disease. And the first evidence of this potentially, or this improved efficiency through this route of administration were accepted for presentation at the American College of Cardiology sessions in 2020. And here we're looking at a model of non-ischemic heart failure and the impact of subcutaneously administered cannabidiol formulation on BNP, which is a key marker of cardiac stretch. It's elevated in heart failure patients. And here we see at 10 mg per kilo of cannabidiol, which is the known therapeutic dose approved by the FDA for the maintenance dosing for the epilepsy setting, this dosing reduced BNP. But more striking, when we went to 1/10 of that dose, or 1 mg per kilo, we still reduced BNP. So we believe this is indicative of an improved way to deliver this form of drug, to get more drug concentrated at sites of pathology so we can achieve therapeutic effect with less drug. We also observe this at the pathology level as well. On the left, you see normal cardiac tissue. One panel in, you see hypertension-induced fibrosis. Basically, we induce hypertension in this model system, so the heart pumps against vascular resistance of high blood pressure. Fibrosis, the heart becomes fibrotic and inflamed, and then we stain for the fibrotic lesions. So you can see one panel in, the bluish staining is fibrosis, but in the presence of this angiotensin-induced cardiomyopathy, at 10 mg per kilo and again at 1 mg per kilo, we ameliorate this fibrotic process. We believe this is a signal of an entirely new way to target one of the key pathological processes in the development of diastolic heart failure, which is one of the largest medical markets in the world today. So the key milestones we've set for our organization in the coming quarter to 3 quarters is to complete randomization or complete enrollment in the Lancer study, these high-risk cardiac patients. We believe that COVID is going to become endemic, as many are saying now, and it's going to be of paramount importance to be able to protect the most vulnerable patient population. So we look forward to completing and reporting the Lancer trial in Q1. We look forward to initiating enrollment in this very important program in acute myocarditis, which is orphan drug eligible and a condition for which there is no recognized standard of care. And we look forward to completing the development of our subcutaneous formulation and moving it into an IND enabling program to enable entry into the clinic in first half of 2022 with a clinical target of heart failure. I'd welcome you to visit cardiolrx.com for the biographies on our entire management team. Just some brief remarks. We have extraordinary talent with this team that has been involved in the development of important therapeutics now for over 30 years. Dr. Andrew Hammers, our Chief Medical Officer, 20 years of heart failure medicine practice, trained under the world-renowned Harvey White as a clinical trialist, ran over 40 clinical trials, and then joined Amgen, where he was part of the cardiometabolic program and was head of the Repatha program, which is $1 billion drug. Chris Waddick, over 30 years of senior financial roles in majority of which was in life sciences. Dr. Andrea Parker, extraordinary talent in execution of clinical trials in heart failure medicine and former chief scientific officer of the Peter Munk Cardiac Center. Bernard Lim has been in the biotech industry and life sciences industry his entire career, spanning 3 decades with expertise in operations, manufacturing, scale-up, quality systems implementation, and extraordinary talent also with Ann Tomlin on the regulatory front, having taken several drugs through regulatory bodies around the world, predominantly FDA. We have an international board, independent, chaired by Dr. Guillermo Torriamione, a world-renowned cardiologist, immunologist, trained under Dr. DeBakey and head of one of the largest heart transplant services in the United States. Ian Chalmers brings commercialization expertise from regulated industries. Colin Stote was one of the early employees of GW Pharma. He joined that organization in the year 2000 and was part of the team that developed cannabidiol, the first FDA-approved medicine for the epilepsies. Peter Picos is a veteran of the pharmaceutical industry, owner, founder, and CEO of Dalton Pharmaceuticals. He founded that company in 1987, and they're our global partner for all of our formulation manufacturing. And our most recent addition to the board brings extensive experience in the life sciences industry, as well as legal acumen and a very accomplished financial acumen to the board in Michael Wilner. We've recently uplisted on the NASDAQ, so we are now a dual stock exchange listed company. Cap structure, well represented by insiders with 16%. I'm the largest shareholder and the founding shareholder of this organization. Our pharmaceutical and research collaborators are also represented on the cap table at 6%. A strong cash position at the end of Q2 with $33 million in cash. We also have in-the-money warrants, which could trigger additional inflows of up to 20 million. So we're very comfortable with our cash position, no debt, no long-term obligations, and we have sufficient capital resources to execute across all of the milestones that we have discussed today. So with that, I would like to thank everyone very much for their attention today. It's been a great opportunity to present the CRDL story, and we look forward to keeping everyone updated on our progress in the coming quarters.
Thank you, David. David Elsley, the CEO of CRDL Therapeutics. There's the URL up on the screen. David, thank you so much for joining us today at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. All right, let's keep it going. Someone asked if BCTX is next. No, at least not on my track. On my track, I've got my next speaker. Is he here? Yeah, there he is. There he is. Rodney Varner, the president and CEO of GenPrex. Rodney, how are we doing today?
Doing great. How about you, Spencer?
Doing fantastic.
Glad to hear it.
Fantastic. Guys, let's go ahead and there are the slides. And Rodney, tell us all about GenPrex.
Okay, happy to. So you're going to advance the slides for me, right, Spencer?
We got it.
Okay. Well, great. Well, at GenPrex, well, first of all, I'm Rodney Varner, CEO and chairman of GenPrex, and I'd like to thank all of those in attendance, both for your time and for your interest today. Spencer, if you'd go back to that forward-looking statement slide. This is our forward-looking statement slide. I know that you see these probably from every presenter. I know that you're familiar with them, but nevertheless, I'm obligated to point it out to you. Obviously, things may not go as projected or, as we expect. And so I would commend this slide to your reading on our slide deck. Also, the slide deck that I'm reading from today is on our webpage under our investor download tab. It's a very long slide deck, 30 plus slides, and it has a lot of detail about our science and technology. I'm not going to be able to cover all of that today. I'm going to be skipping around in the deck, but I would commend that to your reading. If you're interested and would like more detail, you can find a lot in that deck. Spencer, is there any way to make these slides larger for me? Spencer? Okay, well, I'll go forward then. This is our basic stock information, GenPrex at a glance. We're traded on NASDAQ under GNPX. You can get all of this information on your trading platform, obviously, but I do want to point out the number on the right, our cash position, 44.2 million as of the end of the last quarter. We have no debt other than trade payables. And so we're well positioned to execute the programs that I'll be telling you about today. Next slide. Let's skip this one. Next slide. I'm going to spend some time on this slide. These are high points on why we believe that you should consider an investment in Genprex. First of all, we have a gene therapy platform. We use a non-viral nanoparticle delivery system to deliver therapeutic genes to tumors. This is an important platform. For one thing, we can deliver numerous genes, different genes, to numerous types of cancer. We're not limited to lung cancer, although that's a vast market. And we can combine this with multiple other cancer-fighting drugs. We have preclinical research that indicates that it's synergistic with a range of other cancer-fighting drugs. So multiple genes, multiple types of cancer, multiple other types of drugs. So with this platform, we can build out by adding other genes or using other genes. We can identify additional cancers to target, and we have preclinical research on numerous other cancers that might benefit from our gene therapy. So this platform is going to be the basis for building out, we believe, an extensive pipeline for Genprex. We have the first systemic gene therapy used for cancer in humans. The key words there are systemic and for cancer in humans. Our gene therapy can be injected by IV. It circulates throughout the bloodstream and attacks tumors wherever they appear. So they're not limited to being injected into a tumor like many gene therapies are. And we are not aware of another systemic gene therapy that's been used for cancer in humans. We've treated over 50 patients over 2 clinical trials with this, beginning over a decade ago. And so our research and the information that we can access indicates that we're the first systemic gene therapy used for cancer in humans. We think that's very important. We think that we're a leader and that there will be many other followers over the years, but we think that we're going to be the first mover with a gene therapy used systemically for cancer. We're addressing large markets and unmet needs, and I mean really large markets. Our first cancer indication is non-small cell lung cancer. I'll give you more information on this a little later in the deck, but it's a very large market and represents a huge unmet need because late-stage lung cancer patients have few options today. Also, we have a separate and distinct gene therapy for diabetes. It addresses both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Diabetes affects about 10% of the population, about 34 million people in the United States. So another huge market. And that's a market that's characterized by children who have type 1 diabetes, many people who are extremely ill and even die from either type 1 or type 2 diabetes. So another very large unmet need. We're doing combination trials of our gene therapy, which is trade named Recursa, with top-selling cancer drugs. Our initial 2 clinical trials are with Tagrisso by AstraZeneca. It's their largest selling drug, and Keytruda by Merck, which is Merck's largest selling drug. Our proposition is that if you combine our gene therapy with either of these drugs, you'll get a better outcome than with that drug alone or with our gene therapy alone. In other words, they're synergistic. So again, combining with the largest selling drugs of Merck and AstraZeneca. And therefore, if if our drug is approved for use with either or both of these, we have the chance to participate in those huge markets that they are already enjoying. And we do it without taking market share from anyone. We're not competing for market share with them or anyone else. We would be additive. We would extend the time that patients would benefit from those drugs, and possibly expand the number of patients who would benefit from those drugs. So we think this is very important, that we're addressing these really large markets, and that in a way the markets have already been established, and all we have to do is be added to existing drugs that are already being sold to these patients. We have an FDA fast track designation. In order to obtain a fast track designation, a company has to prove that its drug has the potential to be an improvement over existing therapies in a specific patient population which involves a serious disease and an unmet need. The FDA has made those findings with regard to our drug, Recorsa, to be used in combination with AstraZeneca's drug, Tagrisso, in late-stage cancer patients. This is really important because nearly every patient who takes Tagrisso will ultimately become resistant to it. The number really is close to 100%. So if you think of it as a pipeline or a funnel, these patients who are eligible for AstraZeneca's drug, Tagrisso, will go on to that drug, they'll receive that drug, and at some point they'll become resistant to it. And when they do, our proposition is that we can be added to Tagrisso, and that the patients will receive a further benefit. That's the basis of our fast track designation, and that fast track population is late stage non-small cell lung cancer. We've demonstrated clinical achievement. This is not just theoretical. In addition to a great amount of preclinical research done by our researchers at MD Anderson Cancer Center, we've done 2 prior clinical trials, and we've treated over 50 patients. So and over those patients, we've demonstrated a favorable safety profile and strong evidence of efficacy. So we've taken a lot of the risk out of Recorsa with the strong safety profile and evidence of efficacy. We have world-class academic partners. As I mentioned, MD Anderson in Houston, and now with our diabetes program, the University of Pittsburgh. You know, I really wasn't very familiar with the University of Pittsburgh before we began licensing negotiations with them, but I learned that they're a very distinguished world-class medical research institution. In fact, it's where the polio vaccine was invented back in the 1950s. And we've obtained a license from them for the diabetes therapy, and are looking forward to continuing working with them and developing that program. We have an expanding technology pipeline. The first evidence of that was the diabetes therapy that we in-licensed last year. But we're adding additional technologies that will be announced soon. Some being developed in-house, others externally. We do expect to be announcing additional pipeline technologies, over the next few months. We have a strong balance sheet. As I mentioned, we had $44 million cash as of the end of the last quarter, and we have no debt other than trade payables. So Spencer, would you advance the slide? This is our research and development pipeline. The top bar there is our ACLAIM-1 clinical trial. That's a branded clinical trial. ACLAIM-1 represents the trial combining our gene therapy, Recorsa, with Tagrisso, as I explained to you a few minutes ago. This is the subject of our fast track designation. This trial, we've engaged a clinic. We've obtained FDA consent to go forward with it. We've got clinical site engaged, and they're now recruiting patients. And we expect to be treating the first patient in the near future. The ACCLAIM 2 trial is somewhat behind that. This is the trial with combining Recursa with Keytruda. We expect to soon be opening that trial as well. The next trial was, the next bar that you see was a Recursa monotherapy trial. That was treatment of late-stage lung cancer patients with Recursa alone, not in combination with any other therapy. And that trial demonstrated a favorable safety profile and strong evidence of efficacy. And then we did a phase 1/2 clinical trial of Recursa plus Tarceva. Tarceva is an earlier generation EGFR inhibitor. That is, it's the same class of drug as Tagrisso, but an earlier generation of that. We did a phase 1/2 trial with that, and again saw favorable safety data and strong evidence of efficacy. If we have time, I'll show you some data from that trial, including a complete response that occurred in a late-stage lung cancer patient with that trial. Then finally, we have the next bar, which is discovery programs. These are programs that are not announced yet, but as I mentioned, we are working on several different additional pipeline technologies. And then finally, we have our preclinical program in diabetes, in which preclinical research is being done at the University of Pittsburgh. Next slide, please. This slide is intended to simply illustrate that we have two distinct programs. We have the oncology program that I've described to you. It's a combinational approach combining our gene therapy with other approved cancer drugs. There are a number of cancer drugs that our gene therapy could be combined with. Our academic researchers have identified a half dozen or more. But our initial combination drugs are Tagrisso and Keytruda, as I've described. And then our other distinct program is the diabetes program, which uses a different delivery system. It's designed to treat both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Diabetes affects about 10% of the United States population, or 34 million people. Many of the patients are children, as you know, as I'm sure you know. Next slide, please. Next slide. So let me get back to the non-small cell lung cancer market. I'm sure you recall that in one of the bullet points I showed you earlier, I said that we're addressing very large markets. The total market for non-small cell lung cancer therapeutics, it's down in the lower right corner of this slide. It's over 20 billion now. It's expected to reach 26 billion by 2023. Of that market, about 14 billion represents sales of Keytruda, one of the drugs we're combining with. 4 billion represents sales of Tagrisso. Or excuse me, these are 2020 sales, not the 2026 sales. These are 2020 sales. 14 billion of Keytruda, 4 billion of Tagrisso. So again, our proposition is that we can be combined with these two very large selling drugs and participate in those markets. We would be an add-on to these drugs already being sold in these markets. Now, as to the unmet need, there are about 2 million lung cancer cases a year. Late-stage lung cancer is almost always fatal, so a huge unmet need. about 84% of these cases represent non-small cell lung cancer, which is the type we're addressing. So again, large markets, large unmet need. Next slide. This slide illustrates our platform. Basically, as I told you, we have multiple tumor suppressor and therapeutic cancer genes, or cancer fighting genes that we can deliver with our delivery system. We can address multiple types of cancer. We have preclinical data showing that our drug might benefit a range of cancers, including breast cancer, triple negative breast cancer, which is very difficult to treat, renal cell carcinoma, soft tissue carcinomas, and a range of others. So a number of potential cancer targets with our first gene. And again, this can be combined with a range of other cancer-fighting drugs. So you can see there are a lot of opportunities for success here with this platform. And we do intend to build this platform out, using it to deliver other genes and to address other cancers. Next slide, please. This is an illustration of our lipid nanoparticle delivery system. We're using cationically charged lipid nanoparticles. These are electronically charged that carry DNA to tumors. These nanoparticles are positively charged. Cancer cells carry a negative charge. And one of the mechanisms that causes these nanoparticles to target cancer cells is that opposite charge. Now, if you inject this by IV, which we do, these nanoparticles travel throughout the bloodstream and attach to tumors wherever they're found. Thus, they can attach to metastatic tumors and even tumors that are not yet identified. So think about that. Many types of cancer treatment, including many gene therapies, have to address a specific tumor. Some gene therapies have to be injected directly into a tumor. With ours, these nanoparticles circulate and find the tumors wherever they are. So that's an incredible benefit of this system.
I'm going to jump on here, Rodney, just because we are at time. There's just one question from the chat I want to get to from Nirav, and that was, can you ask for an update? Sorry about that. Can you ask for an update on the diabetes trial and when that will begin?
Well, there isn't a clinical trial of the diabetes technology yet. That program is preclinical. It's being conducted at the University of Pittsburgh under the control of Dr. George Giddies. And we are waiting on additional preclinical data from them. They're doing research in apes. They previously published research in mice. And so we're waiting for them to reach a point where they can release research on their research in primates. So that's all I can say at this point.
Got it. Rodney Varner, President and CEO of GenPrex. URL is up on the screen. Rodney, thanks so much for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right. Hey, let's keep it rolling here. You know what? Let's take a second before we bring our next speaker on, our Dane Andrews. Before we get to Dane, let's just everyone take a minute and let's just do some stretching. All right. Let's just stretch. All right. Some arm circles. All right. Some back and forth. Come on. It's what time is it? It's 1:39. It's the middle of the day. We've got like 4 hours left of amazing content, one-on-one access. Well, not one-on-one because you're not with them physically, but exclusive access to company executives on what they're doing. And you can ask them questions, and you can't get this on CNBC. Can't get this. So we got some stretching. We're good. Everyone's good. All right. All right, we got the blood flowing. Maybe we can stand up. We can touch our toes. I'm sitting down. I'm not going to do that. That'd be dumb. But okay, let's bring on Dane Andrew, the president and CEO. There he is of Helios Medical. Dane, you all stretched? You got the blood going?
I do have the blood going, and
Okay.
we'll increase the blood oxygen and blood flow to your brain. So,
hey, nice
with this presentation. So
nice. All right, I'm gonna step out here and let you do your thing.
And can you hear me perfectly fine and see me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, and welcome to Helios Medical Technologies presentation. We are a leading neuro tech company. We have very disruptive technology for healthcare, as you will see. We'll go through our legal disclaimers, but we're short on time. So basically, we are the first and only patented treatment, and we use a portable neuromodulation stimulator device, otherwise known as the PONS device. And what we're doing is stimulating your tongue through your trigeminal nerve in combination with physical therapy to reduce neurological disease or trauma. So the best way to look at it is right across the central nervous system indication platform. One of the most common symptoms for patients is balance and gait dysfunction, whether it's MS, Parkinson's, stroke, cerebral palsy, or traumatic brain injury. A very common symptom right across the board is balance and gait dysfunction. So we have 3 American flags there. We're very proud of our first flag. We got our first FDA authorized clearance for our device and therapy in mild to moderate symptoms of multiple sclerosis. We'll talk more about our commercialization plans in a moment. We did receive a FDA breakthrough designation for MS back in May of last year. That was our first designation. And as of last month, we garnered our second FDA breakthrough designation for the treatment of dynamic gait and balance deficits following a stroke. And for us to get this is just a massive accomplishment for our team, our technology, and all the stakeholders. And then lastly, we've been commercializing in Canada in 2 indications. One for mild to moderate traumatic brain injury for chronic balance deficit, and 2, MS as well. We received that right at the start of COVID last year. We are commercializing in 33 neuro PT clinics as we speak in Canada. So the FDA breakthrough designation, again, I mentioned our first one was in MS 14 months ago in May of 2020 for high unmet needs. And we received our FDA marketing clearance and authorization by the FDA in late March of this year. So this is a huge win for Helios Medical. And then second, we received our second breakthrough designation for the treatment of dynamic gait and balance deficits following a stroke. And why is this important? Well, there's over 400 companies that have a breakthrough designation, but there's only 5.6% of them that have a clearance. And Helios Medical is one of those 5.6. But second, there's less than 1% of the companies out there that have 2 breakthrough designations. So that pretty much puts us in the healthcare medical device Hall of Fame. To go forward, we are going to need a pivotal trial, which we're already planning for, and we'll talk about when that happens and when we expect an FDA authorization in our second label for the United States. We are truly a platform technology. If you look at it, MS with our first FDA clearance, there's 1 million people suffering from MS, but there's 7 million people suffering from stroke. And then lastly, I'm just going to focus on a potential label expansion into traumatic brain injury. We're looking at potentially our government to fund us, whether it's the DOD, Army, VA. That is a distinct possibility in traumatic brain injury. There's other indications. We have great data in cerebral palsy. We are looking for a future study. It would be a milestone study in Parkinson's disease. If you look at how we're going to create shareholder value over the next 2 to 6 to 12 months, it's inherent in what we're doing. First and foremost, we did close on an $11 million public offering through Ladenburg in the first quarter of this year. We maintained our ISO certification and GMET through our GMET audit. It's very important. We enhanced our and expanded our senior leadership team in the second quarter, and we're already achieved 85% of our state licenses for our MS launch, which will happen in first quarter of next year, 22. What are we doing in the third quarter? Well, we did get our second breakthrough designation in stroke. We have launched clinical adoption studies in Canada. It's 30% cheaper to do that, to expand mind share and increase our data input for KOLs. So we did launch a couple of trials that are adoption trials. In the fourth quarter, which we're entering here in the next day or two, we will initiate our inventory build for our commercial launch. We use Keytronics to make our device. And then we are already starting our initial outreach into KOLs and strategic partners. And again, first quarter, we're going to launch our MS commercial strategy. We're going to deploy our reimbursement opportunities, and going into the second quarter into private, commercial, and government payers. We'll submit those, and in the second quarter, we'll initiate our pivotal trial in stroke, which is very exciting for this team, and we look forward to a first half 2024 FDA clearance. So what is the PoNS treatment, and what are we doing? Well, I have the device right here, the portable neuromodulation stimulator. It comes in a nice Apple Steve Jobs sleek case. If you open it up, and hopefully you could see all this, I'm going to open it up right now. And the PoNS device is a smart device that goes around your neck very easily, and the mouthpiece attaches to the device, and it goes in your mouthpiece, in your mouth, on top of your tongue. So what are we doing? We are stimulating one of the 12 cranial nerves through your tongue. It goes on top of your tongue, like so. There's 143 gold-plated electrodes on our neurostimulation device, and we are stimulating the trigeminal nerve, which is one of your 12 cranial nerves in your skull. And it is the nerve that has the most contact points and area points in and around the brain. This is a non-implantable device. There's no surgery. And basically in a 20-minute session, you have 25 million impulses going through your neural network, affecting your brain. And we'll show you what we're doing. We're actually increasing blood oxygen and blood flow. We're gently sending signals through that nerve and impacting a reaction in the brain. For example, if I take my tongue right now and just touch my tongue, that is sending a signal through your brain that I'm taking my right finger and touching my tongue lightly. Now, if I took something sharp and actually cut my tongue and blood flow, what signal would that be sending to the brain? Well, painful signal. You could probably taste blood, but it is going right through your neural network, through the tongue to the brain for a reaction. And again, what we're treating is balance and gait dysfunction. So here's a young lady, and she's got the device, the smart device around her neck. She's on a treadmill working on her gait deficit, and basically the mouthpiece is stimulating the tongue surface, sending signals to the brain through the neural network. And what we're doing is basically sending those signals and really getting a reaction through the trigeminal nerve in combination with physical and cognitive rehabilitation. So if you look at our treatment, it's a 14-week treatment where your first 2 weeks are done in a neural PT setting. It's 20 minutes a day, twice a day, in combination with physical therapy. And then your last 12 weeks, you take your device home and finish your therapy at home. So this is a big event for us. This was the FDA breakthrough designation that we received on August of 17th of this year. Again, it's for treatment of dynamic gait and balance deficit due to symptoms from stroke. So if you look at the chronic stroke market and indication, there's 7 million patients that are living with stroke, and over 80% of them have gait impairment. That's an important point here because most of those folks are already doing rehab or in neuro rehab centers and clinics from their neurologists. And frankly, if you break down the stroke market even further, there's 800,000 new strokes a year, and over 80% of them go right into rehab because of gait deficit issues. So let's switch back to our US FDA clearance, which is for symptoms, gait deficit symptoms for MS. Again, the market is highlighted, it's well characterized. Everyone knows someone, unfortunately, with MS. There's more females than males that have MS. It's a growing diagnosed population, unfortunately. The MS patients are treated through their neurologists and really MS experts. Gait dysfunction is a very common symptom experienced by MS patients. And MS patients are very well connected to the MS Society and are very active on social media. And then finally, they are actively seeking new and promising treatments. And that bodes well for Helios Medical and the PONS therapy. There's 1 million patients that, and unfortunately increasing, that are affected by MS. 41% have the gait deficit issue. So there is a large population for Helios Medical to go after and start helping these patients with their gait deficit. If you look at our first study, our first clinical study, this is really all you really need to see in the clinical data. But this was the Tyler study out of the University of Wisconsin at Madison. This technology was co-invented at UW-Madison over 20 years ago by a man named Paul Baccarita. But this study, if you look at the two lines, the first line is our active PONS device plus physical therapy versus a pure placebo, non-stimulating device. So these patients got no stimulation whatsoever. And remember, if there's no stimulation, there's no effect to the neural network to the brain. So basically, they were just getting physical therapy alone, rehab. So look what happened. Let's look at the red line, number 2, of the pure placebo based off the DGI. And the dynamic gait index is 0 to 24, and it has 6 groups of 4 variables each. So if these groups started at 10, and anything from 18 and over is considered normal gait. So if you look at just the pure placebo effect of the 14-week treatment, you had some benefit of rehab. And this is clear in most literature for rehab and physical therapy. But unfortunately, it peaks by week 6, week 10, and starts regressing. So again, the quality of life is not there. Now, let's look at the blue line. The active PONS, our device, it increases faster, quicker, and maintains its efficacy. And if you're going from 10 to 18, you're basically back to a normal gait. And that's so important for quality of life for MS patients. Our second clinical trial was done at the Neurological Institute in Montreal. These are before and after functional MRI snapshots of bold imaging of your left, your right, and your rear area of your brain. And again, we used an active arm, which is an active PONS device plus physical therapy versus a non-stimulating, a pure placebo plus PT. So basically, Group B is just PT alone. And look what happens in Group A. There is significant activity from before and after functional MRI bold imaging. And what are we studying here? An increase of blood oxygen and therefore blood flow to the brain. And clearly, we proved that out. The great thing about our Canadian commercialization operations is part of our clinical and regulatory strategy. We use 42 real-world patients that were treated in 2019, and 58% of them showed at least a 4-point improvement in their functional gait assessment. And we were allowed to use real-world evidence in our FDA de novo application. So along with the 2 former clinical data, we use 42 real-world patients, and using commercial patients provides valuable insights and potential to publish. And these Canadians, not just in just MS, but also in TBI, took their stories to the media. Now let's look at the current strategies for managing neurological disorders in this nation, in this world. There's prescription drugs. Of course, there's massive amounts of physical therapy, surgery, and then there's us in the medical device world. If you look at what we're doing, and before we launch in our activities, we are going to be sponsoring an open label clinical study, and we call it the TEP program, a therapeutic experience program. And we're going to be leveraging MS experts, their institutions, to provide additional information in the US before we go out and commercialize. We're going to have 10 to 12 sites with 50 to 60 subjects with gait deficit due to mild and moderate MS at these centers of excellence. And we're going to leverage our MS Scientific Advisory Board along with our Medical Advisory Board. And we're looking to start enrolling in the 4th quarter of this year and continue through the 2nd quarter of next year. This will be helpful also with our reimbursement strategy, our reimbursement dossier, and including our clinical adoption studies that we have been started in Canada. So if you look at our pre-commercial activities, includes licenses, territory identification, and KOL engagement. On the last quarter, we also talked about not only the 41% that have gait impairment of the 1 million MS patients, but we broke it down further that we looked at the DRG codes, which are gait deficit codes in MS that are at rehab. And there's 131,000 MS patients that are basically the low-hanging fruit for Helios Medical. And basically, we are going to be going after those 131,000 patients initially in our 1st quarter launch. We believe we'll be at a cash pay for these customers like Canada. We have lots of experience on cash pay, but we believe by the end of next year, 2022 into 2023, we'll have reimbursement, both commercial and government reimbursement programs. So if you look at our balance sheet at the end of the 2nd quarter, June, we had $7.4 million in cash. Basically, right now we have warrants that are priced at $16.30 of almost $9.3 million if those warrants would be exercised. We also have a $15 million line of credit that we just instituted in September as one of our tools in our toolkit. We are looking for additional optionality on financing, of course, going into our commercialization launch in the 1st quarter. If you look at our ownership, Columbus Capital has been a great investor for us. Maple Leaf Partners is my family funds. You'll see that I own over 9% of the company. I just recently bought over 30,000 shares in a tight window in middle of September. High Capital is a new investor for us, and AMB, which is out of Hong Kong, is actually China Medical, the largest medical device company in China. We do have a partnership with them. If you look at my background, I spent 20 years running a large hedge fund value base. I was one of the managers for Julian Robertson at Tiger. Again, I own over 9%. Jeff Mathieson just joined us 3 months ago as well. He used to be our audit chair, but prior to that, he was a very successful CFO for Gemfire Therapeutics and Sunshine Heart. Dr. Antonella Favet Van Pelt, who brought in almost just over 2 months ago, is a board certified neurologist. She's launched many times into the U.S. Market, and I give her credit for initiating the innovative therapeutic experience program that we are starting. Fred Fantasia comes from LivaNova. He was formerly their VP of North American Sales and Marketing. He takes on that same job. Just FYI, LivaNova was a implantable neurostimulation device for epilepsy. Our board is fantastic, starting with Blaine Walter. Blaine is in Columbus, Ohio. He's one of the co-founders of Inventive Health. Sherry Perkins, another excellent hire for us, brings operational commercial experience after over 20 plus years, again at LivaNova. Ed Strauss, a 3-star admiral, retired with a ton of great manufacturing and logistics expertise. Mitch Tyler is one of our co-founders from the University of Wisconsin. And just recently we announced Paul Buckman, president of North American LivaNova, just joined us as well. Again, this is a snapshot of our MS advisory board: Cleveland Clinic, Shepherd Center, Craig. We got an extensive IP portfolio out to 2040. And we're just so excited to be here and really present the opportunity to all of you to take a look at Helios Medical, not only in gait deficit and our commercialization, but also look out for us in our pivotal trial for balancing gait deficits due to stroke.
Great, Dan. We're up against time. Oh, look at that. Dane Andreeff, everyone. Thank you, Dane. He's the CEO of Helios Medical. Thank you so much today for coming to the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, let me bring on our next speaker here, Laxminarayan. No, I practiced and I got it right the first 4 times. Hold on. Laxminarayan. Did I get that right the second time? Thank you. I just spent the last minute saying it to myself and I still screwed it up. So I apologize. I'm very sensitive to name pronunciations. Laxminarayan Bhat is the founder, president, and CEO of, they're the companies up on the screen, Reviva Pharmaceuticals, ticker RVPH. Do we have your slides from you, sir?
Can you see my slide deck?
Not yet. Just click that share button on the bottom, select the slides. I'll let you know when we see them, and then we will bring them up on the screen for you. But you have to show them from your computer first. So, while he's working on that, let's just do a quick tally, everyone. Okay, you guys know I've been keeping tabs on this throughout the day. We are currently at 113 likes, and the other track, the worst track, is at 132 likes. Let's catch up. We're down by 19 now. Down by 19 likes. Let's close the gap. Let's close the gap between. Come on, this is the better track. You've got me. There we go. Okay. I see your slides. Put them in present mode and in slideshow mode. Slideshow mode here, and I'll bring them up on the screen, and we'll be good to go. Can you go full screen on that though?
Can you see me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. We got them up.
Okay. So, yep. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you all to the Reviva presentation. See, Reviva is a clinical stage company. Before I begin my presentation, I would like all the viewers to take a look at our forward-looking statement displayed here. See, Reviva is a clinical stage company currently focused on developing new therapies for neuropsychiatric and pulmonary indications. The lead programs for neuropsychiatry is schizophrenia phase 3 stage. And pulmonary indications, pulmonary arterial hypertension and pulmonary fibrosis. All these 3 indications are, highly unmet medical need and then a large market size. Reviva became a public company in last December, currently traded on NASDAQ stock market under ticker symbol RVPH. So we closed a follow-on offering on June 1st, a $34.5 million financing round. It was participated by 3 well-known healthcare investors. We are now currently fully funded to execute phase 3 study in schizophrenia. So before going into R&D presentation, I would like to take a minute to highlight background of management. My name is Lux Bhatt. I'm founder and CEO of Reviva Pharmaceuticals. My background is I'm a scientist by training. Currently, been in the industry over 20 years. Contributed to 1 approved drug currently in the market in the CNS space. With my colleague Mark Cantian, he brings over 20 years of experience in the industry, contributed to 4 drugs currently in the market. Prior to joining Reviva, he worked for major pharmaceutical companies like AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Sanofi Aventis, and then Merck. So with us, our CFO, Narayan Prabhu, again, he brings over 20 years of experience in the industry, both in the information technology and then biotechnology space. Prior to joining Reviva, he was a CFO at Sony Biotechnology. So all 3 of us senior management at Reviva, well experienced in this space and very confident of leading Reviva through NDA and then beyond, taking Reviva to next stage. So with this background, I would like to give a very high-level overview of our R&D programs and a outlook for the company, and then with respect to especially the value inflection data readouts in the next 18 to 24 months. So currently we have 2 molecules in development, RP1208 and then RP5063. Both the molecules are discovered in-house, and we have granted compositions of matter patents for both the molecules. So RP5063 is the lead asset. We have completed 2 studies in schizophrenia for RP5063, in both in stable schizophrenia phase 1B and then a large phase 2 study, global study in 234 patients in acute schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder patient population. So based on the data in hand, we are very optimistic of extending the label claim of this drug to beyond schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depressive disorder, and ADHD. Also, psychosis and behavioral symptoms in vulnerable patient populations such as Parkinson and Alzheimer's patients as well. So this drug has also shown good efficacy in translational model for lung diseases, pulmonary arterial hypertension, and idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. So you might be wondering why we are talking about extending the therapeutic benefit of this drug to mental illness to lung diseases. So without going into the science or a biology associated with the mental illness and the lung diseases, I would like to take a few seconds to highlight. So the main connection between the mental illness and the lung diseases, PAH and IPF, are dysfunctional serotonin signaling in the brain. It leads to mental illness. In the lungs, lead to PAH and then IPF, primarily involvement of 3 major serotonin receptors, 5-HT2A, 2B, and then 7, having potent activities for these 3 receptors. So we believe this drug, also based on the data in hand, we believe we are in a position to treat both mental illness of neuropsychiatric conditions as well as lung diseases, PAH and then IPF. So we have already published an article highlighting this science in Nature Biotechnology. This article is available on our website if you would like to look at the details. So now going into the therapeutic areas where we are currently focused on, and then market outlook. So neuropsychiatric conditions, there are 3 major conditions with respect to large market size: schizophrenia, depression, bipolar disorder, and ADHD. So not all antipsychotics are approved for treatment of all 4 major neuropsychiatric conditions. Only a handful of drugs out of 10, only a handful of drugs are approved for beyond schizophrenia, depression, and then bipolar disorder. And only 3 to 4 drugs are approved for major depressive disorder as well. And then only 1 drug approved for all 4 indications, schizophrenia, depression, bipolar, and ADHD, that is Abilify. Brand name, generic name is aripiprazole. So based on the profile of our drug and then clinical data in hand, we believe our drug can be extended for beyond schizophrenia, for major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, and ADHD, with total addressable market size of close to $40 billion. So with respect to pulmonary indications, PAH and then IPF, these are major pulmonary indications. Huge unmet need. Currently, there is no cure for PAH as well as IPF. Total addressable market size is around $20 billion. $14 billion is PAH, around $6 billion IPF. Based on recent literature reports, it is expected that neuropsychiatric conditions highlighted here, these 4 major indications, there is an around a 10 to 14% growth in the patient population in the next 5 to 6 years. Same with the pulmonary indications, PAH and then IPF. Expected growth is around 10 to 12%. So already having a huge unmet need and then over $40 billion aggregate market size for these indications. If we are able to capture fraction of a market size, our drug can be a blockbuster category drug when it comes to market. So now quickly move on to a schizophrenia program. So you might be wondering, why do we need new drug, despite having around a 6 to 7 blockbuster category antipsychotics currently in the market? Here is the data. If you look at despite having 6 to 7 blockbuster category drugs, in acute schizophrenia patient population in a short span of around 4 to 6 weeks of treatment with approved antipsychotics, around 30 to 50% patients discontinue medication. So in the long-term treatment, up to 70% patients are reported to discontinue medication. So these are blockbuster drugs I'm talking about. And so despite having 6 to 7 blockbuster category drugs, why do these patients discontinue medication in the schizophrenia treatment? This is partly because of intolerable side effects as well as suboptimal efficacy associated with approved antipsychotics, especially for the treatment of residual symptoms, we call it. Schizophrenia is not a single disease like cancer. It is at least it is a combination of at least 4 major symptoms: positive symptoms, negative symptoms, cognitive deficits, and more. By and large, approved antipsychotics address positive symptoms, and then patients become stable in 4 to 6 weeks of treatment. But most patients have difficulty in quickly recovering from residual symptoms, negative symptom, cognitive, and then more. An effective drug should be able to address these residual symptoms for faster recovery of patients. So without going into the scientific details, I would like to give a top-level statistics in the phase 2 study in 234 patients in 4 weeks. Our drug, RP5063, has shown only around 12 to 14% dropout compared to approved antipsychotics, blockbuster category antipsychotics in the similar trial, shown anywhere around a 30 to 50% dropout rates. That dropout rates alone clearly indicates that RP5063 has better efficacy and then safety profile compared to approved antipsychotics. So this, we are in preparing for initiating pivotal phase 3 studies. We expect to start pivotal phase 3 studies by end of this year, sometime in November, December timeframe. So this is the mechanism of the drug, and then I would not go into detail. This is a balanced dopamine serotonin targeted compound, having dopamine partial agonist activity and then potent activity for 5-HT2A, 2B, and then 7 receptors. So our drug has very weak activity in about 100-fold weaker or no activity for off targets that are known to cause metabolic side effects. Often they are irreversible, such as the receptors such as 5-HT2C alpha-adrenergic 1 and 2, and then muscarinic receptors M3. These are implicated for metabolic and endocrine side effects. Our drug doesn't have any appreciable activity for these receptors. That's why in the phase 2 study, I will show you data in a minute, we have seen much cleaner safety profile compared to approved antipsychotics. So this is the top line data, phase 2 study data. If you look at here, we have tried 3 doses, RP 5063, 15 milligram, 30, and then 50 milligram. Here, all 3 doses showed good efficacy, and then 2 doses showed statistically significant improvement in 4 weeks. So without going into the detail, if you would like to compare this data with approved antipsychotics in similar trials, approved antipsychotics in 4 weeks showed anywhere around a 13-point improvement to 18-point improvement, the blockbuster category drugs. So we have shown here around 20-point improvement in 4-week study. This is certainly makes this drug, it's a very robust efficacy for schizophrenia compared to approved antipsychotics in this space. Either way you slice the drug, whether from the day 1 to day 28 or placebo-adjusted efficacy. Either way, this is really a robust data compared to approved antipsychotics. This is a scale or a data regulatory agencies in the US, FDA, in the Europe, as well as rest of the world use as a standard for approving an antipsychotic drug to market. However, a drug to post-approval to gain market access, the drug has to have efficacy beyond total PANSS score. So that particularly efficacy for treating negative symptoms and improvement in social functioning. Otherwise, if a drug doesn't have good efficacy for negative symptoms and social functioning improvement, so the patients are not going to fully recover fast. So here we have, our drug has shown efficacy on day 14 itself robust efficacy for negative symptoms and social functioning improvement.
Do we just lose? Did we just? All right, let me take him off the screen. I think his laptop may have just died. Everyone, I think that's what just happened. All right, I hope we can get Lakshminarayan back. Yeah, this might be a first. This is like what, our 10th, maybe more, 13th virtual conference in the last year. I don't know if we've ever had someone had the laptop die on them mid presentation, but that appears to be what just happened. So if we have time, we will get Lax back if we can. But hey, let this be a public service announcement for all of us. I have a laptop right here over here to my right. The battery is low. After I'm done and our next speaker's on, I'm going to go and get my charger. So I'll be a PSA. Yeah, Glenn. I would go get my charger too. Would you not? No. In all seriousness, I joke. It's funny, but these companies are doing serious work to fight serious diseases. That's part of the point of today, right? I said it off the top, right? Healthcare is like the one industry above, I think, all else where you can invest in monetarily, right? Fiscally, you can invest in a company, and you can also invest emotionally, right? If you have a personal connection to what they're working on, right? I think it was who was it? Was it Dane? I think it was Dane. Someone, our last speaker, maybe 2 speakers ago, said everyone knows somebody with MS, and he's absolutely right. Everyone knows somebody with MS, right? It's a serious thing. The diseases that these companies are working to treat, in some cases cure, affect millions and millions and millions of people, right? And we're rooting for all of them, right? They're not going to all succeed. That's just a fact. That's how the marketplace works. They're not going to all succeed, but some of them will, and that's amazing. So okay, here's what I am being told that our next speaker is not here yet. So here's what I'll do. Let me just bring up the Slido once again, guys. I'm going to bring up the QR code on the screen, and you can win a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. There it is up on the screen. All right, that's been out there long enough. Let's move right along. Name that chart, but this has nothing to do with healthcare whatsoever. Name that chart pattern. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give you any hints. I'm not a patterns person, but even I know this one. I'm going to leave it up there. You scan the QR code. At the end of the day, we are going to randomly select one person, and then we're going to give them a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. If you don't know what Benzinga Pro is, allow me to show you. You should know it. I mean, we hype it up all the time. Why wouldn't we? It's our own platform, right? That would make sense. It'd be weird if we didn't. Okay. Benzinga Pro. Where's my screen? There it is. I'm going to log in. Okay. Whoops. There's my email, so you all can see it. I don't really care. Oh, gosh. I don't know my password. I'm always auto signed in. That was wrong. Let's try this one. That's right. Okay. All right. Benzinga Pro, Benzinga's real-time news and research tool. We've got real-time headlines, fundamental data. Okay, that's enough. Fundamental data, scanners, screeners, signals. We have our squawk. If you don't know about our squawk, it is probably the thing that people most associate Benzinga with. Traders most associate Benzinga with is our squawk. Our guys that are reading headlines in real time, so you don't have to actually stare at your screen, right? You can just hear the most important headlines. Squawk, screeners, watch list, movers, calendars, news, data, all here in Benzinga Pro. We're going to give this away, a 1-year subscription for free if you scan the QR code that was on the screen before. I'll bring it up again later. If you missed it, just rewind, I suppose. You can do that. Just rewind your screen. But yes, that is Benzinga Pro, and I will talk more about that later. Hey, patterns in a flash, get out of here. Don't be giving that answer away. That's cheating. If you are a professional patterns trader, I should have specified. You should not be allowed to answer that question if you're a professional patterns trader. That's okay. What's up, Tony? Okay, what time is it? It's 2:22. All right. I think we're actually kind of right on time anyway. So, yeah, look at that. All right. Let's bring on Ted Karkus. He is the CEO and chairman of Prophase Labs. There he is. Ted, good afternoon.
Greetings. Am I live now with investors?
You are live.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Go ahead and click that share screen button on the bottom. Find your slides for us.
Hang on.
When you do that, I will be able to see them.
How about now?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's see.
All right. Well, hold on. While you do that, Ted, I'm going to bring you off for 1 second, and you can get the slides up. I'll bring you right back. I promise.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. We have Laxamarayan back. I guess your laptop died.
Yep.
Yeah. I figured that. I saw you get up, and I figured that. Do you have any final thoughts for us as we're just about at time here?
Yeah, we are, as I mentioned, we have great data, phase 2 data for schizophrenia. We are in a process of initiating pivotal phase 3 studies by end of this year, November, December timeframe. We expect to give top line data by end of, in about 18 months of starting the study in early 2023. We also expect to start phase 2 studies for PAH sometime first half of next year. For their phase 2 studies. So in the next 18 to 24 months, we expect to give multiple clinical data readouts, at least a phase 3 study, and then very close to phase 2 data readouts.
All right, Laxamarayan Bot. Man, sorry about that name. Reviva Pharmaceuticals. Thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
All right. I've got Ted back here, and Ted, I've got your slides. Whoops, sorry about that. So let's go ahead. I'm fighting with my own team in the background. Okay, we've got Prophase slides up right there. So Ted, all you've got to do, I'm going to give you the floor, but just tell us when to switch the slides. And
are you switching the slides, or do I have control, and am I switching the slides?
We will be controlling them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay, fine. So, but can you see my screen right now?
No, but we see your slides because we are.
No, you see my slides. So why wouldn't I turn my slides?
Well, because you're not controlling. If you want, because you're not controlling them on our screen.
Okay.
Well, we're controlling them on our screen. So just cue us up, guys. We can go to the forward-looking statement now, probably. And Ted, I'll get off here and give you the floor is yours, and you can just cue us up when to keep going.
Okay, I don't go strictly by the slides, so this is a little awkward the way you have this set up, but I'll play ball. All right, so I assume we're officially starting my presentation now.
That's it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, greetings all. Please go to the next slide. All right, so you're not in control of my slides. All right, thank you guys. I'll do the slides myself.
Do you see the corporate overview slide right now?
No, I just switched to forward-looking statements. So do you see my slide forward-looking statements?
Okay. If you look at your StreamYard screen right now, you'll see what we're showing, but we can't see your screen. Just so you know, Ted.
So you can't see my screen?
No, we cannot see your screen.
Okay.
But the slides are up. The slides are up on the presentation. We are showing your slides for you. Were you? I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the person that set this up with me gave me the exact opposite instructions. I don't mean to be difficult. So you're not looking at my slide screen. You're not looking at my screen at all.
Right. You can if you can share them on the bottom there. There's that share screen button.
Right.
And you click that and you click go over to your slides. You can share your screen. We're only using this as a backup.
Okay. So can you see my screen now?
Did you click the share screen button on the bottom of StreamYard? You did, and did you select your slides?
Yes. So do you see me switching from slide to slide right now?
No, I don't see that because I would see you in the background if you were doing that.
Okay, fine. So I'll go by your slides. You just have to tell me.
Cool. Okay, so right now we're on the corporate overview.
Okay, fine. So please go to slide 2.
Perfect.
Forward-looking statement.
There we go.
We're good to go. Greetings all. Thank you for joining me today, and sorry for the confusion. Honestly, I'm a little annoyed by the confusion. Hopefully I'll kick it into gear going forward. Got to roll with the punches. I am assuming that everybody will read the forward-looking statements. I only have 20 minutes for the presentation, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but I can tell you that I like to share as much information as possible so that our investors are as in tune to know as much as what's going on as possible. By the same token, some of that is going to be forward-looking statements in nature, which are appropriate and real and honest at the time that I make them. It does not mean that things don't change over time. Go to slide 3, please. So I have no idea if we're switching slides or not. I don't even know how to do a presentation because I don't know what our investors are looking at, unfortunately.
So Ted, what you can do in your browser, if you go to the StreamYard window, right, like the StreamYard tab in your browser, you can see what everyone else sees. If you just switch over to your internet browser and go to
switch over to my internet browser.
Yep, and whichever tab, right, like we gave you the link to join our.
Okay, so you want me to be on my StreamYard?
Yes, and then you will be able to see.
So now I see you. Thank you. I got to be honest with you. The people that set me up with you did a really bad job. I'm really upset by this experience so far. It's the worst I've had in a year of doing these conferences.
All right,
this is crazy. I apologize to my investors and potential investors for what we're going through on this. All right, so I now see, I guess, what you're going to see, and I don't control the screen, unfortunately. All right. Truly, I apologize to our investors. So let me just go back a step. We did our forward-looking statement. I have a background as an investor. I think like an investor. All I think about is terminal value on a per share basis, meaning how many shares are outstanding divided into the value of our company. So if I raise capital, if I buy back stock, decisions like that are made based on what's best for our shareholders. I'm the largest shareholder of record in the company. I'm a long-term shareholder. Most of our other shareholders, the vast majority, are also long-term shareholders that have been with me 5, 10, 15, 20 years. I have a history of executing on behalf of shareholders. I think that's probably more important than anything when investing in a small cap development stage company like ours. I have a history of turning around other companies. I turned around ID Biomedical, which was potentially going out of business. 7 years later, it was sold to GlaxoSmithKline for $1.4 billion. I launched a proxy contest to win control of our company 12 years ago after the prior management had some highly unethical and questionable activities. Our company was potentially going out of business or going bankrupt. I turned around our Cold-Ease brand and sold her for $50 million. And since that time, I've searched new ways to build our company. We've now diversified. If you're looking at the corporate overview page, we diversified into ProPhase Diagnostics late last year in response to COVID testing. I told everyone ahead of time that we were going to go out and buy a CLIA accredited laboratory. We did so literally within weeks. We then ramped up. And by the end of December, we started testing the third week of December. Those last 2 weeks of December, we ramped up quickly. By January, we were probably doing more business than 95% of the labs in the country. That's execution. So we developed this great business. We built out a fantastic lab in Garden City, New York with 25,000 square feet. We have all state-of-the-art equipment. People ask, how do we compete with the other large labs in the country? Interestingly, the real question is, how can they compete with us? We have all the state-of-the-art equipment without all of their bureaucracy. Furthermore, they have historic non-COVID testing businesses that they support first. Interestingly, 2 of the largest labs in the country just came out. Their turnaround times are anywhere from 3 to 7 days. Our turnaround times are within 24 hours. So frankly, virtually any customer, potential customer that we pitch to or we talk to, they embrace us. Many of our customers were working with 3 or 4 or 5 other labs. After they begin working with us, they tend to drop the other labs that they're doing business with. So as far as I'm concerned, we don't really have competition. In fact, there's so much COVID testing business out there right now. We have no problem ramping up our business. Just going back historically a little bit further, as I said, we turned around our company many years ago. Following that, our stock bottomed at about 65 cents a share. Since that time, I've paid out $1.80 in stock dividends. Our stock at the time, as I said, was around 65 cents. Now trades around $5. So I and the rest of our management team have built value over time. And I strongly believe that we're going to continue to build more value over time for our long-term shareholders. In terms of COVID, just going back, as I mentioned, in January, we ramped up in a very significant way, raised a lot of capital in January. Come February, the incidence of COVID dropped dramatically, the amount of testing dropped dramatically, and that occurred all through the summer. So we had a weak second quarter. You can expect that we'll have an equally weak third quarter. However, you have to put it in perspective that in those quarters, most of the losses are really non-cash items. If you go back to the second quarter, if you take out the non-cash items, we actually earn money. So we're continuing to build value. A lot of the non-cash items are actually from stock options. Interestingly, a lot of the people that got those stock options are no longer with the company. So we had expenses for stock options where those people are no longer with the company, or I was able to cancel stock options. So it's an interesting dynamic when it comes to stock options. But the bottom line is our company is growing, our revenues are growing, we're earning, our cash grows. And so we've had a very strong year this year, even taking into context that our second quarter, we reported a small loss, but without the cash items, we're actually profitable. You can expect the same type of numbers in the third quarter as the second quarter. Again, June, there was virtually no COVID testing. July, there was virtually no COVID testing. We had a blip in the beginning of August, and then things started to gradually rise in August. September is starting to really, really ramp up nicely. And our fourth quarter I anticipate that the fourth quarter is going to be a very strong quarter. So first we have to get out of the way and report the third quarter. I'm sure it's one of the reasons that our stock price is down where it is right now. Once we get through the third quarter, I expect a very strong fourth quarter for COVID testing. We have all of our traditional customers with us from back in January and February. They're all back in full force now. But in addition to that, unlike last December when we first got into the business and we were new to the business, we have now built an entire customer base and foundation and infrastructure that didn't exist 6 and 9 months ago. And so we are extremely well prepared for going into this fall and winter. The incidence of COVID has gone up dramatically. The positivity rates, at least in our lab, are higher now than at any time in the past year, higher than they even were in January. Those are the positivity rates as a percentage of the amount of specimens coming into our lab. So there's an enormous amount of testing. So all of our old customers are back. Schools are testing more than ever now. We historically did a lot of school testing. In addition to that, we are building up independent pharmacies. What's nice about the business with independent pharmacies is any one customer, like a school or a large customer, for instance, last year we were testing across an entire state. When that customer's business went away, the whole business went away. With independent pharmacies, if 1 or 2 or 5 independent pharmacies close down, that's a rounding error. It has no effect on us. But we have more than 100 independent pharmacies opened up now. We expect or anticipate that number to grow dramatically to 200 to 300. As that happens, these independent pharmacies, they're generating 10 or 15 specimens a day per pharmacy. Some pharmacies are attached to schools where the schools are going to the independent pharmacy for testing. So some of the independent pharmacies, the number of tests that they could do could be 50 or 100 or 200. When you keep building the independent pharmacies, even if there's a shift in who wants to get tested and who doesn't, there are always people that need to be tested either for going to an event or if they want to get on an airplane, they'll run to their independent pharmacy. So in addition to all the schools that we're building up, we're also building up the number of independent pharmacies, and then there are a number of other avenues that we're looking at as well. So ProPhase Diagnostics, that division of our company, is all about the CLIA COVID testing. We do PCR testing. It's state-of-the-art PCR testing. We also do antigen testing and antibody testing. I'm really proud of what we've developed there. And the fourth quarter of this year is going to be a tremendous year. I should also, by way of perspective, we announced a $6 million stock buyback. Our stock came down from $16 in January. Clearly, as the incidence of COVID dropped and our testing dropped, our stock price dropped. Presumably, we're viewed primarily as a COVID testing company, but now we have a situation, as I mentioned, where our fourth quarter is going to ramp up in a huge way. Obviously, we think our stock is undervalued, and so we announced a $6 million stock buyback. I haven't made any other comments about that. There is a waiting period between when we're approved for and set up the stock buyback program to when we're actually allowed to start buying back stock. I don't think I need to go into more details, but our intention is real to buy back stock. We did not make that announcement just for hype or for fluff. So that's our basic CLIA business. I would like to go into talking about our diversification strategy. We want to be more than just a COVID testing company. And to be clear, historically, from our Cold-EEZE Cold Remedy brand, when we owned it and sold it, we kept our manufacturing facility. We also developed another dietary supplement business. The dietary supplement business is growing. We now have full distribution in over 40,000 food, drug, and mass stores for our dietary supplement business. So that's great. And now we are diversifying further. We want to leverage our lab business. We also would like to leverage our food, drug, and mass retail distribution business. And really almost by coincidence, we hired Nebula Genomics, which does both. I'm really excited about that acquisition. And as it says on the screen, Nebula Genomics provides a leading position in personalized genetic testing by providing access to affordable and secure whole genome sequencing. Whole genome sequencing is a genetic testing technology that obtains, and now you just switched screens on me while I was reading it. And now we're back. That obtains comprehensive data on every gene and all of your chromosomes in your DNA. WGS can be used to examine your ancestry, health, diet, rare gene mutations, and rare diseases. That's sort of big picture on Nebula Genomics. To be clear, we acquired The business, we announced it was like a $14.5 million acquisition, but net of cash, it was really $10.8 million. A net of the cash that was in Nebula that came with the deal. And of that $10.8 million, a couple million of that was actually in stock at $7.46 per share. We have the founder of Nebula, George Church. He's one of the world leaders in genomics. He elected to take our stock instead of cash. And he also chose to start an advisory board for our company. He's the first member of it. We're going to be attracting other world leaders in genomics to our advisory board. I'm hoping and expecting that George is going to provide us with other startup genomics companies that have exciting potential so that we can build further. And again, so just to put that in perspective, the cash out of pocket for the Nebula deal was something just over $8 million of cash. Meanwhile, this is a business where Nebula internally estimated approximately $9 million in revenues over the next 12 months. That's based on $300 whole genome sequencing costs to them. As I mentioned on previous calls, we expect to get whole genome sequencing down substantially. Historically, it cost billions of dollars for the first whole genome sequencing. That came down to thousands of dollars. And that's why companies like Ancestry.com and 23andMe never looked into whole genome sequencing. It was simply too expensive. But now we believe we're going to get the whole genome sequencing cost down from $300 to $200 or less. Right now, Nebula sells just directly online to consumers. We find tremendous price elasticity of demand. So if we can offer this product for $200 instead of $300, that alone should drive that $9 million estimate up dramatically. But then in addition to that, and we're already well on our way to getting it to $200, another part of that is that this is actually a subscription-based model so that we sell the whole genome sequencing at cost, but then there's a subscription model that's included in that where you get a recurring monthly report based on your genetic makeup, your report. You get a personalized report so that you can look into more information relative to your genetic makeup, which is really interesting information that Nebula provides. It's a high profit, the subscription base, because it's online and it's somewhat automated, that is a very high profit margin business. So our idea is to simply drive the sales of whole genome sequencing at cost and then drive the subscription model, which will provide tremendous profitability. So our goal right now is to get the whole genome sequencing down. Another goal of ours is to provide something called low pass, which studies and provides a little less information than whole genome sequencing. Low pass still provides significantly more information than a lot of the well-known competitors that we could talk about. Low pass is something that we potentially could sell for $30 or $50 in our food, drug, and mass retail stores. And again, that's something we could sell at cost. We could then upsell the whole genome sequencing once we have the consumer that's taken an interest in our products. We could help upsell the whole genome sequencing. We can also upsell the subscription model. So there are a lot of ways that we could leverage our current CLIA business and our current food, drug, and mass business. So the goal is take Nebula's base business that they built over the last 3 years. The founders of Nebula work for us now, other than obviously George Church, who's on our advisory board. But the management team actually works with us. The CEO actually works in our offices here. So we're looking to build the direct-to-consumer business in a major way. And then the next goal ultimately will be to do additional research so that we can work with physicians and work with diseases and work with developing drug therapies. And that's all sort of the future. I don't want to get too much into that now, but that's the future. The first step, though, is building our whole genome sequencing business, potentially doing the whole genome sequencing in our CLIA lab. And then in addition to that, selling a genomic testing product in food, drug, and mass stores while driving the online business. So there's enormous potential to Nebula. Could you go to the next slide, please?
We have a question from the chat, Ted, that I actually would love to ask. I'll bring it up on the screen here. So how are you looking to grow and leverage the diagnostic laboratory? Are you in network with private payers? It's a new lab and they're usually quite difficult to get in network.
Yeah, that's a great question. All right. So first of all, the diagnostic laboratory, obviously we're talking about COVID testing right now. our business is literally exploding while I am talking to you on this call. I just got off a call, for instance, we won major RFPs with Township of Oyster Bay. It was competed on by every lab, all the major labs in the country. We beat them all out. We then won Dutchess County. Both are 300,000 residents, dozens of schools between them. I just got off a call literally just before this call with Dutchess County, where I don't know, there were a dozen or 2 dozen schools on the call to talk about. We're already testing. We have testing sites at Dutchess County, but now all the schools want to do testing with us. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we have independent pharmacies that are growing every day. We're over, we started with 10 or 20 independent pharmacies, maybe a couple of months ago when I mentioned that on another call. We're well over 100 independent pharmacies now. We have a goal of growing to 200, 300, 400, 500 independent pharmacies in the coming months. That's just 2 examples. We're dealing with another customer. We're potentially going into prisons. And it's interesting. He said they're a captive audience. Well, actually, they really are. It's a tremendous business, and it's a door that potentially we're about to open. So I am not concerned at all in the growth of our CLIA lab testing business for COVID. I would also like to diversify into the more traditional types of testing with pathology, blood and urine, and so forth. We would do that probably through a lab acquisition. And that's for the future. I'll talk more about that when we actually do it. But in terms of COVID testing itself, we have such a bright outlook. Once we get through the 3rd quarter, our 4th quarter, and for the next 6 months of testing, because you also have to understand we're now entering the cough, cold, flu season. So everybody that gets sick with a cough, a cold, or flu is going to be concerned that they have COVID. So we're going to have an enormous amount of testing, in my opinion, over the next 6 months. And I can just tell you the numbers we're doing right now are some of the largest numbers as of today, starting now, that are as big as back in January, and we're only growing. So I anticipate a very strong 4th quarter. Unfortunately, June and July there was just no testing around. So I don't expect a strong Q3, expect that to look more like Q2. But then Q4 is going to boom. When you look at the full 12 months, we will have had a fantastic year. I am incredible. I am so proud of our whole management team for what we've accomplished this year. And once you look at our entirety of the 4 quarters of this year, our numbers are going to be through the roof. Also, somebody made a comment recently that it's not fair to compare year-over-year numbers. I think it's absolutely fair because all of our growth has been organic growth. The acquisition of the lab we did late last year had no customers. We built that business from scratch. So all the business we did, when you look at the numbers, the investment highlights, the strong revenue growth, 24.4 million compared to 5.5 million. I'm really proud of that number. When you look at the full year numbers, we're going to blow away last year's numbers and only going to grow from there, as now we're going to be incorporating Nebula. And so as we diversify, we're going to be leveraging our historical assets and businesses with Nebula, and then we're going to be growing Nebula going forward. I hope that answered your question.
That was a really in-depth answer. Thank you for that. We are unfortunately up against the clock.
Okay.
Ted Karkas is the CEO and chairman of Prophase Labs. It's up on the screen, ticker PRPH. Ted, thank you so much for coming on the Small Cap Healthcare Conference today. And sorry we couldn't get this.
That's all right.
Screen share
not a problem. I got on a roll, and I hope everybody, and if anybody wants more information, investors, feel free to reach out to me. I am open to all investor calls if they're serious. I don't care about short-term traders, long-term investors. I love helping people. And as I said, I'm the largest shareholder. If I can help you make money, then we all win.
All right,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ted. Hey, let's keep this going, guys. Our next speaker is here. He's backstage. Let's bring him on. Dan Alcon. He is the president and chief scientific officer. There he is. See, I said it and it happened. It's like magic. Chief scientific officer, ticker SNPX, Synaptogenics. Dan, welcome to the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Thank you, Spencer.
I'm going to get off the screen here and I'll move backstage, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So good afternoon. I'm here to talk about a neuroregenerative, a breakthrough strategy to treat degeneration of the brain. And for those of you who are not familiar with the field, of course, Alzheimer's disease is the paradigmatic example of neurodegeneration. If we can really treat this underlying disease, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars. If you add in the other types of degeneration, such as Parkinson's disease, multiple strokes, Fragile X mental retardation, traumatic brain injury. All of these involve degeneration of the brain and the loss of the wiring in the brain, the loss of the connections in the brain, which makes up that wiring. We have developed a strategy which we believe is a breakthrough strategy. We've pioneered it beginning 10, 12 years ago, first starting at the NIH, at the Neurologic Institute, and then at the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, where I was the founding scientific director. And we developed this strategy to actually reverse the wiring loss. The elephant in the room of this field, the reason why so many major companies, as well as small companies, have failed to actually treat the underlying disease and to actually win the approval of the FDA for treating the underlying disease. Not like just modestly slowing it down, such as Biogen offers for mild cognitive impairment. We're talking about actually reversing it, rebuilding the connections that have been lost. We've developed this strategy beginning 10, 15 years ago, first at the NIH and then at the Rockefeller, when we saw that memory storage, memory itself, involves laying down of more wiring. And we saw that there were certain drugs that could engage the synaptic growth factor pathway, such as BDNF, brain-derived nerve factor, or nerve growth factor. These are intrinsic to the brain. They're already there. And we have a way of engaging them and bringing them back to their former active self in the developmental stages right after we're born, where we're starting to lay down those networks and building up the brain connections. They tend to fade. And in Alzheimer's disease, they tend to fade even more. So one of the hallmarks of the Alzheimer brain is not only amyloid plaques and tangles, which are the familiar red flags that everyone knows about, but the actual loss of the synaptic growth factors that stimulate the laying down of new wiring. We found out a way pharmacologically with our lead compound, bryostatin, and with other compounds in our platform to actually stimulate and engage those synaptic growth factors, somewhat like an orchestra of synaptic growth factors that can be brought online. And for this reason, it's doing something that no other company, no other strategy has ever been able to do. And that is to actually restore the wiring, the brain wiring that's been lost, and restore the cognitive functions that have been lost. So just in a brief summary in this slide, you see some of the diseases that we could potentially address. Alzheimer's disease, for which we already have successful pilot phase 2 trials, multiple sclerosis, Fragile X, Parkinson's, traumatic brain injury. We plan to work in these spaces. We have an ongoing trial that's continuing the first 2 trials that we've done, which showed improvement above baseline, not just slowing down of the disease, but improvement above baseline in Alzheimer's disease. We now have an ongoing longer trial, NIH sponsored, that's going to read out in the midsummer, third quarter, so early third quarter of next year. It's ongoing. It's more than three quarters enrolled, and it's totally safe and has been safe in our other 2 trials. In addition, we have announced a collaboration with Nemours DuPont Hospital, where we will be treating Fragile X children who are born basically with defective synaptic connections, and which we've shown in preclinical models that we can actually restore those connections. And in addition, restore the cognitive functions that they are mediating, the cognitive functions that are lost as a result of the loss of the wiring. In addition, other laboratories and other brains and medical centers have been piloting with our protocol, with our drug and our protocol, other diseases that involve degeneration, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, etc. The reason why the FDA has given us orphan drug status for our lead compound bryostatin is because the Fragile X Foundation used our protocol as well and got very good results, very similar to ours. In addition, they looked at autistic spectrum disorder metrics and found that those 2 were tremendously benefited by our drug. So what we're talking about, again, is doing something that has not been done in the last 20 years. And that's the reason why this field has been so difficult, because they're looking at, in my opinion, the wrong targets. Amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles are not correlated with cognitive deficits. Very loosely related, but not closely correlated. In fact, our old people know, and we know that when they go into their 90s, they're acutely functioning cognitively, and when they pass on and look at autopsy, their brains are riddled with amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles, yet they're functioning perfectly well. When Clive Holmes in England obtained brain samples at autopsy from the Pfizer and J&J Elan trial that was failed, he found that they got rid of the amyloid plaques, but the patients didn't get better. It should have been a watchword. It should have been to warn big companies that keep pursuing these targets with very modest efficacy. This is why the FDA has not approved any drug, including the Biogen drug, to actually treat the underlying disease. And that is what synaptogenics is going after, treating the underlying Alzheimer's disease, dealing with the synaptic loss. The question is, what are those synapses? In the next slide, you have an idea in the next slide what they actually look like. In a dish on the left-hand side, these are synaptic networks, cultured neurons that we see in the laboratory, and they've been treated with toxic proteins from Alzheimer's disease patients. But if we treat that same dish with our drug, we can totally prevent and restore those connections. And this was shown in vivo and clinical models, in animal models, and now in clinical trials, we've seen actual improvement of patients over baseline in 2 trials, which we hope will be published in great detail in the near future, where we'll actually show how these 2 trials reinforce each other, exactly the same conditions, and when pooled, show tremendous benefit at the 001 level. So these are our objects, but it doesn't mean we're not also going after amyloid, because our same drug that promotes neuronal health and synaptic regeneration also promotes the elimination of amyloid and tau. It does all those things. So it has a multimodal efficacy that we think is great for Alzheimer's, but it's also great for other neurodegeneration objectives. And that's what I hope that you might take away from my brief talk this afternoon, is the idea of understanding that we're talking about neurodegeneration and neuroregeneration as a whole. That's why we are going after these other trials. That's why other medical centers using our protocols have obtained such good preclinical results as well. In the next slide, you can see that we can actually track the benefit. This is a compassionate use trial patient. In the right-hand side in that graphic, you'll see the green circles represent the mini-mental status exam of a patient who was very severe. He was sitting in his chair, hallucinating, staring at the ceiling. When we started treating him at those arrows at the bottom, on the abscissa at the bottom, each arrow representing a dose, he shot up. His mini-mental status exam went from about 2 or 3 all the way to 12. And as long as the target of our drug, bryostatin, was elevated, as indicated by the blue circles, the patient was better. When the level started going down, we let up on the dosing. The patient, including with the ADL severe, got worse. When it goes back up, he goes back up. So there was a close relationship between the target of bryostatin in the human patient's bloodstream and the cognitive benefit. This is a biomarker of the actual cognitive benefit that we're reviewing. The next slide, we see an example of one of our first trials. And this was a short trial. It was a 15-week trial. And in the orange on the left-hand side, starting from 0, which is the baseline, in the absence of anything blocking the NMDA receptor, which is memantine, you see a very significant elevation of the severe impairment battery, the SIB. And it keeps on giving. It keeps on going up. This is what we need to treat this disease. We don't need something that's just going to last for a day or a week or a couple of weeks, but for months. In fact, you see that this keeps getting better, and even 30 or 40 days after all drug administration has ceased, it's still getting better. So we're looking at an improvement of the patient over zero, over his own baseline, that is sustained. It's a sustained benefit. And that sustained benefit, we think, is consistent with the kind of rebuilding of synaptic networks that we had seen in preclinical models. And you notice the two control groups, one light green and the blue in the bottom, you don't see any benefit at all, and actually a reduction, which is typical of the severe impairment battery, which is the metric of choice for advanced Alzheimer's disease patients, which is what cohort we are treating. We believe we're the only company that's actually focusing on advanced, not mild cognitive impairment, not very early Alzheimer's disease, which is extremely difficult to diagnose, even with very good clinical diagnosis, and even with PET scan. It's very inaccurate in those early weeks and months. But nevertheless, we believe that we can treat that as well. So in a kind of summary of the benefits we've already seen, we have a safety profile that's absolutely clean. There are no safety issues at all. We've seen cognitive improvement over baseline, not just a slowing down like 20 or 25%, as, for example, seen with Namenda when it was registered and approved in 2003, or with the Biogen drug when it was recently approved for mild cognitive impairment, about a 20%, 22% slowing. We're not talking about a slowing. We're talking about a reversing. We're talking about bringing the patient back. And we believe that with successive dosing cycles, we can keep bringing the patient back. And as I mentioned, even when the drug is no longer being administered, it's still effective at least 1 month after dosing. In the next slide, we look at a few of the goals. We showed that we cannot have standard of care Namenda being administered because it blocks one of the key targets of PKC epsilon, which is the synaptic growth maestro. It orchestrates the synaptic growth factors to rebuild the connections. We are grant supported. And now we are focusing on patients who are not the most severe, still very advanced, still quite advanced. But by doing this, we believe we streamline the trial and we reduce noise in the trial. And that's why we're very optimistic that we're going to see the kind of benefit that we hope to be describing in the literature shortly in a full-length peer-reviewed article that we hope will appear soon. In the next slide, you see a kind of very brief Gantt chart. We're out in phase 2 with Alzheimer's disease. We hope we're setting ourselves up for our phase 3. We believe that the FDA will be very favorable toward that step. And thereafter, right behind it, are Fragile X multiple sclerosis, for which patients we have lined up superb clinical center collaborators, one of which we've announced already, Namur DuPont, the other which we hope to announce very shortly. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of why we think in this tens of billions of dollar market potential indication and related indications, we are very undervalued. Our market cap is now about 50 or 60 million, but compared to what Athera or Cassava have in the essentially billion-dollar level, it's minuscule. And yet our data preclinically and even clinically, we believe are much more extensive and more compelling than shown by these other companies. We have placebo-controlled studies lasting many weeks. We have the dosing worked out. We have safety, and we have the mechanism of action of synaptic regeneration, all of which is only indirectly suggested by some of the data by Athera and Cassava. Therefore, we urge you to consider the market cap ratio that we really deserve much more. This will allow us, even though we're fully funded, we have over $30 million in the bank. We believe we have a potential for a much higher market cap, which would give us the kind of bandwidth that would go after multiple targets and multiple ways of doing it at the same time. And for this reason, we urge you to consider the investment strategy with Synaptogenics in its, we believe, pioneering synaptic regeneration approach. In the next slide, briefly, our CEO, Dr. Alan Tuckman, is a superb neurologist and our chief medical officer, as well as our CEO, and myself, having been in the basic science and having joined several years ago full-time in Synaptogenics Incorporated. At this point, I'd be happy if there are any questions I might address.
There is a question here from Chris. Let's see here. Let me go to the chat here. Let me go to Chris Potter in the chat. Why do you think the phase 2 trial from a few years ago in bryostatin failed or did not achieve statistical significance? Was it mainly because the people in the studies were taking the drug memantine? It's from Chris Potter.
Well, first of all, let me slightly modify that to say that it didn't fail.
Yeah, that was my words, not Chris's.
I think
yeah.
We were learning, Spencer. We were learning, and Cliff. We were learning the right conditions, and fortunately, we had pre-specified a cohort that did not have Namenda, which blocks the NMDA receptor. The NMDA receptor is very important for activity-dependent synaptogenesis.
Okay.
And PKC epsilon, activated by bryostatin, regulates that receptor, the NMDA receptor, which is the target of Namenda. So by blocking it, we're blocking a major pathway. We had to learn that. So fortunately, we saw that in our pre-specified cohort, we saw, and I showed you some of that data, there wasn't a failure. It was a beautiful improvement. And I think this is somewhat distracting because people have to understand that as you learn, you understand what the real benefit is. And the real benefit was, in the absence of standard of care Namenda, you get improvement over baseline. So, and we saw that same improvement in a second phase 2 trial, which we're now extending with a full 6-month trial that will actually read out 42 weeks after we start. But I urge you to look at some of the data, not only at AAIC, but in this paper we anticipate will be a peer-reviewed article shortly.
There's a couple more. Let's see if we can get to all of these as we can.
Sure.
Let me go here. Has data from the last clinical trial been submitted for peer review on bryostatin?
The answer is yes. And all the data have been submitted. And we believe in all the pre-specified cohorts, which we believe will show a very compelling, statistically confident, placebo-controlled trial.
Should we expect the Fragile X trial to begin enrollment by the end of the year?
Yes. Well, I can't guarantee that. We're certainly working very hard to start it as soon as possible, maybe in the first couple of months of next year. But we are working very closely with DuPont and Moore, which has superb collaborators. So we're working with going to the FDA, and the same thing with MS. We are doing that, and we still have a third trial, which we hope to announce shortly as well.
This is a question. I don't even know if I know what this. Can you ask about the test subject? I don't even know if that's a question, but they're asking me if I can ask you about the test subject. I don't really know. I don't know what the question is there.
Well, I think if I'll look at it both ways. If people want to get enrolled, we have a channel by which you can certainly explore that. We welcome people to explore that. And I can tell you what the test subjects are. They have mini mental statics exams of moderate to advanced disease. That means anywhere from as low as 18 all the way to as low as 10. That's our window. So we're looking at those types of patients.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we're at time. It is 3:08. Thank you so much, Dan Alcon, President and Chief Scientific Officer of Synaptogenics, ticker SNPX on the NASDAQ. Dan, thanks so much for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, I see our next speaker backstage. Yeah, there he's got his camera on, guys. Let's bring him on. Surin Ajarupu. I'm sorry, I practiced.
Ajarupu, yeah.
Gosh, I'm killing myself over here because I spend the last 5 minutes reading your name, and then when the moment comes, I blow it. So I apologize. But
problem.
okay, CEO of TrxAid. Let's go ahead and bring up his slides. There we go, guys. And
Perfect.
The floor is yours, sir. Just give us a cue and want to share this slide.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to TrxAid Group, NASDAQ symbol MEDS company presentation. Thank you for taking the time to get to know so of course, of the special work, what we do. Before I jump into the presentation, next slide, please. I know you're all well aware of Safe Harbor statement. The information I present here today is forward-looking. Advise you to consult your auditors and attorneys before you make any investment decision. With that, as you're aware, today's trying times have shown us all the importance of good healthcare, its timely diagnosis, and the deliverance of appropriate therapy, whether medication or otherwise. As we know, healthcare is a very complex, with varying priorities among stakeholders and runaway costs with every unmanaged treatment. Additionally, consumerism demand is at all-time high. The need to take one's health into their own hands has never been stronger, and a holistic approach to well-being is reshaping the healthcare institutions. There are many new innovative companies that are here today trying to bridge those gaps in our fragmented healthcare system, but none other than the TrxAid in its origins. Next slide, please. TrxAid's story has started 10 years ago from a simple solution to help pharmacies capitalize on the pricing arbitrage of pharmaceuticals to one today that involves a grander vision of bridging the gaps in health services, especially experienced by providers and patients. To simplify, TrxAid Health, ticker symbol again, MEDS, is a health services IT company focused on digitalizing the retail pharmacy experience by optimizing drug procurement, prescription journey, and patient engagement in the United States. So how will we realize our vision, you may ask? The answer lies in the patient's touch points and winning stakeholders' trust. To that end, of course, we are a firm believer that there is no better person than their patient's well-being than their trusted physician or a pharmacist. And TrxAid is here to unify that engagement through technology to effectuate the positive health outcomes. So there are numerous qualities that we possess that will aid us to achieve our vision. Next slide, please. So TrxAid has two distinct business models. One, the business to business. The other one is business to consumer. Under the business to business model, you can see the pharmaceutical market. It's a market platform, as the pharmaceutical market is like very large and growing, but mainly dominated by large oligopolies, resulting in smaller pharmacies, although larger in number, unable to compete effectively when it comes to the negotiating drug purchasing or insurance reimbursements. I'll explain B2C in a bit. Next slide, please. Total pharmaceutical market size tend to reach around $650 billion by 2023. Currently, most of sales today flow through big stores like CVS, Walgreens, and that's around 60,000. That's not our market. TrxAid focus on mainly the 21,000 independent stores that are there that buy around 72 billion annually. Usually, these pharmacies buy 80% of their product through large wholesale like McKesson, Cardinal Health, and AmerisourceBergen. However, that concentration over the years led to lack of price and cost transparency, thereby resulting in severe limitation on the purchasing choices these smaller pharmacies have. This is the opportunity that TrxAid started with. So we created a distribution solution by creating a cloud-based marketplace for US independent pharmacies that bring them purchasing efficiency, pricing transparency, and means of product sourcing that meets their desired terms from a multiple reputable suppliers. This is not a new concept. You've seen this in other equity trading or other online trading platforms like eBay or Kayak, but first in pharmaceuticals. But the good old concept of bringing buyers and sellers together is same here. Next slide, please. So at a closer look, a typical independent pharmacy is an owner-operated retail establishment, doesn't have the bandwidth or the resources to shop around for a product availability and pricing. All the while, the Affordable Care Act has begun to lower the reimbursements in an effort to save more money. These pharmacies are subjected to tedious, non-centralized, inefficient way to procure the drugs. And that's what the TRxADE provides them, alternative procurement solution in order to safeguard their diminishing margins. So we're at a unique position to offer them, of course, the cost and time savings like never before, so that they have the time to attend to their patient needs. So the platform is a commission-based platform like Visa or MasterCard, kind of a fee, wherein suppliers pay the fee for each transaction, and it's a zero cost to our independent pharmacies. So the platform is growing in two ways. Of course, organically, currently we have around 12,700 independent pharmacies as our members out of the 21,000. And as I mentioned, two ways we're growing. One, organically, we're still adding around 50 to 75 pharmacies per month. Where we see the tremendous growth is per wallet purchase per month. That's where we're in organic growth is not acquisition, but it's per wallet purchase per month by these independent pharmacies. A typical pharmacy has anywhere they do around 3 to 3.5 million annual revenue. They buy approximately $250,000 to $300,000 worth of goods per month. Are they spending 100% through us or our platform? No, currently they're spending around 1% on our platform. That's where we try to see the exponential growth, the adoption of these pharmacies by more on our platform. That's the per wallet purchase per month of these independent pharmacies. Move to the next slide, please. So that leads into the B2C. Mainly the business to consumer model comprises of our Bonum Health, our telemedicine app, along with MedChecks and the eHealth passport for vaccination and COVID test results. Why we started this is currently these independent pharmacies are losing these prescriptions from a telemedicine to this box chain. We want to empower our independents through providing the technology, which is our Bonum Health. So our current model is under Bonum Health is delivering the convenient, affordable, non-urgent care solution to the nation's almost like 40 million uninsured patients or underinsured as a result of inadequate health coverage. Our niche is a membership model available in all 50 states, offers up to 5 primary care visits for the entire family at a lower monthly subscription price, less than sometimes copay for each doctor visit. Of course, ours is the most affordable solution in the market today. But our main strategy is to partner with our retail stores. As I mentioned, indirectly, we're serving our through 12,700 independent pharmacies, approximately 12 to 15 million patients. Why not we empower our independents, offer the telemedicine solution to those patients that are in need? So as I mentioned, our adoption strategy is very unique. Partner with these retail stores while other telemedicines are accustomed to spending millions of dollars and direct to patient marketing with a low adoption rates, while we integrate with other technologies and empower our independent patients. But our niche remains the same in the delivery of the medications using our 12,700 independent pharmacies. Next slide, please. The two divisions that we have, the CSP, which is a consumer community specialty pharmacy, or Integra Solution, those two divisions are our R&D and innovation arm to explore and test our potential projects as a part of our alpha phase deployments. Currently, both are revenue-generating business subsidiaries at this time, but we'll continue to generate revenue while we test the new products, trying to bring into the market to empower our independent pharmacies. The next slide, please. Coming to our MedChex, our eHealth Immunization Passport division, we entrust our pharmacy members to become an invaluable partner to support and adapt, bringing this credibility to this program. Again, the main reason we brought this technology is as these independent pharmacies are opening up their doors to execute this vaccination to the patients, we want to empower through technology instead of a paper-based, so that these pharmacies can give those test results or these vaccine reports into the digital world. So we anticipate wide use of our app by customers to display immunization status. Of course, the technology is backed by the blockchain. As the economy opens up, whether it's air or cruise travels, entertainments and sporting events, and many other locations. This app is accepted or launched in the Apple Store. We still have yet to be launched in Android. We have a lot of headwind because of the political environment, but we continuously support the Apple Store right now. And eventually when the Android opens up, then it will be available in Android stores. The next slide, please. So today's opportunities, you have talked so far on the marketplace and our B2C technology. Tomorrow's opportunity is where we see the future of TRxADE. So our industry is evolving at a rapid rate with more technology and disruptions. You find ways to enter into the complex healthcare. Some of these entrants are mentioned below, but they solve one part of the healthcare equation, which relates to the pricing benefits and the convenience, but not necessarily the clinical and adherence aspects related to healthcare. Additionally, of course, the smaller retail pharmacies who are being traditionally able to address patient needs have become disenfranchised and relying on pre-existing adequate processes and poorly negotiated insurance contracts because of their lack of operational resources, finance, or marketing, etc. Furthermore, the consumer expectation in recent years are shifting to convenience over in-person, face-to-face interactions. And with the majority of prescriptions today being dispensed by the national box chains, a comprehensive solution to address this broader patient needs by a smaller pharmacies is still non-existent. And we want to empower our independent pharmacies by providing those tools. And that's what the TRxADE is all about. Next slide, please. So we're well suited to address this opportunity because we have the ability to digitally unify these 12,700 member pharmacies and empower them to deliver exceptional patient-centric health services to our potential 12 to 15 million patient base that are existing indirectly serving through these pharmacies. So our solution is to create a largest digital pharmacy network in the country to optimize pharmaceutical supply chain and health services delivery like never before. We want the patient's healthcare journey after they see the doctor to become one of the prompt recovery rather than navigating through the fragmented pharmacy services as the case today. So patients are expected to be able to seamlessly see the doctor from the comfort of their home and get same-day medication delivery at their convenience. And TRxADE is at ideal position to just do that. Next slide, please. So we believe our solution can be implemented because we aim to empower the existing healthcare infrastructure rather than rebuilding to the detriment of today's working healthcare models. And for that reason, it's highly adaptable by all stakeholders. TRxADE has multiple initiatives in play, and that are well positioned within B2B and B2C sectors that synergistically help realize our vision and bridge the gap in the healthcare. So TrackSide is focusing mainly in 3 deliverables. The first is drug procurement optimization so that we can help reduce the cost of these medications further. Second, the digitalization of patient health services as it relates to the prescription journey optimization, like patients through our app be more involved, better informed on their medication, resulting in enhanced medication adherence. Like in essence, we created a smart, we intend to create a smart prescription, much like we created a smart drug supply chain. And this would allow the patient to get the right medication at the right time at a reduced cost. Of course, thirdly, the key to patient care is a patient engagement and the ability to offer them convenient access to the providers at all times. Of course, our telehealth and a pharmacy services program would make us a one-stop solution for the consumers looking to simplify their healthcare non-urgent needs. Next slide, please. So to summarize, today's TrackSide is solving the problems of inefficient alternate source of pharmaceutical supply chain, but tomorrow's TrackSide will be solving the larger healthcare issues of how to deliver better care coordination among providers to optimize patient health outcomes. For that, we are building a successful circle of healthcare services so that for the disenfranchised patients, we are their non-urgent care pharmacy services concierge. So we believe that patients with easy access to their health records are better informed and able to engage them in their own well-being. And we are streamlining that through our bottom health and metrics. So other journey when talking to the healthcare providers and optimize the delivery of prescriptions through this prescription journey that I was talking about earlier. Along their journey, we'll be able to offer them prescription discounts, much like a GoodRx and other single care discount cards, and a national distribution to support quicker pharmacies, much like Uber Health, and care coordination between providers to deliver right medication faster, much like Optimize RX. Next slide, please. So with a strong balance sheet, the second quarter results that still sitting in the cash with a very minimal debt. We continue to generate cash every month with the last 10 quarters, cash on cash positive operating income. We expect to grow very rapidly from here. So what are the key drivers for the growth? Increase the number of independent pharmacies on the platform that are buying. Of course, that's the per store purchase per month, which is the per spend on our site. And quicker adoption on the B2C side. And leveraging our infrastructure of 12,700 independent pharmacies that are indirectly serving 12 to 15 million patients to support our growth of our B2C health services programs. Next slide, please. So coming to management, my name is Surena Jarpu, even though my background is a financial background. In my last 25 years, I served as a CEO, founder, and a board member on several private and exchange-listed companies. My partner, Sean Patel, and I used to own independent pharmacies. That's how we got the idea of bringing the marketplace. My partner is a registered pharmacist, pharmaceutical consultant with over 20 years of experience in retail pharmacy and pharmaceutical logistics. And as I mentioned, we're a founder of several independent pharmacies in Tampa Bay area. My CFO, Howard Doss, who brings around almost like 25 years of financial experience, serving in a variety of capacities, whether it's in accounting or investment firms. But other team members.
I wanted to jump in here, Stuart, because we're at time, and there's one question from the chat that I wanted to get to. Sure. And it's from Howard. How do you envision your telehealth subsidiary driving overall company sales in the next 3 years?
Yeah, that's, as I mentioned, our partnership is we're planning on partner with our retail stores. And I know
Yeah.
you might have seen a lot of press releases that we are partnering. In addition to our 12,700 retail stores, we partner with Winn-Dixie, we partner with Spartan Nass, Kenny Drugs. Those are the partnerships that are going to drive this Bonham Health sales. And it's a simple model. It's a subscription model, $20 per month. That gives them the 5 visits. So that's the growth we try to see in next 2 to 3 years.
Surin Ajarapu is the CEO of Traxade, ticker MEDS, MEDS, up on the screen. Surin, thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Our next guest, I see him there waiting. Let's bring him on. Hugh Rogers, CEO of Exphyto Therapeutics. There he is. Hugh, how is your Wednesday going, sir?
Hi there, Spencer. It's pretty good so far. How about yourself?
Pretty good so far. That's good. Let's make it into a great day, guys. Let's go ahead and share Hugh's slides. There it is. I'm going to step off, Hugh, and let you do your thing.
Okay, so you can see my slide deck there, Spencer?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, great. So I'll jump right in. Exphyto Therapeutics Corp, listed on the CSC, XPHY, and the OTC, XPHYF. So we're a product-focused company, and in particular, investing in new technologies and innovative technologies that can have significant impacts on human life. So as we move through the presentation, you'll see 2 general, let's say, subsectors of the industry that we're focused on. We have a rapid diagnostics portfolio as well as a drug formulation portfolio, and there is some overlap. So there's a reason to these. We're a small company, but we're participating in a number of different areas of the bioscience sector, and there is overlap and synergies that we've gained through our technology and our scientific team. Company overview. From a very high level, we acquired a German-based drug formulation and delivery company. So they specialize in ODF and TDS, so that's oral dissolvable and transdermal drug delivery systems. These platform technologies offer precise, efficient, optimized bioavailability. So technology-driven, proven technology. They've done Vector Pharma, our 100% owned subsidiary. It's done work for major pharma. We've developed generic, hybrid generic, and also novel drug formulations. When it comes to diagnostics, we have an exclusive development partnership with a German company, 3A Diagnostics, and we're focused on rapid point-of-care screening. So this is not just COVID-19, but a number of other pandemic threats, H1N1, H5N1, as well as oral health indications like periimplantitis. And then in terms of our overall portfolio, a number of products, very late stage, we're ready to launch several diagnostics. We've already launched 2, and we have a pipeline, really a scalable pipeline of generic and hybrid generic therapeutics. And our strategy has been M&A for the most part. Buy and build. We've acquired technology. We've done exclusive partnerships. We have a number of, as noted here, R&D collaborations with world-renowned universities, which has allowed us to leverage significant infrastructure with a relatively modest investment. And lastly, on this page, we do have several unique psychedelic programs, which are quite interesting and are synergistic with our drug formulation business. So as I've noted, we are product driven, so diagnostics, drug delivery, psychedelic medicine. Our lead product in the diagnostic space is pretty exciting. This is a rapid point of care COVID-19 RT-PCR diagnostic kit, and this was launched in Europe earlier this year, and we will very soon, looking forward to announcing some pretty exciting clinical validation work internationally. So several trials coming down the pipeline. Within that diagnostics portfolio, also a number of other products, as I've mentioned, and these are real-time, ultra-low cost screening devices, and these are designed for population scale screening at a very competitive cost to other, let's say, centralized automated type testing systems. And then drug delivery, again, transdermal and oral dissolvable formulations. and our psychedelic medicine program. So we focused on psychedelic medicine programs as a foundation on production of GMP pharmaceutical grade psychedelics, both mescaline and psilocybin, as well as incorporation into our drug delivery platforms. So as noted, we carry out a significant amount of M&A. We have a planned acquisition of our development partner, 3A Diagnostics. This adds a number of advantages to our company in terms of margins and synergies with respect to human resources. And I'll touch on that in a moment. We also have collaborations with universities, partnerships, private and public. And as I noted earlier, vector acquisition was a key acquisition in Germany and added the drug delivery expertise. So in terms of the different areas of the company and how they overlap, I think at the core here, we have our drug delivery platform. And that platform, and particularly ODF platform, is also used by Ex-Phyto to deliver oral biosensors. So it's a drug delivery platform. It can be used, for example, we have a CBD program in clinical validation right now, focused on certain, as an indication, focused on certain treatment-resistant forms of epilepsy. Now that drug formula uses our ODF platform, as does our biosensor screening tests. So we're able to leverage existing technology to add additional products to our pipeline, as well as psychedelic medicine, also leveraging our drug delivery platform. So we're in several areas of the bioscience industry, drug delivery, drug formulation, diagnostics, as well as moving into other neurotherapeutic compounds. And this is all possible in a relatively small company because of the technology and IP that we hold. So here's an overview of our product pipeline. Many products coming our way. We have 2 in the market as of today. The first being a rapid RT-PCR for COVID-19. And I'll dive quite a bit deeper into this particular product, but it's very exciting. And as I noted earlier, third-party validation and clinical trials coming our way on that product. We also have an oral inflammation product that has been just recently launched within the last several weeks, and a number of others in the pipeline moving towards European regulatory approval for oral health, in particular periimplantitis, as well as an oral biosensor for COVID-19. So this would be a ultra low cost distributable product. It would be a competitor to something like an antigen test, where it can be used at home or at point of care as a screening tool. So we have both a COVID-19, a rapid PCR kit, as well as a biosensor that's in development. And when it comes to therapeutics, our 4 lead indications, the first is a generic product. This is a transdermal patch for Parkinson's disease, followed by 3 oral dissolvable formulas. The first for epilepsy, the second for nausea and anorexia, and the third for multiple sclerosis associated spasticity. So I think it's important. We do participate. We are actively working with cannabinoid compounds, but certainly not considered a cannabis company. Everything we're doing is science-driven and medically focused. So these would be prescription-based medications, and our initial market is in Europe. So let's dive a little bit deeper into rapid diagnostics. So our lead product being our rapid RT-PCR diagnostic kit, very exciting. It's a turnaround time of 25 minutes. It's about 5 minutes of hands-on preparation and processing with a 20-minute thermocycler reaction. And I think the next point being point of care utility as a diagnostic device is extremely important, because currently the standard is to collect samples at, it could be a pop-up tent on the corner outside of a hospital. It could be an airport. It could be a hospital itself within the hospital. But in all of those scenarios, they're collecting samples and batch shipping them to a centralized lab for batch processing. So what we do is we carry out or empower our customers to carry out the testing on site. It allows a very rapid turnaround. It avoids the batch shipping and avoids batch storage, as well as the centralized lab testing. So it's an immediate turnaround time with results available on site. It has a low detection limit, so reliability of PCR test with a much faster turnaround, and cost effectiveness. So as testing numbers decrease, some centralized labs will be forced to either wait for additional samples to process, as I said, in a large batch, or they will process smaller amounts at potentially an economic loss. So the scalability of our product, which is designed for, let's say, moderate to low throughput, distributed throughout the community, is an alternative that allows testing companies, allows healthcare providers to maintain positive economics as while at the same time providing immediate results. And again, easily accessible. It's using off-the-shelf equipment, off-the-shelf reagents, and our proprietary test kit. And a little bit on our oral biosensors. So we have a number of biosensors in our portfolio, and it's important to understand, essentially, it's a specific molecule. And when I say specific, it's specific to a certain type of pathogen. So a viral, for example, in a peptide scenario, an enzyme on the bacterial surface will sever peptide, for example, which releases an extremely bitter compound. So it's actually your tongue that's acting as the sensor. We have, as I mentioned before, periimplantitis, periodontitis, influenza A. We have an H1N1, H5N1. So a number of oral health applications, as well as pathogen, or I should say, pandemic threat applications. And these are unique proprietary products, biosensors for various pathogens. They're highly accessible. They're easy to use. No infrastructure required, no training whatsoever. Results in 2 to 5 minutes, and extremely cost effective. So this would be a competitor, for example, to, as I mentioned earlier, an antigen test. So as the COVID-19 biosensor gets closer to market, we'll have a better idea in terms of actual cost, but it's going to be extremely competitive. And the product is really designed, as I've also said, for population scale screening. So here's another look at our diagnostic pipeline. I think the important thing to remember is that we're focused on rapid and ultra rapid medical device products. So these are, as I said, our RT-PCR. It's a 25-minute turnaround. The alternative would be hours, potentially days, at a centralized lab. Our products are initially launching in Europe. We have some state funding from the German government, and overall, in the context of the rapid testing market, I think we're very well positioned. This is an extremely fast-growing market, and noted at 8.9% here annually, but within the pathogen-specific testing market, much faster growth. So we're very well positioned in a rapidly growing industry. Now, drug formulation. A couple of key points on our platform technology. We are working on generic, hybrid generic, and new active pharmaceutical ingredient products. So it's a platform technology that it can incorporate many different types of API or active pharmaceutical ingredients. So we have the capability to research, develop, and manufacture both transdermal patches and oral dissolvables. The platform is compatible with most drugs. We do some contract work for third parties. Most of our work is done in-house on our own products. It's highly scalable because of our generic and hybrid generic approach. These products, rather than taking many years to get to market, will take, let's say, 2 years to get to market at a fraction of the cost. So we usually budget 1 to 2 million euro per product, and this is scalable. So rather than spending $25 or $50 million bringing a new product to market over a 5 to 10 year period, we're focused on in the, let's say, 24 to 36 month period at a cost of 1 to 2 million euro. And this is scalable. And as noted earlier, rotigotine being our first lead product, and followed by several ODF or oral dissolvable formulations with CBD, THC, and a combination of CBD and THC. And I think a good example of the advantages of our ODF products is we're expecting, and from based on what we've seen so far, is a 5 to 10 increase in bioavailability. So that means a 5 to 10 times more efficiency. It's immediate onset. It's highly convenient in an oral dissolvable form, and this would be the, in contrast to the currently approved product on the market, for example, or CBD, which is oil-based. So you're losing a lot of the bioavailability simply through the delivery mechanism. And then again, the platforms are compatible with our biosensor portfolio. And our drug formulation pipeline, again, really focused on generic and hybrid generic formulations, relatively low development risk in the generic and hybrid generic industries, and scalable, and adding value to these products. So again, with the ODS, for example, increased bioavailability, improved pharmacokinetics, and convenience. Again, the example, oil versus an oral dissolvable. It's much cleaner, it's much more accurate. And our focus is the European market. And again, fitting into a rapidly growing market, which is the global thin film market. So these are alternative methods to deliver already approved drugs. And to touch on psychedelic medicine here, our focus is on first the production of APIs. So this is pharmaceutical grade active pharmaceutical ingredients. We're working with both mescaline and psilocybin. Success in both of these programs. Second step after the actual production and secure supply, in-house supply, significantly, is drug delivery. So incorporating mescaline into our oral dissolvable platform is the next step in our psychedelic program, and then bringing that oral dissolvable mescaline drug formulation back to Canada for clinical validation. And our focus will be addiction and trauma-related neurological indications. So, and there's a lot of overlap between trauma and addiction, and we're looking forward to some relatively high-profile clinical trials back in Canada. So psychedelics, they're emerging APIs. I think they have incredible promise for a number of neurological conditions, whether it's anxiety, depression, PTSD. This is really a promising area, and we're excited to be participating there and excited to be able to leverage our existing platform technologies. So a little bit on our strategy, market, and team. As I've mentioned, M&A has been one of the cornerstones of our strategy, and we have a planned acquisition of 3A, our exclusive development partner in the diagnostic space. Creates, as noted here, significant commercial development and manufacturing opportunities and cost synergies and improved margins. So by acquiring 3A, essentially we capture their margin on these products, and we also are able to secure an experienced research and development team and a pipeline of ready to launch biosensor products and all of the associated intellectual property, which is very exciting for the company as we move into the point of care biosensor market, which we're fully committed to, and with this acquisition certainly making an aggressive expansion. And the market overview. In general, we participate and we're looking for opportunities constantly in highly explosive industries within the life science sector. So thin film drugs, rapid diagnostics, COVID-19 testing. I would add psychedelics to that. These are all ultra high growth opportunities. And within these sort of subsectors, rapid diagnostic tests, the pandemic and pandemic threat market is enormous, and one of our biggest focus at the moment. Management team, myself, I think we have a very strong business team as well as scientific team. Dr. Raymar Lobenberg, founder and director of the Drug Development and Innovation Center, University of Alberta. Dr. Thomas Beckert, founder of Vector Pharma, and Manfred Buchberger, who's our diagnostics expert and the former CEO of a multi-billion-dollar European diagnostics company. I'm very lucky to have him on board. We also have an experienced board of directors with venture capital, finance, capital markets experience going back decades. So just to highlight, again, our business highlights, planned acquisition of 3A. We have acquired already 100% of Vector Pharma. We have a number of exclusive psychedelic agreements in place for the production of API. We have a diagnostics portfolio, which includes a rapid COVID-19 PCR test, a number of oral biosensors. We have a drug formulation business with 4 products in clinical validation right now, and a scalable pipeline behind that. We have a psychedelic medicine portfolio that leverages our drug formulation business and our platform technology. And we also have non-dilutive funding from the German government.
All right, a lot to digest here. We're at time. Hugh Rogers is the CEO of Phyto Therapeutics. Tickers on the bottom of the screen. URL is on the bottom of the screen. Hugh, thank you so much for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
It's my pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Hey, guys, let's keep this show going. If you haven't already, hit that like button. We're at how many likes? We're at, not enough is the answer. We're at less than the number than the other stream, and I want to get us up there. So we're almost caught up to them. We're down by 14. Let's get 14 more likes, or actually now 15, so I could break the tie. Okay, let's bring on Michael Hanley here, as the CEO of Statera Biopharma, ticker STAB. One of the best tickers we've got, I think, in the entire market right now. How are we doing today, Michael?
Good. How you doing, Spencer?
Doing great, doing great. We have your slides. I see them, guys. Let's bring them up. There they are. I'm going to step back here. Michael, the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. And I'd like to introduce you to Statera Biopharma, NASDAQ ticker STAB. Forward-looking statements, as you can see before us, and you can read them. And then I'd like to go into a general overview and history of the company. Statera Biopharma is a combination of 2 companies, primarily, and a third company as well. We were formed this summer through a merger of Cleveland Biolabs that spun off from the Cleveland Clinic in the early 2000s. We also were a part of a company called Cytocom that spun off from another public company called Immune Therapeutics in 2014. Those combined also with a company called Inquest to form what we have today as Statera Biopharma. Statera Biopharma is a very interesting platform using an advanced immunomodulatory multi-component system. Well, what that means is we're polypharmacological. So our drugs basically target more than one receptor subtype to get our desired outcome. And our focus right now is on immune-related diseases. So this company is launched with 21 different indications and 8 different assets. And we're going to talk about our immune platform and primarily our 4 leading assets in our drug development efforts at this point. So what do? We restore immune health. How is this different from other companies? We, instead of suppressing the immune system, we focus on bringing the immune system back up to a normal, healthy level. We don't overactivate the immune system or result in hyperactivity of the cytokines, which can lead to damage and inflammation. So we believe we have a novel platform, a novel way about thinking about immunotherapies, and we're currently advancing several drugs in late-stage clinical trials. And we look to be expanding and broadening our capabilities and platform through development of novel molecules that will continue to bring up through the pipeline and execution of our late-stage clinical programs to get those to market. So we're a very experienced leadership team. As you can see on the right, we've come from large pharma and big biotech. We've been doing drug development as a management team in other companies for the past 20 years or more. And we're very knowledgeable on how we advance drugs through the clinic and into the marketplace. Healthcare investors, we have some very good institutional investors that have backed the company on the public side and also on the private side over the past 12 to 18 months. And we look to expand our relationships with a variety of CROs, academic groups like La Jolla Institute of Immunology, Loma Linda University Medical Center, and others that will lead to better outcomes for our patients. The leadership team, as you can see in front of you, very experienced team, launched many drugs. Avastin, Tarceva are just a few of those. You can see the other drugs below. We've had experience in development programs, clinical negotiations with the FDA, with the EUA, and other groups outside the US, including the EMA and Asia, MHLW regulatory bodies. So our expansive knowledge, I think, helps us find more efficient pathways for our drugs through the clinic and into the marketplace. So rethinking immunotherapies, what does that mean? So our approach is very unique from what we've seen across the board. We're developing drugs that specifically are designed to basically bring the immune system back into homeostasis. And what do I mean by that? Our immune system is very capable on its own of killing infections, attacking cancers. But when the immune system is overactivated, as we sometimes see in autoimmune disease, we get a negative response, and the tissue, whether it's Crohn's and the large intestine and the GI tract, or the nervous system and multiple sclerosis, a hyperactive immune system leads to poor outcomes in patients in autoimmune disease. Vice versa, when your immune system is not active enough, you get things such as infections and cancers that come about. And our drugs specifically are targeted through several receptor systems. Some of note are toll-like receptors, as well as opioid receptors, bring about a natural restoration of the immune system to a fully functioning immune system that can then operate, modulate, and then do what it's meant to do, which is destroy cancers and not attack its own tissue. So our pipeline focus, as I said earlier, through the combination of Cleveland Biolabs and Cytocom, we have a lot of indications, a lot of programs, and a lot of assets. We're focusing our attention on 3 different buckets. Autoimmune disease, and our first program will be Crohn's disease, which is a phase 3 directed program using an oral once-a-day delivery of a drug. Our second bucket will be oncology, as a pancreatic cancer program, using an injectable product that we'll use in combination with standard of care. And our third bucket will be hematology. We'll be looking for the mitigation of acute neutropenia or anemia using Entolimod, which is a biologic that we will inject and hope to stem this neutropenia anemia that you see in typical cancer cases that patients are exposed to large amounts of chemo and radiation. And then underneath those, we have secondary programs as well for autoimmune disease, multiple sclerosis, for oncology, hepatocellular, and for hematology, chronic neutropenia and anemia. Great. Our development pipeline, as you can see, is very robust, and we have a lot of late-stage programs and some that I think will be coming up shortly in the next 12 to 24 months. But again, I want to lead everyone's focus to our Crohn's program. It's a phase 3 Crohn's program that we should have first patient in by the end of this year. We're targeting both pediatrics and adults with an oral once-a-day pill that should induce remission in these patients, and hopefully we'll see the data that will support also maintenance of the remission as well. And then similarly, pancreatic cancer, probably the second program that we're going to kick off in 2022. And then the hematology studies, which will start in earnest with some of our partners as well. And then we do have a COVID program that will be enrolling patients this fall using our primary mechanism of action, which is reduction of inflammation or the inflammatory state, and then modulation of a dysfunctional immune system, which you see in SARS-CoV-2 patients. Great. Intellectual property is very robust. On this slide, we have over 72 issued or pending patent applications worldwide. These range anywhere from composition of matter to method of use to formulation. And they're also extensive, giving us patent protection into the early 2030s, into the early to late 2040s as well. So very comprehensive coverage of all of our intellectual property for our 3 different programs. For our Crohn's program, I'd like to go into some detail on the actual data that we have developed over the past several years, and then what we expect into our phase 3 program. So a phase 2 study was initiated several years ago. We had our end of phase 2 meeting with the FDA this summer. Those data definitively showed that 67% of the patients with once-a-day oral dosing were reduced or induced into remission. And of those in remission, about 43% had complete mucosal healing via endoscopy. So these are very favorable efficacy and safety profile for this particular drug, almost 2x of that of standard of care biologics, which are TNF alpha blockers, with very little to minimal side effects as well, too, which was very exciting to see, considering the side effects you often see in standard of care and biological therapy. We also have orphan designation for this, for the peds, as there's really no good treatments right now, therapeutic treatments for pediatric patients with Crohn's disease at this time. And again, to emphasize the point, this is immunomodulatory, not immune suppression. So our drug doesn't induce a suppressed immune system, which results in side effects such as infections and cancers, which I think is a very large benefit for our patient population. Great. STAT401, which is our pancreatic cancer drug, has shown previously in a phase 2 clinical study when compared to gemcitabine, which is standard of care, as a monotherapy, a significant increase in length of life. And these are stage 3, stage 4 non-resectable tumors. So these are basically hospice patients. And you're trying to extend quality of life and length of life. And what you see on the graph, the bar graph on the right-hand side, is that even as a monotherapy, we're able to extend life, but in conjunction with gemcitabine, we had significant statistical increase, almost 4x of just gemcitabine alone. And what this shows is that our phase 2 study that we're going to initiate early next year should result in a significant benefit, clinical benefit to the patient population. We saw a 53% benefit in this patient population in our phase 2 study, and we intend to reinitiate a phase 2 study by multiple doses. We had a single dose in the first phase 2, and we think we can even get better outcomes with a dose ranging study as well. Great. So to wrap this up, what we see as potential catalysts for Statera Biopharma in the next 12 to 24 months. Very straightforward. This fall, we intend to initiate a COVID study using one of our immunomodulatory drugs. We also intend to initiate our phase 3 Crohn's study that should start with pediatric patients. And then as we enroll pediatric patients, we'll start enrolling adult patients in the next 12 to 24 months. And then early next year, we intend to initiate our pancreatic cancer clinical trial. Will be a dose ranging, like I said, early phase 2 study that will look for dose optimization in stage 3, stage 4 pancreatic cancer patients. And then we continue to move on into the early part of next spring. We intend to do a hematology study using entolimod for acute neutropenia anemia in cancer patients that have been exposed to large amounts of chemotherapy and radiation therapy potentially as well too. We also have a large amount of assets that we're looking to prioritize at this point in time and monetize that don't fit our current immune homeostatic approach and what our narrative is to our shareholder base. And so those will see news coming out over the next 6 to 12 months about what we're out licensing and what we continue to develop. We have current academic collaborators, as I said, Loma Linda, La Jolla Institute of Immunology, which will be partners with us in analyzing our drugs in our human populations to determine better optimization of immunomodulatory and immunohomeostatic approaches. And then in the following 12 to 24 months, we would initiate a multiple sclerosis study, probably a hepatocellular study, and get data readouts from those as well. And in addition, probably wrapping up some Crohn's data as top-line data, and then moving our COVID program and our hepatocellular and pancreatic cancer programs forward. So I think that in a nutshell is Statera Biopharma. We're very proud of our platform, proud of our team, and we have a lot of work cut out for us over the next 12 to 24 months.
Looks like next quarter in particular is going to be an especially busy one for you.
Very busy, Spencer. Yes, we're extremely busy, but happy to be busy.
How does that end up? I'm just curious. Like, how does it end up like that, where you have all your trials ending at kind of at the same time or near the same time?
That was by design, actually.
Was,
yeah,
okay.
We're looking to maximize our value inflection points over a compressed time window.
Okay. So we will be watching the wires for headlines, for data readouts, for all those trials we've got coming in Q4 and also the first half of next year. Michael Hanley, the CEO of Statera Biopharma. I mean, we have a couple more minutes. If we have any questions from the chat, I want to give them the opportunity to ask it. And I guess that last slide kind of answered my question, which was like, it's always the upcoming catalyst is what everyone wants to know.
Right.
And so that last slide was the most important slide to me, because you know, as a person in news, so I guess of all those trials that you've got data coming next quarter, first half of next year. Is there one? Can you pick a favorite? Is it like picking your favorite kid? I don't know.
It is actually. Yeah, you love all of them, but you have one favorite.
Okay.
So the Crohn's program is probably going to be the most important program for us. I think it really delineates our approach to immune homeostasis. And the drugs out there work, but they're immunosuppressive in nature. And if our drug has data like it did in the phase 2, I think we can expect to compete very well against the biological therapies that are out there that really, unfortunately, you know, they do help patients, but there's also a high risk of infections and immune suppression, which is not a good thing, especially in this time of COVID. When you got patients walking around, I think like upwards of 1.2 million patients on biological TNF alpha therapy that are immunosuppressed. So we would love to see great data out of that, get patients on our drug if the FDA approves it, and then get these patients back to a normal, healthy state.
Anyway, just to recap again, all those data, all those trials, those were phase 2. The one for Q4.
Crohn's is a phase 3 study. Yeah,
phase 3. Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting there. We're getting to the end. Gotta get to that.
That's right. Yeah. We got a lot of shots on goal, a lot of near-term milestones, and we hope to get our Crohn's program all the way through in the next 24 months to commercial.
Yeah, I think maybe of all the companies today, you probably do have the most shots on goal right now in terms of near-term, data incoming. So again, we will have to watch out for that, everyone. Michael Hanley is the CEO of Statera Biopharma. Ticker is up on the screen. STAB. I mean, it's also like, again, just hats off for the ticker. Whoever thought of that one was just beautiful. And thanks for coming on the Benzinga Small Cap Conference today.
Appreciate it, Spencer. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Hey, let's keep the show on the road here. Keep the trains running on time. That's why I'm here, really. You guys aren't here to watch me. You're here to watch them. So let's bring on Kelsey Ramsey, the co-founder and CEO. Hey, there she is of MindCure. Kelsey, welcome to the Benzinga Small Cap Conference.
Spencer, great to be here. I like your energy. I like the hockey analogies coming from up here in Canada. Shots on goal, you know. It's great.
Hey, hockey season's back. So you made it through the desert. If you can, go ahead, Kelsey. And I just see you did it.
It's all happening. I'm working on it here, sir.
We got it. I see it. I see it. There it is. Look at that. All right. We've got the slide deck. We've got the speaker, the CEO. You don't need me anymore. I'm going to see myself out of here.
Oh, great. We'll see you in just a bit. So I understand that we have about 15 minutes together for me to walk through the presentation. So thanks everyone for joining. Really excited to be here. And then we'll leave about 5 minutes at the end for questions. So if you have them along the way, drop them in the chat or hold them to the end and type them in. And always open to questions. I'm really excited to walk you through the story of MindCure. So we're a life sciences and biotech company focused in psychedelia and mental health care. We'll fast forward past the disclaimer. And really what we're going to talk about today is 2 segments of our business or divisions. One is digital therapeutics technology, and I'll explain what that means in a bit more detail in a moment. And then the second piece is researching psychedelic compounds. If there's 3 things I want to make sure that you leave our time together with today understanding. One is our path to near-term revenue. I'm going to walk you through that. The second is our experienced research team. So not just good ideas, but who drives those forward. And then the final piece is strategic drug development pipeline. So how did we orient to which drugs we wanted to bring forward with respect to regulatory approval by the FDA, as well as molecule by indication. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Here is our leadership team. So I'm going to give you the 2 cents on who I am. I was twice named Canada's top female entrepreneur for founding and scaling businesses. What I do is have vision, deliver on time and on budget. So I'm really a team builder and execution focused leader, and have developed our team with a primary focus on those who have a track record for delivering, and also those who have a track record for seeing, to use a hockey analogy, where the puck is going and being there when it gets there. So introducing Dr. Joel Raskin, who's our Chief Medical Officer. Joel spent 20 years with Eli Lilly, focused on depression and Alzheimer's research. So he's leading the charge on the drug dev side. And then on the technology side, Jeff Belair, who spent about 30 years designing scalable platforms in fintech and insurance. So highly regulated industries where data privacy is paramount. And we know that's true in healthcare. So because we have a really short time, I'm going to rip through this pretty quick. I know that I'm speaking quickly, so my apologies if you're just trying to take notes furiously, but I want to make sure we get to all the poignant pieces. Then talking about some advisors to the program, Dr. Dan Engel. If you listen to the Tim Ferriss show or Joe Rogan, you'll hear Dan on there often talking about psychedelic medicine. He's a board certified psychiatrist and neurologist and has been working with us on our Ibogaine program. Hamilton Morris, I always call him the Anthony Bourdain of psychedelics. So what we wanted to do with MindCure was look globally at what psychoactive compounds do we know have a body of real world evidence that can de-risk our drug research programs in a way that when we drive them into the lab, we already have some information about how these things might advance in care. Dr. Jason Wall, and I will say Hamilton is working for both ourselves and Compass as advisors. And Dr. Jason Wallach is a chemist down at the University of the Sciences, also working with ourselves and Compass. And I think other notable people on this real quick, Dr. John Brownstein. So he comes out of Harvard. He's an epidemiologist working at Boston Children's, but is cited to be the person who built the technology that first identified COVID. So Dr. Brownstein is really well-versed in understanding how to track, monitor, and scale technology products. I'll just take a quick moment to touch on this page when we talk about unmet needs in the current mental health care system. So these numbers are all coming out of the States. 24% of adults reporting an unmet need for mental health treatment. 40% of adults struggling with mental health or substance abuse disorders. And during the pandemic, 41% of adults speaking about an unmet need. So psychedelics, it's a topic a lot of people are talking about at the moment, but I will just pause to talk about the molecules that we're most curious about. Of course, there are a multitude of psychedelic compounds in North America. We tend to be most familiar with a couple of these. MDMA, which of course is anticipated to be the next FDA-approved psychedelic molecule by virtue of the work that MAPS has done with PTSD and MDMA. You would have seen that on the cover of the Times recently. Ketamine. So ketamine is currently legal in the United States and Canada and utilized off-label at the moment for treating depression. Psilocybin, formerly known as magic mushrooms, which some of you might be familiar with, and looking at some of the early outcomes from the research with psilocybin. One study showing 54% of the participants considered to be in remission from major depressive disorder. And then the final one is Ibogaine. And not a lot of people are familiar with Ibogaine, but what we know about Ibogaine is it's been used in Mexico and in New Zealand to treat opiate use disorder. And what's phenomenal about Ibogaine is that it can reduce the withdrawal symptoms to zero, as well as cravings for up to 6 months and onward. So anyone who has experienced firsthand or has people in their family who've suffered from opiate addiction knows that the withdrawal can be the hardest part. And then, of course, reducing cravings is a big part of it. So I promised to talk about our near-term revenue, and we're going to talk about that with respect to our digital therapeutics platform, and really just, orienting to this slide really quickly around this idea that long-form research, of course, is where we get our blue sky and our drug dev valuations. But when we look at how do we ensure that we have cash flow in the interim, as we know that these research programs can last a long time, and that's our digital therapeutics platform. So I'm going to walk you through that really quickly. Some comps in the industry. I encourage everyone to go to the site and download the deck, because I know I'm going quickly and I'm not going to be able to go through all of these items. But when we look at some valuations across the industry and we talk about digital therapeutics, we talk about things that are different, say, from like the Calm app. So as opposed to being a wellness solution, a true digital therapeutics platform has a greater moat around it, because you have to proof efficacy that utilizing your DTX gets better outcomes than just taking the drug alone. What it looks like is an app on a patient's phone and a platform on the therapist's laptop or their tablet. And really what we're providing is precision medicine and quantified therapy at scale. So what does that mean? That means with psychedelic medicine, the practice is quite different than traditional medicine in that we have what we call the cleanse phase. So people need to be under care and understood before they go into a psychedelic assisted psychotherapy session. In session, there's also tools, set and setting tools. So we have an AI-driven music platform that by virtue of a wearable is going to allow the therapist to drive the patient to specific sentiment based on how they're biometrically responding. And of course, throughout the whole system, we're passively biometrically monitoring patients so that when they leave the building, we're still collecting data. That's where the best data comes from, actually, when we talk about mental health care, is how people go back into their lives and the outcomes they're getting. So that for us is called the ritual or integration suite. And that looks like a collective of natural language processed journal entries, AI-backed promotion of some of the things that could be most beneficial for the patient, like meditation or breath work, etc. So for the practitioner, the net effect is it modernizes care. So they get deeper data, better care, reducing costs because they can get a line of sight to their patient while they're out of clinic. So that abbreviates that like first 15 minutes of a therapy session where we anecdotally give wrong information when the therapist says, how have you been doing? As opposed to this system where they get a true and accurate read on how their patient is doing and can monitor them over time. For the patient who's become pretty accustomed to all of the ways that we monitor data now, this is really the quantified mind. So modernizing that care, improving compliance and optimizing outcomes in a way that we can de-risk the deployment of these drugs at the clinic level, as well as providing a lot of data for insurance payers, et cetera. So when we look at our own opportunity timeline, we start in psychedelic clinics, go into integrated clinics, and ultimately the broader psychotherapy network. We've built the platform to be drug agnostic. So it doesn't have to be used only in psychedelia, because we recognize that the larger therapeutic model is looking for solutions that look just like this. So that's our scaling model. We talk about our path to revenue. I'm going to touch on some of these catalysts in a moment, but we have just launched the MVP of the product. That's a minimum viable product into a closed beta. We're in 5 states and 2 provinces up here in Canada utilizing the DTX tool. And then the full commercial rollout will happen Q1, Q2 of 2022, targeting 150 clinics in Canada, the States, and then going beyond into the UK in Q3 and Q4. Part of what's also important to touch on here is this idea of the application for something called the SAMD. So this is a SaaS model for a medical device. There's only 9 companies currently approved. Pear Therapeutics is one of the most recent and going to market with a $1.6 billion valuation on the NASDAQ very soon. So let's talk about our research as quickly as we can. It recently announced just Monday. Super excited to talk about this program. We call it the Desire Project. This is utilizing MDMA with psychotherapy to treat female sexual desire disorder. So a lack of sexual desire for women. A lot of people at this point ask, is this a Viagra for women? My response to that is, I think it's that and more, in that we're actually targeting the root cause. When we look at the size of the market, 40% of women report a lack of desire over a period of time. 14% of premenopausal women, which is really our target, or about 9.5 million women in the States are reporting a lack of desire to the degree to which it's causing them distress. So that can have implications on their relationships. It can have implications on their connection to self and other. And some of this is stemmed from, self-image. Some of it comes from unpleasant sexual experiences with prior partners in their life. And I will take a moment to note that this isn't reserved for only people who are partnered. So all women can benefit from this program. When we look at MDMA and the promise that it holds and why we believe, so the reason to believe piece is that MDMA for PTSD has gone through phase 3 studies and has proven to be effective in downgrading the default mode network, letting people process difficult and traumatic experiences, flooding the system with serotonin in a way that we're able to get access to the sense of feeling and connectedness. So what this looks like is in a course of therapy, in session, in clinic, over about a 3-week term and 12 sessions, some of which are drug supported and some of which are not. A woman would go through this course of therapy in the Desire Project to unlock desire again and have a greater desire for sexual activity. We have identified a gap in the market. And of course, I talked earlier about the strategic drug development kind of matrix about what is the next drug to come to market. That's MDMA. We want to be closest to the money on our drug development programs. And so for us, that means identifying large markets with untapped potential, with very few substitutes. And what we know about the market for female sexual drugs is that there are few to none. And the fellows are quite well taken care of in this regard, and the ladies aren't just yet. And we're opening that conversation. So really looking forward to advancing this program. We have some of the world's most well-cited researchers in the space. I will highlight Dr. Jennifer Mitchell, who is the lead on the MAPS MDMA study. So the most well-respected MDMA researcher, in my opinion, on the planet. Dr. Anita Clayton, who actually designed the diagnostic for identifying female sexual desire disorder. Dr. Cindy Meston, who has the only fully focused lab on desire in the United States. Dr. Rob Pike, who has driven the only 2 other drugs for women's sexual disorders to the market. And Dr. Sherry Walling, who's working with us from a clinical and practice perspective and really helping us define and design this so we know we can scale it quickly and en masse. So that's a Desire Project treating sexual desire disorder for women. And then really quickly on Ibogaine. When we talk about Ibogaine, I introduced the molecule earlier, and it's real focus on addiction, pain, migraines, and where we're curious about it as well is with respect to TBI. What we know about Ibogaine is it has proven to show some neuroregenerative and neuroprotective potential. And we think that there's a market there for a different dosage study with respect to Ibogaine. And where we started with this is most of these psychedelic drugs do come from a natural source. And we believe that it's important to have a fully synthetic route, meaning full chemical synthesis, something we can replicate at scale and be certain of the consistency. So we're the first to market with a fully chemically synthesized Ibogaine product. Our non-GMP, so our animal model drug will be out in about 7 months' time, and you'll see that on our catalyst. And it's our strategy to be the drug supplier to the industry and participate in research. So again, this summer, using MDMA-assisted psychotherapy to overcome a lack of desire for women, manufacturing the Ibogaine, and then preclinical research, utilizing the Ibogaine for TBI and other indications that could involve mood. So let's talk about where the rubber hits the road on the catalyst side of things. As you can see, we've done okay to date. Execution is a real focus over here. And although we know drug development occasionally can be uncertain, we are certain that when you're given the right amount of runway and you have a real clear path, and again, driving some of this de-risked, what we know works in the world back into the lab, we're confidently pursuing our outcomes. So on iStream in Q1, Q2, that commercial product launching in North America. And on the research side, having the pre-IND meeting with the FDA on the Desire Project, which we suspect may advance into a phase 2, depending on how that goes. But given that there's a large amount of safety and tox data existing for MDMA, we feel quite strongly that that will be the way forward. and then expanding our ketamine enhanced psychotherapy protocols within the digital therapeutics platform, which of course allows us to have another level of revenue when we start becoming the distribution partner or the sales partner for all of these drug developers who want to distribute their protocols through the system down to the clinic level. And then pre-submission meeting regarding the SAMD for iStream, so building that moat around the tech, and an update on an NME for another indication. I'm going to skip past the partnerships and give you just a moment to look at the cap structure. We listed just over a year ago on the CSE and have been showing some pretty strong volumes lately and doing quite well over there. So again, a bit of a summary on the proprietary digital therapeutics platform in that division, the clear path to near-term revenue, our discovery team, and with a real history of not only executing and bringing results, but being highly specific and really understanding their field of research in a material way and being in a strong financial position. So we have, we cashed up in February and we're doing quite well in that regard. So with that, I suppose I will end sharing my screen and take any questions that you all might have.
Thank you so much, Kelsey, for that.
Yeah.
We do have time for just a couple of questions here. So
Okay.
let me go to something. First off, you're totally right in that this isn't the men are well taken care of in this area, and the women are totally not.
True.
So you know, and we always talk about, you know, when we're talking about the investment side of this and these conferences, you know, the total addressable market, right? And
Yeah.
this is a large total addressable market.
Not small. Not small.
Yeah. I guess can you I couldn't help but think of this while you were talking is this would seem like an area that the general public and that includes the investing public would overlook in a way. So maybe
it's okay. We're talking about sex. It's all right.
Yeah,
you
no.
know?
I'm trying to phrase it. I mean, what message do you have for investors who just like have overlooked this entire area?
So I'll tell you a brief anecdotal story.
Yeah.
So I sent a message to one of the fellows who came in on one of the early rounds, and I said, we announced a project today, and shared with him, and he said, I've never experienced that. And I said, well, 40% of your partners have, 14% of them have, to the degree to which it's affecting their mental health. Of course,
Yeah.
you know, nobody likes that story, but the truth of the matter is, you know, I think a fully expressed life for a woman includes desire and sexuality. And so to your point, it can be kind of overlooked, but if we look at what's happened with sex enhancement or sex exploration drugs for men, we know that the market is large and robust and flourishing. And I think the time that we talk about women and sex has kind of come. And I think the final point around it is this idea of, you know, when women have greater access to desire, it benefits all parties involved in the relationship. And I think that, you know, for I guess a no more blunt way to put it is it's probably likely that there haven't been many other female-led drug development companies who would have the courage to take a program on like this and have these conversations and make it entirely okay for people to understand the size of this market and the fact that, you know, maybe it is her and it's not you. The
answer to the question is straight up. I mean, look, Wall Street is dominated by men, right? There are I don't know the ratio of male CEOs to women CEOs, but I'm sure it's dramatic. And that tells the whole story right there. So,
I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and vice versa. You know, my sentiment would be, if you believe that women like having sex and you believe that some of them would like to have more, then you might consider our program.
I think this is like absolutely fantastic. Again, like that's one of the goals of the conference today is to bring things to your attention that straight up just may not have occurred to you before. And if this hadn't occurred to you, well, it does now. So Kelsey Ramsden, the president and CEO of MindCure Health, trades on the OTCQB, ticker MCURF here in the U.S. Kelsey, really, really interesting stuff. Thank you so much for coming on the Small Cap Healthcare Conference today.
Thanks, Spencer.
All right, everyone, we have come to that time in the day for the final presentation on track. What is this? This is the green track, right? I can't remember. This is the green one. I'm pretty sure this is the green one. Brent was on the blue one. I was on the green one. Whatever. Final presentation is here. Let's bring on Alan Horsager. I hope I got your last name right.
It's Horsager, but I get Horsager, Horsager. I get many permutations of that name, so that's pretty good.
You are the CEO of a couple companies, actually, and you're here to speak to the launch of one of them, right? Duet Therapeutics. And so if we can, Alan, let's get your slides up. Just go ahead and share. You can click share screen on the bottom, bring up your slides, put them in slideshow mode, and there we go.
Do you see them, Spencer?
Yes, we do.
Terrific.
All right, the floor is yours, sir.
All right, appreciate it. So, again, my name is Alan Horsager. I'm the president and CEO of Duet Therapeutics, and then also the president of immuno-oncology for our parent company, which is Scopus Biopharma. I'm going to talk a little bit about Scopus in the first few minutes, but then the focus of the talk will be around the launch of Duet Therapeutics, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Scopus. So a little bit on our disclaimers. I'll skip over this relatively quickly, just in the interest of time. So a little bit of data around Scopus. It's a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. It is traded on the NASDAQ Global Market, and there's some numbers here around it. So the meat of the talk again will be around the acquisition and launch of Duet Therapeutics. So on September 2nd, Scopus announced the launch of Duet, which integrates technologies, management, and clinical development around their immuno-oncology efforts that were in Scopus, as well as the company that they acquired, Olimmune. And I come from Olimmune, and that was acquired in June of 2021. And so that together birthed the company Duet. So Duet is creating a set of targeted oligonucleotide therapies for treatment-resistant cancers, which include blood cancers such as B-cell lymphoma and solid tumor cancers like prostate cancer or head and neck cancers. So oligonucleotides are small strands of RNA and DNA, or. So I'll tell you a little bit about our oligo, which combines the two. So some high-level highlights of the company. One important factor is this is a pretty unique technology with a bifunctional mode of action. So we have a single oligonucleotide, which does two things. One, in one part of it, it stimulates the immune system so that the immune system is aware that there's cancer and it comes and attacks it, but it also releases this immunosuppression that occurs within the tumor microenvironment. So inside the tumor, and I'll talk about this a little bit, the tumor uses immune cells and other factors to create this immunosuppressive environment, which allows the cancer to flourish and metastasize. So we break down, we trigger an immune response to the cancer, but we also break down this barrier, this immunosuppressive barrier. And I think this is important that as I mentioned, we can target both hematological malignancies and solid tumors, and specifically what are called immunologically cold solid tumors, which are cancers that are very difficult to treat, like metastatic prostate cancer. The product that we're using is a targeted approach. So we're not delivering this, we're not bathing the entire body in this drug and hitting every cell. It's taken up by a very specific set of cells, immune cells that are in this tumor microenvironment. So we're a clinical stage company. We have a phase 1 clinical trial running at City of Hope for B-cell non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and I'll talk about that a little bit. And we also have two other programs that we're developing for an additional product that will go into phase 1 trials starting in Q1 2023. We're building we're a fairly new company, in the grand scheme of things, but we're starting to build out a really talented team, and I'll talk about a few of those members and where we're focusing energy on bringing other people in. And finally, our IP position is quite strong. We have 4 issued patents that cover the technology that have been granted in multiple countries across the world. And we also have 4 PCTs that cover the technology as well. So a pretty strong portfolio of IP. So there are 3 different technologies that we have in our portfolio. They're called Duet 01, 02, and Duet 03. And they all have a similar structure. They're all oligonucleotides, and they contain 2 components. And the first component is what's called a CPG oligo, and that CPG it creates immunostimulation, and I'll talk about how it does that. So that's what triggers the T cells to come to the tumor and start attacking the tumor itself. And then the second part is this what we call a STAT3 inhibitor, and that takes different forms. In one form, it's an RNA silencing mechanism. Another, it's an antisense, which is also a silencing mechanism. And then lastly, what's called a decoy molecule, which inhibits STAT3 at the level of the protein. These inhibitors of STAT3 are what releases this immunosuppression. So in each case, we're stimulating the immune system and then releasing the immunosuppression through the secondary component. So the Duet 01, we're focusing on B-cell non-Hodgkin lymphoma, which is we've received IND clearance, and we're enrolling patients in this trial, and we're hopeful that we'll be dosing our first patient this next quarter in Q4 2021. And then for Duet 02 with this antisense molecule, that can be delivered systemically. So we can do an IV injection as it's pretty stable in human serum. And we're going after genitourinary and head and neck cancers. So we'll be working on the preclinical development, the tox work over the next year, and then submitting our INDs to the FDA at the end of 22, and then beginning the trials in Q1 of 2023. In the decoy molecule, we have some early data. I'd say this is earlier in our development, but we have some early intriguing data around acute myeloid leukemia. So we'll be looking to potentially move it forward in that indication. So this it's sort of a different slice of what I just said, but this is our overall pipeline, which we think is quite robust. First indication is in B-cell lymphoma. That's the one that's in the clinical study that I mentioned. We also are interested in how our product, our oligonucleotide, might work in combination with checkpoint blockade. So immune checkpoints like PD-1, PD-L1, CTLA-4, checkpoint inhibitors. I assume those have been talked about over the course of this session today. We're interested in how there might be synergies. So we may be looking at a secondary trial or a different arm of this first trial to look at that combination. And then there's the 2 trials that I mentioned for Duet 02 for genitourinary and head and neck cancer. And then we have a couple of earlier stage programs, one of which is that one with the decoy molecule for AML, but we're also interested in using that Duet 01 in combination with immune checkpoint inhibitors for cutaneous T-cell lymphoma. So I think it's a pretty good, robust pipeline. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking over the science, because I think if we can get you to feel comfortable with how this technology works, I think you'll really understand where we're differentiated and how we're quite valuable, I think, for the treatment and in immuno-oncology. So the area that we're targeting in oncology is what's called the tumor microenvironment. So imagine a group of tumor cells that form this ball, and then they recruit different immature myeloid cells, which are dendritic cells, if you've heard of those, macrophages, MDSCs, to this tumor microenvironment, as well as Tregs, to create this kind of shell or protective layer that protects the tumor and allows it to grow and flourish. So it sort of fools the immune system and says, hey, don't worry about it. We're all okay here. You don't need to attack us. And a secondary mechanism they use is checkpoints, right? So we know of checkpoint inhibitors. So they use checkpoints to try to evade immune attack by cytotoxic T cells. So they use these two mechanisms to create this TME, or tumor microenvironment, to allow the tumor to grow and then metastasize as well. And that's what we're trying to break through. We're trying to break through this protective layer and allow the immune system to ultimately attack the tumor. So this is very much a immune-driven approach. It's not targeting the cancer cells, which I'll talk about. So one of the main targets that we're going after is what's called STAT3. And so STAT3 is essentially a molecule that is involved in maintaining immunosuppression in the tumor microenvironment. It was in the normal body, normal healthy body, it's involved in wound healing and creating an environment to allow the wound to heal properly, and then it goes down again. But in this case, the tumor uses STAT3 to create this immunosuppressive environment. And it does this through various cells, like I mentioned, the dendritic cells, the myeloid-derived suppressor cells, the macrophages, which aren't listed here. It does a little bit in tumor cells as well, but these are the cells that we want to target and inhibit that STAT3 activation. So we want to knock down or inhibit STAT3. But STAT3, on the other hand, in other cells can be good. So in cytotoxic T cells, which are the cells that kill the cancer, it leads to T cell expansion and the formation of memory cells so that it can recognize that disease later on if those cells begin to proliferate through different metastases. So you want to shut down STAT3 in certain cells, but you want to avoid them in others. So this means you want to make sure that if you're delivering a STAT3 inhibitor, it needs to work in certain cells and avoid other cells. So it needs to be cell specific. And so the way we do that is through this bifunctional molecule that I've talked about, right? So we have two parts. One, which is that CpG. It's also a TLR9 agonist. Think of this just as an immune stimulator, and that's linked to this STAT3 inhibitor. And that immune stimulator, that CpG, actually serves as our delivery tool. So on the specific cells that we're targeting, the dendritic cells, the macrophages, the MDSCs, they express what are called scavenger receptors. And the scavenger receptors have a high affinity for this CpG and allows this whole molecule to get taken up into the cell. And then that CpG will then bind to what's called a TLR9 receptor in an endosome. And it binds this TLR9, which triggers this immune response. So it starts to say, hey, T cells, come to the tumor and start killing the T cells. And then what happens too, after the binding to a TLR9, that whole molecule gets released into the cytosol. And then that STAT3 inhibitor can then bind to a STAT3 mRNA, or in the case of the decoy, the STAT3 protein, and knock it down and shut it off, right? And that releases the immunosuppression within the tumor microenvironment, allowing those T cells to come in and recognize the tumor and ultimately kill the tumor cells. So it's this bifunctionality, this triggering of an immune response and knocking down of the immunosuppression which are required. There are drugs out there that just target the TLR9 receptor. They create an immune response, but the problem is that immunosuppression is still there, so they don't work quite as well, and vice versa. There are STAT3 inhibitors which don't ultimately trigger this immune activation. So you need both, and they need to be happening in concert. And that's what we can do with our bifunctional molecule. The other part that's important that I mentioned in the beginning of this slide is that this CpG, or this component, allows for the uptake of this molecule into the cell. And STAT3 is localized on the interior of the cell, which makes it very difficult to get to. So other molecules that are targeting surface receptors, it wouldn't work for knocking down STAT3. So hopefully that makes sense. But it's if you take anything away, it's this bifunctionality that triggers immune activation as well as the release of immunosuppression that's key to creating durable anti-tumor responses. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. I just, suffice it to say, and if you want to reach out to me, please do if you want to dig into the data. But a couple things to point out. This is, a small slice of the data that was collected around using this first molecule, DUET-01, for B-cell lymphoma. But this first set of graphs, what it's showing you is that it's taken up pretty readily over time and as a function of dose into the dendritic cells and the B cells, which are the cells that we're targeting. And it's not being taken up in natural killer cells or cytotoxic T cells. So we are targeting exactly the cells that we want to target for the uptake and avoiding the cells that we don't want to have take up the molecule. And over here on the right, what you're looking at is tumor volume in a model of lymphoma. It's an A20 mouse model of lymphoma. And it's showing the DUET-01 molecule therapy in red compared to just that CpG molecule. That's just the immunostimulating molecule by itself, or just saline solution in the black. So you can see that over a regimen of about 5 dosings with the DUET-01, it's in combination with radiotherapy in this experiment, you see a complete ablation of the tumor. It's a complete reduction of volume of the tumor, which is sustained over roughly 90 days or 3 months. You can see that with just the CpG, it helps slow down tumor progression for a period, but then it comes right back up and starts to grow again. And of course it does with just saline solution. So the fact that we see this complete ablation of the tumor was very encouraging. And then of course, as I mentioned, there's a lot of other data that supports this, but that's what encouraged us to move into the clinic. So as I mentioned, we've communicated with the FDA and received IND clearance. And we're in the middle of a early stage of the beginning of a phase 1 clinical trial that's happening at City of Hope, that's being led by Dr. Elizabeth Buddy. And the 2 objectives that we have, of course, are determining the right dose that we'd use for phase 2 trial, as well as understanding the safety profile of our molecule, particularly at different doses. But we are looking at efficacy. How is our molecule working? Both from an imaging standpoint as well as an overall survival. We're also doing blood samples periodically to measure biologic activity. So we'll look at STAT3 silencing, as well as how we're stimulating the immune system, both locally at the point of injection at the primary tumor, as well as systemically. So I'm going to turn attention to our second molecule that I talked about. This is DUET-02. This is essentially a very similar molecule, but is now using the STAT3. Instead, the STAT3 inhibitor is using an antisense molecule. And I won't go into any detail, but it's a slightly different mechanism of action. But it's highly stable in human serum, which means that you can inject it in the blood, right? You can do an IV injection. It can last in blood for upwards, I think the half-life is like 48 hours or something like that. However, antisense molecules typically can be cleared through the liver very rapidly. So you do want to see rapid uptake of the molecule. And that's exactly what we see. We did an experiment where we looked at the uptake in dendritic cells and macrophages, and using fluorescence, we see that the molecule is taken up rapidly in 30 minutes or less after injection. So that's good. So we see good quick uptake. And then further, we see that STAT3 is inhibited over the course of over days. You can see that the protein is knocked down almost to zero over the course of a couple of days. And very importantly, when we look at T cell proliferation and killing activity, you can see that with our molecule, which is in red, this is DUET-02 in red, we see a massive increase in T cell proliferation into the tumor, as well as its killing activity. So it's clearly killing cancer cells. And you can see that compared to PBS, which is the gray bars, or CpG alone, which is just the immunostimulatory component, or just the STAT3, which is the STAT3 inhibitor or release of immunosuppression component, they don't do nearly as well proliferating the cells or in their T cell killing activity. You really need the combination. And then this is survival data. So these are mice that are models of prostate cancer. So these are models of metastatic prostate cancer. It's bone localized prostate cancer, which is very difficult. They're both very difficult to treat models. We look at 2 models. One is an RM9 model, and the other is a PTEN deficient prostate cancer model. And again, both are very difficult to treat. They're hormone resistant. They're also immune checkpoint blockade resistant. So anyway, but probably as difficult a model as you can find to treat. So with our molecule, the DUET-02, it's in red. We see that it's a very rapid progression of the tumor, and these mice die very quickly untreated. But we find that over 50% of the animals stay alive as long as we measured with treatment from our molecule. And again, the CpG or STAT3 by itself didn't do much to improve above what you see with just the control of PBS. In the P10, you see even a more dramatic effect where you see upwards of 80, 90% of our animals surviving over greater of 210 days. And again, most of those animals die off in the control or just the CpG or STAT3 alone. And this is data that we presented today at the Oligonucleotide Therapeutics Society, comparing our molecule relative to checkpoint inhibitors. So this is looking at PD-1 and CTLA-4 in the blue and red curves. And you can see with the CTLA-4 blockade, there's some survival, but it's not nearly the survival levels that we see with DUET-02. So we see pretty good benefit of our molecule over that of just a checkpoint molecule. And I think this is primarily due to the fact that these tumors are immunologically cold, so they don't have a lot of T cells in them to begin with. So it makes it hard for just the release of this immunosuppression to have a dramatic effect. And this last curve, I'll just touch on briefly. This is showing our molecule again in red in this RM9 model versus the two components that are separated. They're separate molecules co-injected at the same time, and that doesn't work. Right? It's not any better than what you see with the PBS. And the reason that is that CpG, that first component, isn't chaperoning the STAT3 inhibitor into the cell. So that STAT3 inhibition can't occur because that STAT3, as I mentioned earlier, right, that STAT3 target is intracellular. So it's difficult to get to. You've got to get that molecule into the cell so it can do its job. And we can do that with our molecule, but if you separate those molecules and try to co-inject them, you're not going to be able to do it. So last piece of data, we looked at this also in head and neck cancer. These are mice that have human head and neck tumors transplanted into them. So it's an SCC1 tumor. And we saw in these animals that we see with our treatment, we see infiltration of T cells. So we activate the tumor, the T cells. They go into the tumor. We do a cross-section of that tumor. We see cytotoxic T cells. Exactly what you want to see, right? You want to see those cytotoxic T cells in the tumor. That's a clear indication that the tumor is responding to your therapy. The other thing that's quite interesting here, right, is we used what are called immunodeficient mice. So these mice don't have an immune system. And then we took some of these mice and introduced a human immune system to them. So they have a humanized immune system. And so what we see are two things. One is that the tumor volume is decreased and at least stabilized, and in the humanized mice, but we don't see that happening at least to the same degree in these immunodeficient mice. So this suggests that our mode of activation or mode of action of the molecule is through activation of the immune system. We're not targeting cancer cells. We're targeting the immune system to teach it to attack the tumor. Secondly, this gives us great confidence that when we get into the clinic with this molecule, this should work. This is working in concert with a human immune system. We're working with human immune cells in this model. So it gives us a lot of confidence that this is going to be, it's pretty compelling that this is going to work well in the clinic. So we've started to think about these trials. So the genitourinary cancers, we're going to be looking at metastatic prostate cancer. As you've seen through the data, that's encouraging for us. We're also going to look at kidney cancer as well as bladder cancers. This is going to be done as a monotherapy. And we're starting to work with investigators at City of Hope, but we're going to be doing a multi-center, company-sponsored trial for these. Same thing with head and neck, but in this case, we're going to be combining DUET-02 with radiotherapy. We have some thesis for that. We think it works really well synergistically with radiotherapy. Can talk about that offline if people are interested, but we'll be targeting squamous cell carcinomas of the head and neck for that. A little bit about our overall timeline for the next bit of time, as well as our milestones. So I'll focus on DUET-01. So we're looking to ideally dose our first patient. We have to identify them. They're a tricky set of patients to find, but we're hopeful we can find one, and we'll dose our first patient in the fourth quarter of this year, and then recruit enough that we can begin to talk about initial clinical results in maybe Q3, maybe Q4 of next year for Duet 01. And for Duet 02, we're going to be completing our manufacturing for the molecule that we'll use for our IND enabling study. So this is all our tox work, which we'll do in the first half of 2022. And then at the end of 2022, we'll complete our manufacturing for the clinical study of the GMP product, as well as submit our INDs for both the head and neck indications as well as the GU indications. And then in Q1, we'll begin our recruitment of patients for those two indications. A little bit about the team. I'm going to only be able to talk about a few people here. So I've mentioned who I am by background. I'm a neuroscientist by training, but I've spent the last 15 years as an entrepreneur and company builder, working for 2 startups, starting 2 of my own, and then working with Allimmune, with Marcin, and then obviously here with Duet and Scopus. Marcin Korluski is a professor at the City of Hope and the inventor of these technologies. He's a co-founder of Allimmune and continues to be a senior scientific advisor to the company. He worked with John Rossi and was a co-founder of Allimmune. And John is an amazing faculty member, but also an entrepreneur who's founded multiple companies, Allimmune, Mina, and Dicerna, who maybe some of you have heard of. He founded Mina with Professor Nagi Habib, who's a professor as well. And so these are kind of the early, these 2 folks here, John and Nagi, are part of our scientific advisory board. And over the coming weeks, we'll mention a number of other people that we've already brought on. But what I'd say is we're really, as a clinical stage company, going to be focused on bringing on expertise in that capacity.
All right, Alan, we are up against time. So
perfect timing there.
Perfect. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, so you want to break out of screen share?
That's fine. Yeah. All right. Duet Therapeutics. The URL is up on the screen for Scopus Biopharma. Alan, thank you so much for coming on and taking us home today at the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot, Alan. Hey, guys, that's a wrap. Oh, sorry. That's a wrap. We made it to the end of the day real fast. Before I forget, I promised to give away a free subscription to Benzinga Pro. I'm going to do that right now. Drum roll. Serena Bernstein. Serena Bernstein, congratulations. We have your email. You'll be hearing from us, Serena Bernstein. Congratulations. You have won a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. And if you didn't win, you can try again tomorrow. Day 2 coming at you. Link to the agenda is in the chat right now. If you haven't already, do us a solid. Drop us a like. We're at 132. Let's get to 140. I think we can get to 140. Thanks to all the speakers, the presenters today. Once again, all the companies speaking at our conference. Our partners with Benzinga, they have paid to be here. That's how all of our virtual conferences work. That's why this video is demonetized on YouTube, because we're not promoting it on YouTube in that way. So thank you very much to all the speakers today. Thanks to all of you for hanging out with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning for pre-market prep, followed by track 2 or day 2 of the healthcare conference here. Moon or Bust. We are doing a special Moon or Bust. Usually it's at 2 o'clock, but we're, doing a late show today. Moon or Bust is live right now. The stream will end. It'll redirect to that. I'm going to end it with a commercial for our Cannabis Capital Conference next month in like 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. Guys, roll that tape.